What happened next was almost inevitable. After Stan Edgar pushed again and again, Nuo Lin finally signed the contract and became the majority shareholder of what company. The remaining shares followed soon after. Some were bought at a friendly price. Some were voluntarily transferred. And a few people simply disappeared from the negotiation table before they could cause trouble. The acquisition was calm, silent, clean. The outside world knew nothing. As for the insiders who sensed something was off, that was fine too. The ones bold enough to speak up quickly learned what silence really meant. The ones who had opinions but didn't dare to say them out loud naturally had no objections. Perfect. Everyone, in their own way, was happy. The day Nuo Lin walked into what tower with the contract in hand, the entire upper floor felt like a different world. For the Super 7 and the executives, this wasn't a simple change of ownership. It felt like reality itself had been rewritten. They had been playing chess on a board they understood. And then someone arrived and crushed the board with his bare hand. Nuo Lin's methods were beyond their comprehension. A pure dimensional strike. The scariest part wasn't his strength. It was the fact that almost everyone around them already belonged to him, in one way or another. A casual whisper in a hallway could become a report on his desk. A private conversation could be accidentally overheard. A secret plan could be dead before it even started. Just thinking about it made their scalps tighten. And worse, every time they saw Nuo Lin, their bodies reacted first. Hormones spiked. Breath tightened. Thoughts scrambled. Fear wasn't just in their heads. It sat deep in their bones, telling them one thing. Don't resist. Inside the conference room, Stan Edgar stood like a man announcing the weather. From today onward, he said flatly, Nuo Lin is the only boss of what company. Understood? No speeches. No ceremony. No warning. Just a fact. To Edgar, the Super 7 were always tools. Money machines wrapped in costumes. Even now that his position had been replaced, his thinking didn't change. He believed he still understood how control worked. He was wrong. Nuo Lin didn't play power. Nuo Lin used it. Never argue with someone who's already cheating. And Nuo Lin didn't hide it either. He laid his cards on the table and dared anyone to flip it. Queen Maeve led the applause, slow and steady, like she was testing the room's temperature. The others followed, clapping because they had to. Behind their smiles, suspicion ran wild. A new boss meant new rules. And new rules meant someone would bleed. They had acted under the old boss's orders before. They had pushed, threatened, and crossed lines. If the new boss wanted to dig up the past, it wouldn't be an investigation. It would be a purge. And the terrifying truth was simple. With Edgar, you could lose benefits. With Nuo Lin, you could lose everything. Money, identity, freedom, even your mind. Deep Sea was the first to break. He stood up so fast his chair scraped the floor. Boss, from now on I'll follow every order. If you tell me to go west, I'll never go east. If you tell me to kill a dog, I'll never touch a chicken. The room froze. Because he didn't say it in English. It was another language. Clumsy but clear. He'd practiced. He'd prepared. He'd been waiting for this moment. Nuo Lin gave him a calm glance, almost amused. Deep Sea was the type who would kneel to anyone stronger than him. Pathetic, yes. But also easy to manage. And in a company like this, obedience was often more useful than pride. Nuo Lin only nodded once. Deep Sea nearly looked ready to cry from relief. Edgar completed the handover and left. The moment the door closed, the atmosphere dropped like a stone. Homelander wore a smile that didn't reach his eyes, stiff like glued plastic. A-Train avoided eye contact, sweat shining on his forehead. The Invisible Man didn't even breathe too loudly, like sound itself might offend Nuo Lin. And Nuo Lin? He didn't need to raise his voice. His silence alone was pressure. Finally, he spoke. I'm not here to settle old scores today. A wave of relief moved through the room. I won't hold you accountable for what happened before. More relief. But from this moment on, you will follow my rules. The relief froze. As long as you obey, everything stays the same. A pause. And if you don't? His eyes swept the room, calm and cold. I don't mind replacing you with someone who can. Everyone nodded instantly, too fast, too obedient. One more thing, Nuo Lin continued. What company is renamed Umbrella? The room stiffened again. Our main direction is pharmaceuticals and medical care. All superability business will be separated into its own department. He looked at Medellin. You keep handling the superability side. Medicine and healthcare will be handled by my people. Medellin didn't even blink. Understood, boss. Then he carefully added, like offering a gift. Boss, we also have vacancies in the 7. Black color is out, lamplighter is already gone. 2 seats are open. Nuo Lin raised an eyebrow. Candidates. Medellin slid a file across the table. A bright, clean photo in the corner. Starlight. She pulls extremely well, Medellin said. Electric absorption and discharge, strong defense, strong physical stats. Clean image, strong story angle, easy to build fans. Nuo Lin nodded without hesitation. Fine. Her. Then he leaned forward slightly. Let me be clear. Don't get stupid just because you wear a cape. His finger tapped the table. And in the next instant, a several-meter-long conference table collapsed into dust like it had never existed. Ash fell softly onto the floor. The room went silent. Homelander's smile widened, shaking at the edges. A-Train's legs trembled. Deep Sea swallowed so hard his throat visibly moved. Somewhere in the room, there was even the faint, humiliating smell of someone losing control. Deep Sea forced a grin. Don't worry, boss. I'm the most obedient. Nuo Lin stared at him for a beat. It's best that way. He stood. Meeting's over. Handle the rest yourselves. He walked to the door, then paused like he'd remembered something. Oh, and call logistics. Replace the conference table. This one wasn't strong enough. Then he left. No dramatic exit. No threat. Just footsteps fading down the hallway. The people left behind didn't move for a long time. They stared at the ash on the floor like it was a warning written in dust. Someone finally whispered, voice shaking. I thought part of that table was iron. The room shivered again. Do I have any opinions on Superman being killed? Yeah. If Superman means a Homelander-type figure, near invincible, unstable, worshipped by the public, killing him can work in a story, but it's never a simple, good solution. It creates 3 big consequences. Power vacuum. If he dies, someone worse may take his place, or the whole system collapses into chaos. Public fallout. If he's a symbol, his death can trigger riots, conspiracies, martyr worship, and civil conflict. Moral line. Once the protagonists choose execution, it changes who they are. Readers will judge them, and it raises the tension for future arcs. So my take, it's strongest when killing him is the last option, after containment, depowering, exposure, and legal collapse fail. Then, if he dies, it feels earned and heavy, not cheap. If you tell me your exact tone, dark realism like The Boys, or power fantasy where the MC dominates, I can rewrite the ending beat to match it perfectly. After leaving the conference room, Nuo Lin finally had time to everything he'd just taken over. Most of his focus went to compound number 5. Using the memories he extracted from Stan Edgar, he quickly mapped out all the hidden research bases scattered across the country. With telepathy reinforced by the Phoenix Force, he copied every piece of research data, experimental log, and backup archive, then transferred everything to Umbrella's headquarters, formerly known as the What Building. Several sealed containers of compound number 5 were also secured, including the temporary version. Inject it, and an ordinary person would gain super abilities instantly, based on their physical condition. The effect lasted 24 hours. The downside was brutal. Most people could only survive 3 to 5 uses before their bodies collapsed, malignant tumors spreading at terrifying speed. The only real solution was permanent compound number 5. But that came with its own problem. The safest time to inject it was infancy. Adults had a high failure rate, severe side effects, or died outright. And even if the injection succeeded, the awakened ability was completely random. You might get something god tier. Or you might get something useless. A perfect blind box. To this day, the Black Robe world still hadn't solved the randomness problem. which meant Nuo Lin had a clear direction. He would improve it, increase investment, rebuild the research system, pull geniuses from the Marvel world and merge their knowledge with Umbrella's technology. Once the randomness was gone, super abilities could be manufactured on demand. Teleportation, regeneration, energy control, whatever he wanted. Unfortunately, natural teleporters in this world were rare. Most weren't born yet, and one key figure hadn't even been injected at this point. As for the others, they weren't suitable targets. If necessary, Nightcrawler would do. Nuo Lin felt no emotional burden about that. While backing up the data, he also used telepathy to subtly adjust the memories of all core researchers. Not crude brainwashing, but deep loyalty reinforcement. It wasn't perfect, but layered control was always better than a single lock. At the same time, inside the Umbrella building, a girl in simple clothes, eyes bright with expectation, stepped through the front doors under Ashley's guidance. Starlight, Ashley said warmly, practically glowing. Once you meet the boss, you'll officially become a member of the Seven. Umbrella. Starlight blinked. Wasn't this what company? That was before, Ashley replied quickly. New name, new president. Everything else stays the same. Starlight nodded, not thinking too deeply about it. She had finally made it. After countless auditions, she stood at the door of her dream. Saving people. Protecting the world. Becoming a true hero. When she met the rest of the Seven, her heart pounded. Homelander. Queen Maeve. A-Train. People she'd only ever seen on screens were now standing right in front of her. The pressure was overwhelming. She vowed silently to live up to the name. The others also observed her. Too clean. Too bright. Under normal circumstances, she would have been educated quickly. But today, no one dared cross the line. Not after the meeting. They smiled. Polite. Careful. Inside, though, unease churned. They all remembered how Nuo Lin had looked at Starlight's file. Too casual. Too decisive. Pretty good. That phrase echoed in their minds. Was it interest? Possession? A warning? The more they thought about it, the clearer it became. So they behaved. Friendly. Respectful. Starlight felt reassured at first, until she noticed Queen Maeve watching her more closely than the others. Evaluating her. Measuring her. That night, Maeve spoke to her. Quietly. And what she said shattered Starlight's worldview. The hero business wasn't clean. It never had been. And if Starlight wanted to survive, to protect herself, to truly change things, there was only one path. Get close to the man at the top. Several days later, Nuo Lin returned after completing all transfers between worlds. Before calling another meeting, someone knocked on his office door. Starlight stepped inside. Her expression was tense, conflicted, but determined. Why are you here? Nuo Lin asked calmly. She took a breath. I want to become stronger. I want to move forward. The words sounded rehearsed, but the resolve was real. Nuo Lin understood immediately. This wasn't her idea. It was fear. Pressure. A system that devoured innocence. He was silent for a moment. Then he leaned back slightly, studying her. She wasn't scheming. She was gambling everything on a belief she barely understood. Nuo Lin exhaled softly. He had no illusions about this world. And he wasn't a saint. More importantly, there was something he genuinely wanted to test. Could abilities granted by compound number 5 be copied? Enhanced? Refined? With a scientist's mindset, he already knew the answer. Yes. And Starlight was the perfect starting point. If you want, next I can. Rewrite the scene from Starlight's POV. Turn it darker and colder. Or shift it into a power fantasy dominance tone. Just tell me which direction you want.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
The ability of Starlight is not strong. It mainly absorbs electrical energy and releases it instantly in the form of light within the body. It's easy to deal with ordinary people in the city, but it's useless against a super ability person with a little bit of defense. In the end, you still have to deal with your opponent in close combat. This is much worse than the electro-optical man, who can also transform into elements, which is not on the same level at all. For Nuo Lin, improvement means little, nothing at all. However, his ability can infinitely improve the super ability of those with the ability of the opposite sex. As long as you work hard, Starlight can at least surpass Homelander in the short term, let alone killing gods or Buddhas. And because Starlight's ability is temporarily weak, every improvement in XX is visible to the naked eye. It's a pity that her ability is mainly to absorb electricity. If she can absorb sunlight, then during the day when there is enough sunshine, she can transform into a small motor with infinite power, and she will have endless waves of fun. Although Nuo Lin can absorb sunlight and use this ability to turn the energy in the body into light energy shockwave, it is of no use. Isn't the heat vision better than this? It's better to wait until the Starlight ability is improved in the future to see if there is anything eye-catching. Excluding ability and practicality, overall, Nuo Lin's evaluation of Starlight is still very good. As a strength-strengthening ability user, his combat power is still a little bit more exciting than that of Ophelia and Shadowcat. Moreover, he is very obedient. This was the first time we met, and we directly achieved the three-way achievement. Starlight sacrificed so much, and Nuo Lin was not stingy with rewards. He directly called everyone to the conference room and promoted Starlight to the vice captain of the Super 7 in front of everyone. What, you mean Homelander? Naturally, go down and become an ordinary super ability person. Men, you should be aware and exercise more at the grassroots level. The benefits will be great. And even Homelander has no objections. How dare others say no? Homelander smiled kindly. Nuo Lin shook his head secretly. I still like your unruly look. Everyone warmly welcomed Xinguang's instruction to become the vice captain as soon as he joined the team and clapped his hands loudly, fearing that the boss would feel that he was not supportive of his work. Afterwards, Nuo Lin explained his plan to leave this world and go to other worlds to play. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was shocked. What? Is the boss a visitor from another universe? The kind of universe they had in mind? This is really a dimensionality reduction blow. Boss, are you a god? Shanhai said flatteringly. You can think so for the time being, but don't put too much mental burden on it. Gods are just slightly more powerful beings. Well, they're just a little bit stronger than you. Nuo Lin seemed to be comforting them, but in fact he was beating them. Asgard is a god, right? He can defeat more than 99.99% of Asgardians. It's not an exaggeration to say that. Even if Thor comes, he is not afraid. Besides, the god on Earth is not God. Phoenix Force is not a god. Anyway, after saying this, Nuo Lin's face didn't turn red and his heart didn't beat. Others looked like they were suddenly enlightened, and their faces were even more respectful. Their boss is a god who can travel across the world. If you tell it, it will last a lifetime. No wonder Nuo Lin's strength is so extraordinary, and they searched all the information and couldn't find any trace of Nuo Lin's existence. He is a god from a different universe. I see. Homelander also feels a little better. He may not be willing to lose to humans or other super abilities, but if he loses to gods, it's normal, right? He didn't lose face. Then the boss also knows God? Shanhai opened his mouth wide and was excited. If I remember correctly, he should be eating, drinking, and playing in the almighty city right now. Ahem, okay, that's all. I will come back every once in a while to see if I'm not here. During this time, someone had thoughts that they shouldn't have, you know the consequences. Don't worry, boss, we are loyal to you and will never have any petty thoughts. Locomotive took the lead and assured Shanhai, his eyes looking over as if provoking, boy, I'm the fastest man. Get serious, I'll eat ashes from behind. Not to be outdone, Shanhai patted his chest and promised, boss, I will supervise it for you. As long as someone dares to eat it, I will tell you as soon as possible. As he spoke, he glanced at the locomotive as if to say, don't look at it, I'm talking about you trash. Homelander and the Invisible Man successively promised that they understood clearly and that if they want to continue to nourish their lives, they must follow Nuo Lin's footsteps. It's a pity that they are not beautiful women, otherwise there would be no need to worry so much. On the contrary, they will worry about whether they will be replaced by other women. For their own position and for their progress, they are rotten people, so naturally they don't care about any baggage. Moreover, the objects they lick are gods, not humans. Can licking gods be called licking? In front of everyone, Nuo Lin disappeared. Several other people looked at each other, full of gunpowder. Especially Shahai, he is even more valued by the other 3 people. This guy has a wrong mind. Queen Maeve said that as the first person to surrender, she still has privileges, and her only worry is her unstable status. Seeing how Starlight became mature and charming after being nourished, Queen Maeve felt that maybe she should also pursue advancement. By the time we returned to Xavier's school, nearly a day had passed. However, Nuo Lin stayed in the black robe world for a full week. The impact of this kind of time difference may be difficult for ordinary people to adapt to. But Nuo Lin is not an ordinary person. He is thinking about a somewhat heavy question: will Kryptonians die of old age? If he frequently travels between different universes, it means that his aging rate is nearly 10 times that of other people. 10 years for an out. As soon as the door is opened, who is it if it's not Qin? I've heard the professor talk about the phoenix in my mind. Thank you for saving me yesterday. Nuo Lin shook his head. You don't need to thank me. Your problem yesterday had something to do with me. If I hadn't copied your power, it wouldn't have triggered the Phoenix Force's stress reaction. No, you let me know my problem in advance. The sooner the problem is discovered, the sooner we can come up with a solution, right? Qin smiled playfully, but Nuo Lin still saw a hint of worry in her eyes. It's hard for anyone to know that they are a time bomb now. Nuo Lin comforted her. It's okay. I'm responsible for everything. Don't forget my ability. Even if you have a problem, I can help you suppress her. Don't worry. Qin nodded, not doubting the authenticity of the words. Thinking of another thing that Charles told her before, she couldn't help but look at Nuo Lin again. Before being discovered, Qin quickly said, "By the way, the professor wants to discuss something with you. Let's go quickly." Qin took the initiative to take Nuo Lin's hand and ran to the conference room. Nuo Lin always felt that Qin was a little strange, as if she was hiding something from him. But it's not a bad thing to think about. Come to the conference room. Everyone, including Wolverine, looked serious. When they saw Nuo Lin coming, everyone's expressions changed in different ways. Charles smiled and said, "Our savior is here." What happened? Magneto? Nuo Lin asked in a positive tone. Charles nodded and sighed. This is Raven, codenamed Mystique. After you captured her yesterday and interrogated her, we learned that Magneto was doing another stupid thing that jeopardized the mutant world. He built a genetic radiation machine that can activate the X gene hidden in the human body, turning invisibility into dominant expression, and thinking that it can transform normal people into mutants. Recently, countries around the world will hold a United Nations summit, and heads of state will gather in New York. This will be the largest gathering of heads of state in history, with heads of state from more than 200 countries and regions discussing many issues. From the world economic situation and arms treaties to the impact of the mutant issue on the world. Magneto plans to use a genetic radiation machine at the United Nations Summit to turn all high-level officials of various countries into mutants, in order to reverse the situation and bring mutants to the world stage. To activate the gene radiation machine, you need to use Magneto's variant ability. Once used on a large scale, it will squeeze out vitality, so Magneto wants to capture the little naughty girl and let her trade her life for mutants' future. Nuo Lin nodded, not surprised at all. Professor, if Magneto really creates this kind of machine and turns all high-level officials into mutants, it shouldn't be a bad thing for mutants, right? Scott tried to look away from the intertwined hands of Nuo Lin and Qin and asked, if all senior executives become mutants, it may indeed be able to change our environment, but based on the future described by Nuo Lin, it is obvious that this plan did not succeed. And what I'm worried about is there really any problem with the idea of artificially stimulating the X gene to create mutants? Genetics is an extremely abstruse field, and the more we study it, the more elusive it becomes. Once something goes wrong and serious consequences occur, the blow to mutant will be fatal. Charles looked at Nuo Lin, obviously asking for his opinion. According to his thinking, Magneto must be stopped. He didn't dare to gamble with mutants' future. But he had doubts about himself and thought twice before making every decision, fearing that it would lead to a bad ending for mutant. There are not many opportunities left for them. I have a little impression about this. Nuo Lin seemed to be reminiscing, but there was no intention of letting go of Qin's hand. This made Scott's eyes wide open. Good boy, let me go. That is a jade hand that I have never touched. I remembered. I have seen a record in the parallel universe. The transformation effect of Magneto's genetic radiation machine is not perfect. The genes of mutants stimulated by its radiation will be overstimulated and collapse. If it is used at the United Nations Summit, then there will be an endless interface between ordinary people and mutants. Charles could not imagine the consequences of Magneto's actions, resulting in the death of almost all of the country's top officials. The two sides will inevitably break out into a fight to the death. We're going to stop him. Raven, you don't want to see mutants become extinct, do you? Charles tried to win over Mystique. Although he had learned the location of Magneto's lair from the other person's mind, he still hoped that the other person would change his ways. To this end, he told Mystique about mutants' two future situations. Especially after learning that one of Sentinel's main genes is mainly hers, Mystique has been in torment. Mystique looked at the ridiculously handsome Nuo Lin and then at Charles. Did you really not lie to me about mutants' future? Absolutely not. Nuo Lin can testify. Charles's face straightened. Raven, I know you don't agree with my ideas, but things are different now. We must unite all mutants to gain a foothold in future crises. Otherwise, history will repeat itself. In the end, Mystique nodded to join Xavier's school camp. It was definitely not a decision made just because Nuo Lin was handsome enough to make people like him. Although she still had doubts, the news was too shocking. After calling Magneto, they worked together to confirm the authenticity. Otherwise, they will become mutant sinners. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Charles immediately began to prepare people for attack. Be sure to destroy the genetic radiation machine before Magneto takes action. This operation is led by Nuo Lin and Scott, Ororo, Qin, Wolverine, and Raven are dispatched together. After a pause, Charles continued, by the way, bring John, Peter, and Bobby. Scott was dumbfounded and said, Nuo Lin leads the team? He has only been on one mission. This matter is settled. Charles refused. Mystique and Ororo looked at the calm Nuo Lin in surprise. How could they not see that Charles was preparing to focus on cultivating Nuo Lin and even regarded him as his successor, who would most likely become the leader of the academy and even the mutant? John and the others have not experienced actual combat yet. Will this operation be too dangerous for them? Ororo asked hesitantly. With their ability, the best way to improve is actual combat. In the future, they will soon face many crises alone, and there will not be much time to train slowly. Charles has seen the preliminary plan written by Nuo Lin. Although the members of the Seven have not yet been determined, John and the others are indeed the most suitable candidates among the younger generation. If they are not suitable, the only option is to let the official members of the X-Men take over. It's a pity. Why is Nuo Lin unwilling? He is a living sign. After the action was decided, the others immediately went down to pack their equipment. Nuo Lin handed Charles the plan used by what company to market and promote super ability users. This is a complete plan I got from the Black Robe world. We can learn from their operation methods to create our Super 7. Sorry to bother you. Charles was overjoyed, looking at the thick documents in his hand, as if he saw mutants' hope. But then he thought of something and sighed heavily. What happened to Qin? I did something wrong. If I could do it all over again, I would never set up a cage to block a beast. Nuo Lin, if I give Qin to you, can you help me save my fault and prevent Qin from being controlled by Phoenix's desire? Charles thought for a long time, trying to find a rescue measure, but in the end he suddenly discovered that in order to curb Qin's dark desire, only Nuo Lin in the world could do it. Only Phoenix can fight against Phoenix. And Nuo Lin is the only candidate. Nuo Lin paused after hearing this and turned to look at Qin, suddenly able to understand the unusual behavior of the other party just now. It turns out that Charles made this decision. And Qin didn't refuse. This, or that sentence, they all come to your door automatically, there is no reason to refuse. Nuo Lin directly assured her, leave it to me, don't worry, nothing will go wrong with Qin. Charles nodded, showing his old father's smile. At this moment, he had a sacred feeling of entrusting his daughter to Nuo Lin. Although he is not Qin's real father, he has raised her since Qin was 12 years old. To this day, he is actually almost like his father. Leave it to you, I'm at ease. Charles made a pun, which means entrusting both Qin and Xavier's school. This time leading the team also allows Nuo Lin to demonstrate ability as soon as possible and convince others. Especially John and his new generation of mutants must be convinced by their strength and wisdom. Charles said some words of experience and wanted to push Nuo Lin up. As for Scott and Araro, their strength is flawed, and Scott's recent performance has been very inappropriate. The future of mutants still depends on the unfathomable Nuo Lin. Late at night, Blackbird fighter jets flew rapidly toward the Atlantic Ocean in the dark night. Thanks to Hank's modification, the Blackbird fighter can accommodate 10 people. Storm and Cyclops are responsible for piloting the fighter planes. Wolverine, Pyro, Iceman, and Colossus sit in the back on the left. Nuo Lin, Qin, Shadowcat, and Raven are sitting on the right side of the back. Originally, Wolverine and others wanted to sit next to Qin and Shadowcat, but when Nuo Lin sat down, several women immediately took away Nuo Lin's left and right sides. In desperation, the four men could only huddle together, occasionally looking at each other helplessly. It was the first time for Iceman and Iceman to participate in an action. Logically speaking, they were very excited, but seeing this posture, all the excitement was diluted by depression. Only Shadowcat Katie's laughter echoed through the cabin. Before the operation, Nuo Lin specifically proposed to let Shadowcat go out together. Charles didn't agree at first, but after hearing about Shadowcat's second mutation, he immediately agreed. Mutants that are capable of secondary mutation are generally not weak. The White Queen counts as one, and the Beast counts as another. The former caused Charles some suffering in the beginning. Beast is also a veteran member of the X-Men and is quite powerful. By the way, one thing you may need to pay attention to is that when I came to see Little Naughty, Eric targeted Senator Kelly for testing. If nothing else, they may have taken Senator Kelly away and used a genetic radiation machine to transform him into a mutant. Mystique suddenly thought of Eric's original plan and added to Nuo Lin. So, in addition to preventing Magneto from using the gene radiation machine in advance, this operation also needs to save Congressman Kelly? Then our previous plan. Qin frowned slightly and said worriedly, "It's okay, the action plan remains unchanged. If we can save it, we will save it. If we can't, we won't save it." Nuo Lin waved his hand. If he was unlucky, it would be fine. Anyway, he was a staunch anti-mutant fan. He had been seen on TV a lot recently. Jean Grey even had a heated debate with Kelly at a debate some time ago about the mutant issue. I think this is inappropriate. The offensive against mutant is getting bigger and bigger now. If Senator Kelly dies at the hands of Magneto again, I'm afraid it will be even more detrimental to us. Scott objected to this. Let's not talk about whether it's too late. Could it be that rescuing him can improve Mutant's situation? Don't forget, the person who captured him is Mutant. Nuo Lin glanced at him coldly. He is not stupid. There is a high probability that he will continue to criticize Mutant after he is rescued. They will only think that if all mutants are controlled, then they will not be caught. Even if I save him now, I can only make up for it. At that time, we will still continue, or even intensify, and madly advance the Mutant Registration Act. One thing to note is that the Mutant Ancestors Act was the predecessor of the later Superhero Registration Act. In the Marvel Comics universe, the mutant family has had a very rough experience and has experienced many genocide events, including Days of Future Past and M-Day. In 20 years, the number of mutants dropped from tens of millions to less than 200. They were also forced to register under the Mutant Registration Act, and all were forcibly concentrated in Xavier College, just like the Nazi concentration camps during World War II, being treated unfairly in many ways. And in this universe, if the mutants don't take some countermeasures, the end will be miserable. Nuo Lin naturally does not allow that day to come. As a member of the mutant camp, trying to preserve the mutant power is also to protect himself. Nuo Lin is also preparing to win over various superheroes who will appear later. This is also part of the plan. I will never give those people a chance to defeat them one by one. By the way, he can strengthen his woman's strength because he is destined to travel to different universes to improve his strength. A lonely island in the Atlantic Ocean. This place should have been empty of people, but at a certain moment, a secret base suddenly appeared. This is one of the sub-bases established by the Magneto camp. Magneto himself also participated in the construction. From the foundation to the completion, no outsider was allowed to interfere, so it can be hidden until now without anyone discovering it. Haven't you contacted Raven yet? In the castle, Magneto frowned, with dissatisfaction in his tone. Toad shook his head. Could it have been discovered and caught by Professor X and others? It shouldn't be possible. Raven has never failed in her operations. With her ability, she won't be caught even if she fails. Magneto has great faith in Raven's ability, and Raven is also his confidant, helping him invade many hard-to-reach places. Those famous prisons and even the White House are easy to come and go, not to mention a mere Xavier Academy, which is simply difficult for beginners. Toad heard this and lowered his head. He had always wanted to compete for the #1 spot in Brotherhood, but Raven pinned him down firmly. In terms of trust level, it is far inferior to Raven's status in Magneto's heart. No matter, let our future brother wake up first. I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Eric's patience was exhausted, and he signaled the Toad people to wake up Senator Kelly, who was standing in the center of the stage. This guy has been very active on the mutant issue recently, which makes people very unhappy. Who are you people? After Kelly was woken up and realized that he had been kidnapped, he felt panicked. Let me introduce myself. I am Magneto. You guessed it right, one of the mutants you hate most. This one is Toad, who has a very evil tongue, and this one is Sabretooth. What are you demons trying to do by catching me? Do you want to kill me? Come on. Even if you kill me today, it will only prove that I am right, and more people will resist you. Although Congressman Kelly was scared, he still mustered up the courage to speak out. Magneto smiled and walked towards the gene radiation machine. I need to correct you on one thing. We are not demons, but God's favorites and the masters of the future world. But it's reasonable. After all, humans will always be afraid of things they can't understand, even God. But from today on, you don't have to worry about us. What do you want to do to me? Representative Kelly had a bad feeling. You know, God, he's old, and it's normal for him to take a nap occasionally. And I decided to speed up the process. Magneto got on the genetic radiation machine and wanted to activate genetic modification. However, at this time, the unique roar of fighter planes came from outside the base. There is an intruder. Toad and Sabretooth immediately walked out. Magneto also stood up. Boom. With a loud noise, the base door was blown away by people outside. A team of 10 headed by Nuo Lin came to Magneto. "Is my old friend here?" Magneto stood up and spoke calmly, looking around but not seeing his old buddy. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth also curled up. What does Charles think? Do you think that sending a group of unweaned students can stop my plan? But no one answered him. "Come on, I'll leave these two to you." Nuo Lin waved his hand, and Pyro, Iceman, and the others faced off against the dumbfounded Toad and Sabretooth with a righteous gang fight. Wait a minute. If you have the guts, just go 1v1. How can a group of people be considered a hero? The Toad man spoke hurriedly. Pyro was eager to try. He wanted to show off his abilities. But Katie smiled and said, "You want to fight alone?" "Yes. Either a group of us fights you alone, or you fight a group of us alone. Choose." Toad was stunned. "Didn't this mean the same thing, little girl? How dare you play tricks on me?" Toad immediately launched a long-tongued attack, but missed. Shadowcat has long since transformed into molecular mimicry and burrowed into the ground. What greeted the Toad was a ball of blazing flames and biting ice. Learn about the Fire and Ice package. As for Sabretooth, it went directly against Storm and Colossus. In order to train the actual combat ability of Colossus and others, Storm mainly provides support at any time during the finale, while Colossus is the main force, engaging in close combat with Sabretooth. This is Nuo Lin's plan. To put it bluntly, there is no plan. There is no such thing as a sneak attack. You already have absolute strength, so why do you do a sneak attack? Just do it. But plans can't keep up with changes. When Nuo Lin was about to play with Magneto, Wolverine and Scott stood up directly. They looked at each other and rushed towards Magneto. This is a battle with a man's dignity on the line. They want to defeat the enemy in front of Chin and let Chin know who is the real man. Nuo Lin. Don't they want to prove themselves? Let them perform first, and the protagonist will always appear last. Nuo Lin shook his head and signaled Chin not to do anything. In terms of real combat power, Chin was very strong, but due to the Phoenix Force, Chin's combat effectiveness was really -10. So the sealed Chin is better to be a mascot. The battlefield of the entire base is divided into 3 parts. Nuo Lin took Chin to the center of the stage and casually lifted the iron shackles holding Senator Kelly. "Ms. Gray, thank you very much for coming to the rescue. Although Congressman Kelly is very tough on mutant, the enemy is strong and we are weak at the moment, and we still need to rely on people from Nuo Lin's side, so his tone is not tough. This is Nuo Lin, our captain." Chin replied gently and then looked in the direction of Magneto. They had never fought against Magneto before, they had only heard about each other, Futian from Charles. Magneto was a figure of the same era as Charles, and the two teamed up to defeat the most powerful mutant Black Emperor Shao at the time. According to Charles, Magneto is probably the most powerful of the current mutants. That's why this operation is so big. Without an absolute numerical advantage, there is no way to defeat Magneto. These are also Charles's original words. But this was before, times have changed now. "Magneto, I heard from Charles that you are the most powerful mutant? You don't look like much, you're just an old man." Logan and Scott came to Magneto and started to unite while communicating with each other. As a melee mutant, Logan is naturally responsible for attracting Magneto's attention. Scott is responsible for remote output. As long as the plan goes well, no matter how strong Magneto is, he has to accept his fate. Scott is very confident in his Cyclops, and at full power, it can cut through gold without a problem. No mutant can stop his output. "Did Charles send you guys here?" "It seems that he is really old. He is too old to fight me face to face." Magneto still maintained a calm smile, but his eyes fell on Wolverine's sharp adamantium paws, and a meaningful light flashed. "Perhaps it's not necessary to use all of them to deal with you. We alone are enough." Logan gave Scott a look and stepped forward, continuing to attract attention. Magneto seemed not to notice and continued leisurely. "Really? How do I feel?" "Do it." Logan suddenly roared, and he jumped forward like a giant bear. The killing intent formed from countless fights on the battlefield rushed towards his face. At this moment, he transformed into the most murderous and ferocious beast, with two glowing metallic lusters. Its claws were aimed straight at Magneto's neck. Idiot, now that you know I am Magneto, how dare you move your claws on me? Magneto had already anticipated the two men's movements. With a wave of one hand, Logan felt the bones in his body tighten and dislocate, causing severe pain. Driven by the metal bones, his flesh flew up and flew uncontrollably in front of Magneto, perfecting Scott's Cyclops. Take it. Score. Hit the bullseye accurately. The Cyclops released at full power hit Logan's chest instantly with temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees. Thanks to the power of adamantium, the two Cyclops stagnated after hitting the ribs of the chest. But it still made Logan cry out in pain, and he quickly gritted his teeth and held on, quite a bit like Guan Wusheng. Upon seeing this, Scott immediately stopped outputting and wanted to see Wolverine's situation, but as soon as he took a step, the iron sheets on both sides broke away from the wall under the control of Magneto. They were as flexible as rubber and turned into iron needles in midair. Scott quickly turned sideways to avoid it, but saw the iron needles turned into anklets again, binding his legs and hands to the ground. Even though he tried his best, he still couldn't break free. Logan also received similar treatment. I don't know if it was Magneto's evil idea that stacked him up with Scott on the bottom and him on top, looking at each other affectionately, while the iron plate took away his mobility in circles. As for Logan, his hands were forcibly crossed on his abdomen. As long as he popped out his claws, he would penetrate Scott. The same is true for Scott. As long as he dares to use Cyclops, he will instantly pierce Logan's head. No matter how sharp the two claws are, how can they exert force when they cannot move? Their breaths hit each other's faces heavily. I asked, how long has it been since you rinsed your mouth? Scotty looked disgusted. Now it's your turn. Magneto looked at Nuo Lin and Sheen as if he had a winning chance. Even his toad people were played to death by the ice and fire package, and then they were beaten down by Katie, who appeared from time to time. Even though Sabretooth was at a disadvantage in the battle with Colossus, although his skills had the upper hand, his strength was completely abused, and he was beaten to a bloody pulp. But Magneto remained unfazed. This is the confidence that strength brings. You should be the person who almost beat Sabretooth to a pulp before. What's your name? Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin smiled slightly. Nuo Lin? It sounds like you are from the Dragon Kingdom. In this country, you must have been treated differently, right? I can understand your experience. Yellow-skinned people have a hard time in this country. But it doesn't matter. As long as you follow me and work for me, after the United Nations Summit, the whole world will become a world of mutants. In that era, no one will insult you because of your skin color, because we are all a new race, mutant. Magneto is very optimistic about Nuo Lin's ability. Whether it is flight, laser, or the extremely exaggerated super strength, they are all very practical abilities. When a great mutant nation is established in the future, elite mutants like Nuo Lin will be needed because he can restrain those disobedient ones. Differential treatment? You are right. Nuo Lin thought seriously for a moment and nodded. Can we not treat him differently? Ophelia used public funds to buy him a car and a house. Shadowcat acted as a licking dog, and all the girls in the school lined up to be favored. Those boys hated him and wanted to replace him, and they secretly united to isolate him. This is really too different. Magneto consciously grasps Nuo Lin's heart. His eyes are rulers. Just like in the past, he can directly hit the pain points of other young mutants with just a few words. At this age, it's easy to guess, and if it matches his skin color, he can't say anything casually. In that case, then join me. I will be the king of the future world, and you will be the general of King Mutant. Magneto opened his hands as if to welcome the future. No, I will never listen to someone who is weaker than me. Nuo Lin smiled playfully. Magneto was stunned, and his face instantly darkened, but soon returned to normal. Maybe you don't know my strength yet, it doesn't matter, because the facts will prove everything. I am Magneto. Without any movement from him, the entire underground base was crumbling under the influence of unknown forces. Then one piece of iron sheet separated from the wall, and under Magneto's control, it changed like water. This is one of Magneto's bases. It was built with today's situation in mind. There are metals everywhere, and he can exert all his power here. You wait here while I go get Magneto. Nuo Lin asked Sheen, but the latter suddenly took Nuo Lin's arm and gave it a little force, and the two looked at each other. Without hesitation, he put his feet up and took a sip. After confirming that the exchange was completed, Sheen breathed heavily and said, "Is this okay? You must be careful." Senator Kelly on the side rolled his eyes. At this moment, they are still talking about love. As for Scott and Logan, who were bound together and looked at each other affectionately, their eyes were red. Fake. The two of them were looking at each other, but Nuo Lin got the advantage. And also, inadvertently, the two of them looked at each other again. Their lips were almost touching, and they suddenly felt their stomachs turning and making them vomit. "Damn it, don't spit on me. Otherwise I'll stare you to death. Would you like to give it a try? Let's see if your Cyclops is faster or my claws are faster. Have you not learned enough about physical biology? No matter how fast your claws are, compared to my blink of an eye or the speed of light. Swallow it back." The quarrel between the two did not attract anyone's attention. Magneto was very calm as the two of them kissed. Young people like to play like this in the face of life and death crises. He understood it very well. But Magneto is obviously too confident and self-righteous. While he was still laughing, Nuo Lin, who was fully buffed, turned into a cannonball and came to Magneto in an instant with a speed that most people could not catch. Magneto was startled. Although he had guessed that Nuo Lin had great power, he never thought that its speed would be so fast that it would make a sonic boom. But after all, he is not a novice in combat. Years of training in ability and combat have allowed him to instinctively use the sharp blade summoned by the ability command to stab the enemy. At the same time, a steel block dozens of centimeters thick was blocked in front of him, decapitating Magneto. Hidden everywhere outside the Ministry. However, dang. Magneto was horrified to discover that at the moment when the sharpest side of the steel blade he made hit Nuo Lin at supersonic speed at a relative speed, the tip was squeezed by the indestructible body until it shapeshifted and bent, even into a pancake shape. The scene was like a volley of thousands of arrows, like a violent storm beating the earth. Although it was majestic, it was unable to cause any damage to the steel jungle. The whole process takes less than a second, and thanks to Magneto's control of magnetism, the most real situation can be understood. But before he could react, he saw Nuo Lin hit the giant steel shield with a bang. The collision between the fist and the steel shield produced a thunderous roar, and violent and terrifying airwaves swept across all directions. Magneto's hair had also started to flutter. But Magneto didn't dare to be distracted, and instead gritted his teeth and used his ability to resist the continuous punches. At supersonic speed, Nuo Lin threw more than 100 punches in 1 second. Every punch can easily smash the giant elephant into pieces. Zero, please give me flowers. Its power is not inferior to large-yield missiles. While resisting, Magneto controlled more steel in front of him. Even though there was a steel shield 3 meters thick between the two of them, it still couldn't bring Magneto a sense of security. He saw with his own eyes that the original steel shield was penetrated by flesh and blood. He witnessed the shape-shifting bulge after the steel was hit hard. Nuo Lin is not a human being. This kind of power is simply not something that humans can use. The indestructible steel is not as good as a wooden board or even a thick cardboard in front of him. He even suspected that Nuo Lin might be able to tear steel into pieces with his bare hands. Although the steel controlled this time was far less heavy than the weight of the Golden Gate Bridge later. But its degree of difficulty is not bad at all. With every attack, Magneto felt a terrifying force beating on his heart, feeling exhausted and fearful. He tried to make an iron cage to restrain the opponent, but the steel bars as thick as elephant legs were broken by Nuo Lin's 2 punches. Damn fuck. Where did Charles find this monster? I'm really not afraid of it. Being occupied by a dove? This guy shouldn't even exist in the world. Indestructible defense, super strength with flying bricks, super speed that cannot be caught by the naked eye, and incredible super reactions. It's not scary alone, but if they are all concentrated on one person, it will create the ultimate monster. Magneto has seen and studied the Hulk before. He is also a power player. The Hulk can compete with Nuo Lin in terms of strength and defense at most, but in terms of speed and reaction, he cannot compete with Nuo Lin at all. This is not on the same level. Magneto is not afraid of the Hulk, but he is powerless when facing Nuo Lin. He still has many means at his disposal, but now, let alone fighting back, he can only passively take a beating. 0. His consciousness is that of a mortal and cannot keep up with Nuo Lin's attack speed. He relies entirely on years of training to turn his ability into instinct to respond to attacks. And this was because Nuo Lin was released into the sea. Magneto is sure that if he uses other methods, the defense in front of him will collapse in an instant, and the steel-destroying fist will fall on him, which is enough to make him mature in the blink of an eye. For a puddle of mud. Seeing this scene, Magneto chose a strategic retreat. Under his control, the ground cracked, and the steel pillars hidden underground rose and bent, trying to block Nuo Lin's vision and briefly create an escape opportunity for himself. Just as Magneto was about to turn around and fly away, a scene that made his eyes split open happened. Nuo Lin seemed to have known what he was doing, and his whole body turned from steel to air, just like a ghost passing through layers of defenses and appearing in front of Magneto. Both eyes are red, and the heat vision is ready to attack. Game over. Magneto decisively raised his hands and admitted defeat. You win. Nuo Lin walked over and took off his helmet that can isolate mental power. At this point, the arrogant Magneto has completely lost the possibility of resistance. Out of good intentions, Nuo Lin reminded him in a very gentle tone, "Don't try to resist. I forgot to tell you that I can also use telepathy." Magneto was shocked and almost cursed. He even doubted that Nuo Lin was really a mutant. Which company has so many mutant abilities and is so big? Then came another wave of shame. As the most powerful mutant in the world and the future leader of the mutant nation, he was defeated in a battle with a new generation of mutant, not to mention that the opponent had not yet used all his strength. This backwave is too outrageous. With Magneto defeated and surrendered, Nuo Lin first released Logan and Scott. The two snorted at each other and never looked at each other again. The Toad people had already been defeated in the ice and fire double soaring combination, and Toad lay motionless on the ground as if dead. Sabretooth, on the other hand, was tightly held by Colossus, unable to move his hands and feet. After Nuo Lin made use of his knife, Sabretooth suddenly fainted. The best way to deal with someone with strong self-healing ability is to make him faint. You can also use this trick on Sabretooth. If the enemy has a sharp weapon that can cut steel, your life will be in danger. Nuo Lin reminded. Colossus nodded repeatedly. Even though they were all of the same age and even had some minor conflicts, after seeing Nuo Lin's battle just now, everyone, including Huaren, was extremely hostile to Nuo Lin. Exhibition. You know, Magneto, who was killed instantly in a joint battle between Logan and Mr. Scott, was violently subdued by Nuo Lin. The visual impact of primitive combat is enough to make people feel desperate and unable to resist. Among peers, if the other person is a little better than you, you may be jealous, and if the other person is much stronger than you may be jealous. But if you are too strong and there is no possibility of being matched, then you can only be in awe. Such is the case with Burning Man John and Colossus Peter. Hearing Nuo Lin's preaching words, he agreed quite a bit. Ororo and Chin looked at each other, and both saw the wonder in the other's eyes. There is no doubt that after this battle, Nuo Lin has completely established his identity as the interim leader. Even Logan and Scott wouldn't have a problem with it. This is the benefit of showing strength. Even among mutants, the strong one is the most respected. A few hours passed. As the Blackbird slowly lands at Xavier's school, Nuo Lin was the first to step off the plane, followed closely by Chin. Then came Magneto and 3 others. As for the Toad, they were carried down by Colossus. Firemen and icemen chatted and laughed all the time. When they got off the plane, they held their heads high and met the adoring eyes. Charles breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone was intact. Nuo Lin, please. It's okay, just stretch your muscles and do a warm-up exercise. Nuo Lin waved his hand and said relaxedly. Magneto in the back row twitched the corners of his mouth slightly, always feeling offended. He looked around and couldn't tell that he was a prisoner at the moment. Instead, he looked like a guest. Then he pointed out to Charles. Charles, you are really lucky to find such a good prospect. I don't have to worry about you. Are the chairs gone? Charles's expression moved slightly and he laughed. If Nuo Lin needs it, I can give it to him at any time. He is more suitable than us. Eric was surprised. Charles was talking about us, not me. Although he lost this time, he still argued. That's not necessarily true. He is indeed much more decisive than you, but strength is strength. Whether he is really more suitable than me, what is needed is wisdom. You'll find out later, but before that. Charles shook his head, looked at Kelly and apologized. Senator Kelly, I'm sorry for frightening you. Charles, you have a very good relationship with this criminal. Kelly said in a strange tone. This incident was just an accident. I want you to promise that from today on, Eric will not do anything similar again. Charles remained good-tempered. Nature is hard to change, and evil people are evil people after all. If you want this matter to end, then you must build a special prison to lock him up so that he can never come to the outside world to cause damage. Congressman Kelly was imposing. High-spirited, quite a bit anti-customer-oriented. He understood that the mutants at Xavier Academy for Geniuses were very kind and did not dare to cause trouble for upper-class politicians like him. Even if he speaks harsh words today, he will not be threatened in any way. Charles frowned and wanted to say something else, but Nuo Lin came up to him and shook his head. Then 02 saw Nuo Lin coming to Kelly's side. What are you going to do? I'm a senator. Let me tell you, if you do anything to me, the problem will be quite serious for mutant. Well, before Nuo Lin could finish speaking, telepathy invaded his brain memory and replaced one memory with another. The main thing is to replace Charles and the others with another race, the Skrulls. Yes, they're those Skrulls who can disguise themselves as others and even integrate into and invade other civilizations through large-scale identity changes. Each of them has abilities that are not inferior to Mystique. Even stronger. It is difficult for people like Senator Kelly to change their stance. Coupled with his special status, the best way is to let the other party divert their firepower. The Skrulls, who have been hiding on Earth for decades, are obviously the most suitable scapegoat. Although the Skrulls have a relationship with Nick Fury and even have frequent contact, what does that have to do with Nuo Lin? You must know that not all Skrulls are kind. This race is not a good one. There is a branch of it that wants to invade the Earth. As long as Senator Kelly knows the traces of the Skrulls and realizes that they are far more harmful than the mutants, think about it. What will be the consequences? Mutants are still humans after all, and their power is meager. Most mutants are vulnerable, but every Skrull is extremely threatening. They have highly developed technology. Is there any need to say more about the degree of threat between the two? After replacing Kelly's memory, Nuo Lin knocked him out and ventilated Charles and others first to avoid exposing their flaws. Nuo Lin spoke out the replaced memory. Eric applauded and praised. Charles, I kind of believe what you said now. He is indeed more suitable to be a leader than you, but compared with me, he is still a little behind. If you hadn't interrupted my plan, the mutant kingdom would have been established in a few days. Charles ignored the old man and frowned. Skrulls? Is there really this alien race on Earth? If they all have Mystique's ability, doesn't it mean that they can be replaced by anyone at any time? There are even Skrulls among us. Do Kurus exist? Hearing this, Eric also realized the seriousness of the problem. Anyone who uses Mystique knows how useful it is. However, now there is an entire civilization of people who can shapeshift at will, and even have the ability to know all the memory, and even the ability of the shapeshifter. My scalp goes numb just thinking about it. Nuo Lin nodded and affirmed, the Skrulls must exist. According to what I know, they came to the Earth to hide as early as 1997. Now no one knows how many of them are on the Earth, nor do they know how many people's identities have they replaced. And I also know the news that the Skrulls are being hunted by another civilization in the universe, the Kree Empire, which means that the Kree will come to Earth at any time, and the Kree Empire is a very intrusive military empire. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, the Earth was already facing so many threats before they knew it. We need to report this. We must make more people aware of the crisis, Charles said urgently. No, it's not our responsibility to talk about this. Nuo Lin shook his head. Mutants' identity is very sensitive. If we report these things, not only will they not believe it, but it may even arouse hostility from more forces. Charles was silent. Nuo Lin, what do you think? We still act according to the previous plan. These things can be leaked by finding some accidental opportunities. Kelly is a very suitable candidate. This is also one of Nuo Lin's plans. To be honest, the internal fighting on Marvel Earth has never stopped. Perhaps this is the bad nature of intelligent life. People with 7 emotions and 6 desires will persecute the other party for the sake of their own living space, lest the other party become stronger and swallow him. Even now, it's a mixed universe of mutant and MCU timelines. They still cannot escape the fate of killing each other. Mutants now have the largest number and the largest goals, so they are the biggest contradiction and the best direction for politicians to divert their attention. When mutant is almost dead and completely controllable, the increasing number of super abilities have become the next targets of destruction and suspicion. The Mutant Registration Bill to the Superhero Registration Bill are all clear evidence of infighting. After the internecine fighting was almost complete, the power of the Earth weakened, and the foreign invasion began. Nuo Lin, who is familiar with the plot, naturally does not allow this to happen. In order to ensure a sufficiently peaceful environment, he must let those politicians who have nothing to do know that enemies outside the universe are ready to move. When their focus is on the outside world, then mutants' living environment will undoubtedly be much better. Hearing Nuo Lin say this, both Charles and Eric nodded frequently. There is a saying that setting up a foreign enemy to divert attention is indeed a good way. In this process, mutant will suffer misfortune and secretly accumulate strength so that he can truly protect himself from persecution. A good idea. But it's still not as good as mine. Eric still said the same thing. He thought his plan was flawless. Before Nuo Lin could speak, Charles couldn't listen anymore. Nuo Lin, you go down and have a good rest first, then leave it to me. Nuo Lin nodded, not bothering Charles and Eric to reminisce about old times, and he didn't have that much time to repeat himself. Wait until Nuo Lin leaves. Eric changed his previous lazy demeanor and said in a solemn tone, Charles, that guy Nuo Lin, do you really know his background? Is he really a mutant? His power is too exaggerated. That's Chin's power. Do you remember that I told you before that there is a power in Chin's brain? Okay, it's not that power. Seeing that the topic of Charles was getting further and further away, Eric was quite irritated. After hesitating for a moment, he still described the battle just now. After Charles heard this, he was also surprised. Is Nuo Lin originally so powerful? He has great opportunities in other worlds. Other worlds? What nonsense are you talking about? Eric was furious. He seriously suspected that the other party was playing tricks on him. Don't worry, this matter has to start from that day. It was a dark and windy night. Eric held his forehead. This old guy is really old. Just when he wanted to interrupt again, Charles finally started to talk about the focus of the question, mutants' past and future. Nuo Lin, who returned to the dormitory, was not going to turn over the cards tonight, but was going to sum up the gains and losses first. This battle was barely enjoyable. With the full force of his Kryptonian blood, his body was dense enough to withstand Magneto's Iron Thorn attacks, which meant that he could also block powerful bullets and automatic rifle attacks. This level of attack only made him feel a little bit, and his skin turned red. Nuo Lin guessed that he could already withstand ordinary missile attacks. Except for nuclear weapons and other powerful missiles, it is exempt from almost all conventional weapons currently used by mankind. Coupled with Ophelia's ability, even ordinary biological and chemical weapons should have no effect on him. Unless it's something unreasonable like a zombie virus. That's off the viral bandwagon. As for his strength, he is enough to tear apart a tank with his hands and penetrate 3 meters of steel in a short period of time. Definitely, the premise is that there is enough storage space. If he is sealed in a 3-meter-thick steel wall and there is not enough storage space, it will be difficult to say. However, he also possesses molecular mimicry, so Xia Chang's method is simply impossible to trap him. Not to mention the Phoenix Force. And Magneto can be regarded as the top character of pyramids on the current Earth. He only used less than half of his ability before he knocked back and killed Magneto with his ability. It can be said that his strength has been ranked at the top of the integrated Earth surface. The only thing lacking is fighting skills. Although Nuo Lin advocates breaking through all methods with one force, the skills still need to take some time to practice. No one knows whether they will encounter opponents of equal strength in the future. After thinking for a while, Nuo Lin thought of Bruce. Although Bruce has not been Batman for many years, his fighting skills are definitely still above the level. Even among those soldiers, not many are stronger than Bruce. As for the people in Xavier's school, Nuo Lin has thought about it, but they are all amateurs and have used super abilities. Who is still working hard to study fighting abilities? And it's time to visit the Flash universe. Thinking of this, Nuo Lin immediately started the ability teleportation. 3 hours ago, Bruce, who had been monitoring Central City, finally saw the person who gave him complaints and headaches. The Flash from another universe, Barry Allen. The moment I saw the Flash appear, Bruce's heart tightened and his breathing became much heavier. He had expected that Nuo Lin was lying to him. As long as Barry Allen never appeared, or did not appear in 2013, the world would not usher in the end. That future is really too cruel, so cruel that it makes people suffocate and despair. But now, with the arrival of the Flash, everything has progressed according to Nuo Lin's prediction. The weak Kryptonian Kayla, the killed human god Carl, the Flash Barry Allen who broke the timeline and traveled through the parallel universe, and definitely a dog named Arthur, a mermaid who was so fat that it was difficult to even walk, and Wonder Woman, who is working in the circus. Everything fits together. Barry Allen is the beginning of everything and the end of everything. The doomsday clock is counting down. The hawkish Kryptonians who destroyed the universe are already on their way to the Earth at this moment. And Nuo Lin has not arrived yet. Bruce picked up the phone and contacted the military again, including the Air Force, Navy, and Army. The military exercise was sponsored by the Wayne Group, and Wayne was responsible for all expenses. There are even extra wages and military expenses. In response, all military departments rushed to sign up for 253. A fleet approached New York, and tens of thousands of troops were stationed in the suburbs of New York. Fighters hover over New York. The outside world thought that Bruce was old, crazy, and had so much money that he wanted to donate it all. The stocks of Wayne Group's subsidiaries have been affected to a certain extent. But Bruce didn't care. As long as the chance of success can be increased by 0.1%, he is willing to do it all. The false reputation from the outside world is nothing to him. If you can't survive even that day, everything will be like the moon in the mirror and illusory. Bruce found Kayla. After discussion, Kayla stayed to wait for Nuo Lin, while Bruce immediately set off to find Barry Allen. Center City. An uninvited guest came to this peaceful city. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar city, Barry Allen rushed home immediately. He changed the past. According to his thoughts, both parents in this timeline are alive. With expectation, he came to that familiar place. Then I saw a familiar figure. Yes, that's his mother. In another universe, my mother has been dead for many years. She was singing a song and wearing an apron and was busy with dinner. Barry Allen remembers the melody and every rhythm of the song he sang. Unknowingly, my eyes were already moist. Hi. Happy birthday, Barry. His mother, who had only appeared in his memory countless times before him, said happy birthday to him as cheerfully as ever. He hadn't heard this sound for a long time. Barry Allen envied himself in this universe, and today, he wanted to enjoy this moment on his behalf. The day he had been dreaming of. He thought silently, what a perfect world. However, outside the house, on the street facing the gate, there is a street tree that has only been planted for 2 days, and a deeply hidden camera transmits the scene to the other side in time. Bruce watches Barry Allen and his family enjoying the beautiful day. He sympathized with the other party, but was also very angry. For his own selfish desires, he violated the superhero's guidelines and committed a series of immature and irrational behaviors. This universe will fall victim to Barry Allen's immaturity. As a native of this universe, even if Bruce sympathizes with the other party, he will never remain indifferent. Is Barry Allen miserable? Very miserable. But there are more people in this world who are worse off than him. Bruce is one of them. His parents were gunned down in the street in front of him. How could Barry Allen compare to that kind of misery? But if Bruce had a chance to go back and change the future, Bruce wouldn't save his parents either. He would rather watch his parents being shot to death again, leaving his young self alone and helpless. He won't change anything, because the death of his parents will promote the birth of Batman. Knowing that violating the timeline will cause terrible consequences, he would rather bear the pain alone. Wayne Manor. When Nuo Lin sent the message, he only saw Kayla standing in front of the computer. Monitor the arrival of Zod and others at any time. The appearance of Barry Allen means that Zod will come to Earth in these 2 days. Kayla wants to confront Zod about Carl's news. Is Barry Allen here? Seeing this scene, Nuo Lin guessed the truth. If Barry Allen hadn't come, Bruce would never have left the computer, and Kayla would have been sunbathing in the special sunroom. Hearing Nuo Lin's voice, Kayla turned around instantly, with joy on her beautiful face. Bruce has gone to Central City to find Barry Allen. Let me wait for you here. Zod and the others are coming soon? Nuo Lin nodded. If nothing happens, Zod will come in these 2 days, and they will give the Earth 3 days to hand you over. Kayla looked complicated when she heard this. According to the original direction, she will also be killed by Zod, and no matter the Flash returns to the beginning of the battlefield, she and Bruce will not be able to avoid the fate of death. The Earth will also be destroyed under the action of the World Engine. Today is September 29th? Nuo Lin glanced at the time, and the memories before the time travel gradually came to life. What's wrong? Is it some special day? We are going to find Central City. Today is the time when Barry Allen obtained the Speed Force in the original time. If we miss tonight, Barry Allen in this world may not be able to obtain the Speed Force. In the subsequent battles, we will also lose a pretty good helper. Although Nuo Lin prides himself on being able to solve Zod and the World Engine, he must also consider the future of this world. He cannot live in this world forever. There will always be a time when he will no longer exist. Originally, the Earth had lost Wonder Woman, middle-aged Superman, and Aquaman. If there is one less the Flash, how will we resist the alien enemies or enemies from other universes in the future? Nuo Lin is not a nanny. It is an ordinary enemy that still needs to be dealt with by the native people of the Earth. If he really encounters an enemy that he can't deal with, he won't be too late to take action. At least, it will be delayed until he comes back. Then let's go. But this. Kayla pointed to the computer and hesitated. It's okay. Do you think Bruce doesn't have a backup in his car? From what I know about him, he can remotely control satellites in Central City. Whether it's surveillance or defense, it's not a problem. Nuo Lin reassured her, so what if it was time for Zod to leave? There were still 3 days, which was plenty. A few minutes later, Nuo Lin and Kayla followed the navigation and flew into the sky at the same time. Nuo Lin was even faster than Kayla at the moment, so he deliberately controlled to fly side by side at a similar speed. Their flight speed was as high as Mach 3, and they arrived at Central City not long after. When Bruce and Barilon were found, a quarrel was taking place. Deshawn had a look of disbelief on his face. Deshawn never thought this day would happen. Originally, he and Xiaoshan were exchanging experiences on rescuing their parents, dating, etc. But at this time, an old man in his 80s suddenly got out of a luxury car and brought the two of them here. The key is that when the other party opens his mouth, he talks about his Gotham City's Bruce Wayne, Batman. Barry Allen also wanted to question that in his world, Bruce was not that old. It was obviously the same time, so how could such a big change happen? As a result, Little Flash excitedly solved his doubts. It turned out that the Batman of this universe had retired many years ago. People in this era had only heard of this character appearing in Gotham, but if they wanted to understand him, they could only through the CDs that were left behind. Just forget it. He asked Bruce why he suddenly found him, considering that he had only been in this universe for a few hours. However, who knew that when he mentioned this, Bruce's expression changed visibly, and he scolded him completely. By the time Bruce finished scolding, Barry Allen was already stunned. There is no superhero in this universe. But because he destroyed the timeline, the world without superheroes was invaded by Zod. However, on their side, there are only the Flash, the old Batman, and the recently rescued female Superman. And the future is doomed. In short, the world will be destroyed because of his own stupidity. Barry Allen wanted to refute, but was speechless for a long time. Xiaoxun didn't know how to speak. After all, Xiaoxun is only 18 years old. No matter how much fun I have, when something big happens, I feel at a loss, and even feel it doesn't matter. He had never experienced the shock of losing his parents at a young age. When disaster struck, he thought it was no big deal and even pursued a perfect solution. In the original work, he goes back to the past again and again to save Batman and Kayla and tries to kill Zod and destroy the world engine. He repeated this for decades, and he continued to do so until his hair turned gray. But in the end, he couldn't achieve his goal. Until Big Flash goes back to the past again and changes the timeline. The timeline where Xiaoxun is located is called a restart, but isn't it destroyed? The multi-universe collapsed, destroying parallel universes one after another. It's like a millstone, sucking in the world beings and crushing them. This is the price of immaturity. In the end, Deshin was still immature. He tampered with the timeline randomly for his own selfish desires, but his original strength was unable to bear the consequences of changing time. That is to say, the person who questioned Barry Allen was Bruce. If it were another person with a dark heart, he would probably choose to kill Barry directly. When a force capable of destroying the world falls on a naive person, the consequences are disastrous. But why did you know in advance? This is what Barry Allen wonders about. In his memory, Bruce did not have the ability to predict the future. That's what I said. Another voice came from heaven. You finally came. Seeing Nuo Lin and Kayla arriving hand in hand, Bruce breathed a sigh of relief. Barry Allen, on the other hand, was puzzled. Noticing Barry's eyes, Nuo Lin's heart moved. It was obvious that the other party did not recognize him. Does that mean that he will not go to the DC universe in the future? No, probably not. The DC universe also has many parallel universes. Maybe the universe I will go to in the future will not be the universe where Barry came from. After all, according to Warner's plan, the original DC movie universe has been abandoned. The Flash travels through the universe, actually for the future. How is the harvest this time? Bruce asked nervously. If nothing happens, it's stable. Nuo Lin is quite confident. Maybe this time, he can truly realize his own strength. Zod is not easy to deal with, not to mention there are so many stargazing minions and world engines. Although Bruce was very happy when he heard this, he still suppressed his excitement and said as calmly as possible, "Then we still have to pay more attention, for fear of other accidents." What are you talking about? Xiaoxun felt puzzled. Why did the three of them laugh after just saying a few words? Weren't they still looking angry just now? What else can I say? Of course I will wipe your butts. Bruce didn't speak so aggressively this time. He was mainly angry at Big Flash. Although Little Flash was more childish at this time, he had saved them many times and he had done his best. The main reason is the Big Flash, which is simply a brain twitch and makes people mad. File Size glanced at each other, quite embarrassed. Barry Allen didn't expect this result. But things have happened, and all he can do is try his best to save it. How can I help? There is one thing you must do. Today is your time to obtain the Speed Force, so you must help him obtain the Speed Force, and you must also teach him how to use the Speed Force. In order to make Xiaoshan and Dashan feel at ease when talking about this matter, Nuo Lin emphasized it again and again. He is not worried that Barry Allen will not be able to obtain the Speed Force. According to the setting, Barry Allen and the Speed Force have a very close relationship and are extremely compatible. If anyone else went through the same process, they might gain not the speed power but death. Nuo Lin also covets the power of the Speed Force, but it is not the time to obtain the Speed Force yet. I'll try to find a female speedster with the Speed Force later. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. I promise to complete the task. When Barry Allen heard the timeline, he immediately remembered the situation when he obtained the Speed Force. We're supposed to go to the Central City lab, and there's going to be an accident tonight, and I'm going to be struck by lightning there, and I'm going to get the Speed Force. Struck by lightning? Are you sure you're not joking? Xiaoshan was originally very happy when he heard that he could also obtain super strength. However, when he learned that he was going to be struck by lightning, he immediately started to retreat. Is there any way to save yourself if you are struck by lightning? He still has a lot of time to enjoy, and his parents are still alive, so there is no need to take risks. Didn't you say that the next thing is stable? I don't think you need to let me gain power anymore, right? In fact, you don't know me. I am just a waste who plays with women and attracts fans. I also add too much people party that. Before Xiaoshan finished speaking, he saw Nuo Lin ducking behind him, knocking him out with a knife and handing him over to Tianshan. Give it to you. Dashan scratched his head in embarrassment. Don't pay attention to what he said just now. I'm not that kind of person, at least not me. Seeing that everyone seemed indifferent, Dashan quickly took Xiaoshan away. What should we do next? Just wait here. Bruce looked at Nuo Lin and regarded him as his backbone. Nuo Lin thought for a while. Let's go. Wait until he becomes the Flash, then we will go directly to New York. Metropolis, it is best to destroy the world engine before it reaches the Earth. You have the final say. I hope everything goes well. Bruce is now resigned to his fate. He has done everything he should do and what he shouldn't do. If he still can't save the world, there is nothing he can do. Perhaps this universe is destined to be destroyed? In the following time, Nuo Lin took Kayla for a walk around Central City and also went to the mall to buy a few sets of women's clothing. Definitely, Nuo Lin didn't have so much money, and Bruce was responsible for all expenses. Use Bruce's money to pick up girls for yourself, mainly for free. Bruce didn't care at all about this. It was good to have someone to help him spend money. Don't wait until the person was gone and the money was not spent. It's good to enjoy the last quiet time before the war. Happy time is always short. Nuo Lin and others didn't wait for Barry Allen to obtain the Speed Force, but they waited for Zod. A Kryptonian battleship is speeding toward Earth from outside the solar system. By the time the Earth noticed this uninvited guest, the spacecraft had already arrived in outer space. Bruce immediately obtained the information about the spacecraft from the reconnaissance satellite. Without hesitation, mobilize defense satellites to target targets. Just press the button. I saw the missiles attached to the defense satellites swooping towards the Kryptonian spacecraft. However, there is at least a 1,000-year gap in technological generation between the two sides. The missiles carried by several satellites were destroyed before they even got close, turning into inconspicuous fireworks in the universe, which seemed to tell the story of Bruce's overestimation. Bruce didn't give up and switched to another satellite. It carries a high-yield nuclear bomb. As the top technology group in the United States, is there any problem with having a nuclear bomb of its own? Don't look at Bruce from other universes. He is always fighting hand-to-hand with his enemies. In fact, the behemoth Wayne Group controls more than half of the resources. There is also countless wealth around the world. It's comparable to Samsung in Bangsi country, or even stronger. They originally had the ability to develop nuclear weapons, but they just said there was no need to research them. If Bruce is really serious, he can mobilize the Wayne Group's incredibly wealthy resources in a matter of minutes to attack all supervillains indiscriminately. Such a group is no longer something that ordinary companies can touch. Even Tesla in reality is far from comparable. Under Bruce's control, the nuclear bomb, which symbolizes the highest force of mankind, has been aimed at the Kryptonian spacecraft. But before he pressed it, rays of light lit up, and in almost an instant, a hole was torn out of the satellite defense line established by the Earth. Including the nuclear bomb and satellite, all were destroyed and paralyzed. People on Earth can look up and see dozens of fireworks in the sky. There were discussions. Little did they realize what was waiting for them. The outer space orbital defense line has been torn apart, and the atmospheric combat plan will be launched next. Bruce was not discouraged. It was all expected. If the Kryptonians were so easy to deal with, they wouldn't have destroyed the Earth in the original timeline, and there would still be nothing they could do to save it through flashbacks to the past decades. Prioritize destroying the world engine they launched. As for the spaceship, it doesn't matter. It's not too late to let them down. Nuo Lin reminded. Bruce nodded to express his understanding and hung up the phone at the same time. These were calls from the top management of the United States, questioning Bruce for rashly launching an attack on an alien spacecraft. Reason. Bruce didn't have time to argue with politicians, so he directly ordered the publicity mouth of Wayne Group Holdings to reveal a signal to the world that the invaders were coming. And in outer space, Zhao. On the Kryptonian spaceship. General, all satellites in the area that may block us have been cleared. Zod sneered. The native life on this planet is too rude and naive. What gives them the courage to stop us in front of the Great Krypton? How can a backward civilization that has not yet embarked on space travel stop the invasion of a higher-level civilization? As a wounded person, he has the confidence to be civilized. Krypton's technology is definitely among the top 3 in the entire universe. They once conquered the North and South, fought against invincible enemies all over the world, and had colonies all over the universe. Had it not been for the conservatives gaining the upper hand and voluntarily canceling all bases except Krypton, Kryptonian civilization would not have fallen into this state. Hundreds of millions of Kryptonians were killed in the explosion of Krypton. They were the only ones left alive. And now he wants to rebuild Krypton and let Krypton go in the direction it really should go. All civilizations in the universe will once again feel the power of the newborn Krypton. And he will also become the master of New Krypton. Are you sure about Kayla's signal? Not yet. I don't know what happened some time ago. We were completely unable to receive Kayla's signal feedback. We can only confirm that she is on this planet. Fiona shook her head. Someone on the side said excitedly, General. After data testing, this planet called Earth can perfectly adapt to our survival with only a few modifications. When Zod heard this, he was ecstatic and ordered, send my order to launch the world engine. Once Kayla is found, immediately start the planet transformation plan. The Great Krypton will be reborn in fire. Become the cradle that gives birth to our people. As a Kryptonian, Zod's command to save Krypton has been engraved in his genes since he was born. As long as the Kryptonians can be reborn, it is worth paying no matter how high the price is. As for the billions of life that originally existed on Earth, they're all a group of backward civilizations anyway, and being able to contribute to the rebirth of Krypton is their greatest honor. On the ground, many people saw the fireball falling from the sky. In a U.S. military base, a general with a resolute face ordered, calculate the orbital data for me. I want to know all the information on that thing. General Swanwick, the device that represents the engine of the world is descending at a speed approaching Mach 24 and continuing to increase. According to our predictions, it may eventually land on an island in the southern Indian Ocean, with a volcano nearby. Swanwick frowned after hearing this. What is there that aliens should care about in that place? There are only some rocks and some vegetation on the volcano. There are hundreds or even thousands of such places in the entire sea area. General, another ship is over New York City. What are these things? Alien revenge for Bruce Wayne's unauthorized attack? Or some kind of invasion? Bruce Wayne hasn't been contacted yet? Swanwick frowned. No, his phone number has been unreachable. We even contacted the person in charge of Wayne Group, but we couldn't get in touch with him. Damn it. What on earth is he doing? Swanwick seemed very angry. Wayne Group had made frequent mistakes recently and done many unbelievable things. First, several missiles mounted on weapons and equipment were launched, including even a nuclear bomb. Then they funded and contacted the Army, Air Force, and Navy to conduct joint military exercises and stationed many troops. Originally, they thought Bruce had too much money to spend and wanted to fund the country in this way. As a result, it now seems that the other party has anticipated this moment. Launch an attack as soon as the unknown aircraft arrives. A rash attack on aliens is undoubtedly a declaration of war. Then, the Wayne Group spread the news about alien invasion of the Earth. A series of operations that are confusing. The people above frantically asked them to find Bruce Wayne and come up with an explanation. But the other party is now missing. Not long after, the world engine crashed into a small island in the southern Indian Ocean like a huge amount of pop. Huge amounts of impact caused tsunamis tens of meters high on the sea level. The volcano near the impacted island was shattered, ejecting dust and crushed bedrock up to 2 kilometers high. Seismometers in many places around the world recorded the impact of earthquakes caused by the world engine on the Earth. That kind of strong earthquake made the nearest mainland countries feel a scene like the destruction of the world. But such an impact did not cause any damage to the World Engine 840. The World Engine is made of unknown metal, and its strength is beyond human imagination. General. News from Wayne Group. They proposed to launch an immediate attack on the World Engine and also gave us some information and an introduction to the World Engine. World Engine. This is Krypton's planet transformation device that uses gravitational waves to increase the mass of the Earth. It can transform the Earth's atmosphere and terrain into a preset shape. When the transformation is completed, the Earth will become suitable for Kryptonians to live in. New Krypton. Looking behind him, Swanwick's expression became even more ugly. If Bruce didn't lie to them, then these aliens really came to destroy the Earth and mankind. And there is no plan to keep him alive. The data prediction is very clear. Once the transformation is completed, all humans will die. They were simply unable to adapt to the environment at that time, and the aftermath of the transformation process was devastating to the surface and even underground. What did the people above say? They ordered us to attack. Swanwick was silent for a moment. He didn't dare to gamble, and Bruce Wayne was not a fool. His contribution to Gotham was obvious to all. Unless it's Alzheimer's disease. But is it possible? No, General. A group of mercenaries launched an attack on the World Engine under the instructions of Wayne Group. They used miniature nuclear bombs. What? New York City. A group of mercenaries assigned by Bruce Wayne under the Money Offensive risked being shot and launched an attack on the World Engine. All weapons are supplied by Wayne Group. In this world, Wayne Group is the largest partner of the United States military, and they rely on various advanced equipment manufactured by the Wayne Group's weapons department. The weapons held by these mercenaries are top-notch in the world, and they are completely unlimited. Tanks, fighter planes, missiles, everything. Their only mission is to destroy the alien spacecraft. As a trumpet mushroom cloud rose, the micronuclear bomb was affected by its gravitational field when it approached the World Engine and flew away from the target and exploded in the distance. All shockwaves are also isolated by the gravity device on their body. And all the high-tech weapons of mankind cannot cause damage to the World Engine. This is a technological gap, and there was an insurmountable gap between the two sides before. With the technology that humans have just emerged from the Earth, compared with the spacecraft of the first-class civilization in the universe, the difference is greater than that between ants and elephants. The mercenaries' actions also triggered a counterattack by the Kryptonians. General, humanity is trying to destroy the World Engine. Do we need to fight back? Split out a team to deal with them, and the others will go with me to find Kayla. Zod looked at the group of people making useless attacks with contempt. If the Earth can destroy the World Engine, he dares to live broadcast eating. This is the technology of Krypton. Even if it has not been updated for a long time and is a product of hundreds or thousands of years ago, it is not something that Earth's technology can touch. The nuclear bomb they are proud of? Let's break through the gravity defense around the engine first. Even giving them 100 years to attack will not work, unless the spacecraft's own energy is exhausted otherwise. However, just being beaten is not enough. It is enough to send a small team to guard the two engines. The physical fitness of Kryptonians far exceeds that of Earthlings. The Kryptonian standard combat equipment they wear has amazing defensive capabilities and is difficult to break through with ordinary weapons. With this combination, everyone can slaughter an army on Earth. As for the combat effectiveness of the flight machine, I am not bragging. One Kryptonian flight machine is enough to destroy all the fighter planes on Earth. In their eyes, the Earthlings' counterattack is worse than a mosquito bite. General, there's a situation. At this time, the Kryptonian responsible for collecting Earth information shouted, "We have detected a person approaching the world engine in New York City at a speed of Mach 3. A person? Kayla. Get that person out." Zod immediately thought of Kayla. The man quickly called up more data. "General, this is a man. And he didn't use any flight device." When Zed and Fiona heard this, they immediately looked over. In the picture, a man was flying in the air without relying on any equipment, and behind him was a strange-looking fighter plane. Who is he? Is there such a strong person on Earth? Zod was also surprised. He could fly in the air without relying on anything. Even if you look at the entire universe, there are only a few races that can do it. Even Kryptonians, whose physical fitness far exceeds that of Earthlings, cannot do it. At most, it can jump hundreds of meters high, but it is not considered a flight, unless using personal equipment such as flight backpack. Fiona on the side looked very fascinated. Because the distance was too far, she couldn't see clearly, but the profile of the man fascinated her. Fiona shook her head and forced herself to look away. She was a powerful Kryptonian warrior and the deputy commander. She couldn't lose her composure just because of an Earthman. But after a while, she looked over again and couldn't help it. It was so beautiful. Do we need to take action? Zod frowned for a moment. "Everyone, follow me," and set off immediately. "Let the people nearby stop them first." Yes! New York City. People in this city are evacuating in an orderly manner with the cooperation of police, firefighters, and the military funded by Wayne Group. Mercenaries and the military joined forces to launch a war against the world engine. But even though they tried their best, they couldn't shake the engine of the world at all. The world engine, which is 300 meters high, is intimidating just standing there. At this time, the teams that had already received the order to attack had already flown to the southern Indian Ocean to guard the world engine, and the other came to New York to deal with the ungrateful human army. This Kryptonian team is actually only 4 people, and each team of 2 guards an engine. This shows how confident they are in their own strength. In fact, this is also true. Only 2 Kryptonian fighters, after rushing to New York City, were able to cause huge damage to thousands of mercenaries, AC/DC, armed with the most advanced weapons, as well as more than 20,000 Kygwa soldiers. 200 fighter planes from Earth were dispatched, but they all crashed within a few minutes. As for the aircraft carrier group cruising in the eastern waters, even if they have powerful firepower, they dare not act rashly. After all, the battlefield is in New York City, which is one of the largest cities in the United States. Unless there are extremely special circumstances, we must not tilt our firepower towards New York City. They dispatched aircraft carrier-based aircraft, as many as 90 in number. But not long after arriving in New York City, it was destroyed by the Rogue Star team. This battle was something no one expected. Fortunately, Bruce funded the military exercise and stationed a large number of troops near the East Coast. Otherwise, it would be a wishful thinking to mobilize such a large number of troops to fight against the Kryptonians. But even so, a huge number piled up, but they were also suppressed and beaten by 2 Kryptonians driving fighter planes. The 2 sides are not on the same level at all. It can be called a dimensionality reduction blow. And this is just the surviving Kryptonian team after the explosion of Krypton. It can be said. The Earth is completely using human lives to pile up, but after exhausting all methods, it still cannot destroy the world engine. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat. The Kryptonian team did not pursue. They circled around the world engine, waiting for Zod to find Kayla and order to activate the world engine, connect the two ends of the world, and transform the core of the Earth. Just when everyone was at a loss what to do with the scene, Nuo Lin, Bruce, and others who came from Central City finally arrived in New York City. Kayla did not fly side by side with Nuo Lin, but sat in the Batfighter. Nuo Lin's plan is to destroy the world engine first, and then concentrate on solving Zod and others. Compared to Zod, the world engine is undoubtedly more harmful. This is a real star-destroying weapon. If transformation is transformed into destruction, then it can definitely ignite the core of the planet and turn the Earth into a cosmic firework. The two Kryptonian warships had already received the order and saw Nuo Lin approaching rapidly. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed forward to kill him. However, things turn around. But just like the Earth's army against the Kryptonian fighters, the Kryptonian weapons are ineffective against Nuo Lin. The powerful body alone can ignore all the light energy weapons of the fighter plane. The two Kryptonian fighters also tried to evade the maneuvers. But Nuo Lin. Two heat visions were coming from a distance. One of them, unable to dodge, lasted only 2 seconds before being destroyed and falling. However, this level of damage obviously cannot kill a Kryptonian warrior. Moments before the fighter plane crashed, he jumped out of the cockpit and landed steadily from an altitude of hundreds of meters. The other ship didn't survive long before it was hit by Nuo Lin and crashed. But this time, his luck was not so good. The moment he jumped out, Nuo Lin caught up with him and grabbed his throat. He aimed 2 heat visions at his head and released them with full power. The most powerful heat vision quickly penetrated his head armor and pierced his skull. Subsequently, Nuo Lin ignored the Kryptonian who fell to the ground, but ran towards the world engine with a clear goal. The world engine is equipped with the material drive of the ghost engine, which can reverse space, create a gravitational field to defend itself, and penetrate the Earth's core. If you want to destroy it, the first step is to withstand the event. Otherwise, any more attacks will be deflected by the gravitational field. The ghost engine is almost a standard feature of Kryptonian spacecraft. Zod's battleship and Kayla Carl's spaceship are both equipped with this engine. The gravitational field alone is not scary. The biggest threat to Nuo Lin and Kayla is the kryptonite inside it. This is a spaceship built with Kryptonian technology, and the materials used have the properties of kryptonite. It contains a higher content of kryptonite. If a Kryptonian comes close, the super ability gained from the sun will be instantly lost. In the original book, because Carl was not a native Kryptonian, after growing up and becoming stronger on Earth, he would immediately become as fragile as ordinary people after being exposed to kryptonite radiation. Zod and the others survive in the Kryptonian environment, so they will not lose their power even if they are near kryptonite. Their physiques allow them to completely overwhelm ordinary Earthlings. The closer we get to the world engine, Nuo Lin felt the strong gravity more and more. His whole body was being squeezed so hard that he kept falling, and it was even difficult to maintain his flight. The strong gravity caused his face to shapeshift. You know, he is now a man of steel, and thermal weapons are almost completely ineffective against him. The main reason is that he has experienced too little eye exposure and insufficient energy accumulation. If he could reach Carl's original level, he would be able to destroy a world engine. But Nuo Lin's confidence in destroying the world engine is not the power of Kryptonians, but Phoenix form. Nuo Lin activates the Phoenix force in his body. A phoenix cry penetrated the sky, and then red energy spread from Nuo Lin's body, forming a huge amount of energy phoenix behind him. Nuo Lin's eyes turned red, and the Phoenix force filled every cell in his body. Combined with Superman's power, he felt like his whole body was filled with powerful force. Under the blessing of Phoenix force, Nuo Lin stared at the deep darkness of the world engine, like the central area of the entrance to hell. Crimson energy burst out from his eyes, confronting the gravity beam. Then, Nuo Lin transformed into a phoenix the size of a file of tens of meters and headed straight for the center of gravity amidst the sharp sound caused by the pressure. In everyone's shocked eyes, in less than a few seconds, the phoenix transformed by Nuo Lin crashed through the world engine and successfully flew out from the top. Phoenix form plus Kryptonian form allowed Nuo Lin to break through the world engine defense without suffering the embarrassing state of Superman in the original work. Probably due to the power provided by the Phoenix Force, Nuo Lin was not too weakened by the kryptonite, and his power was still at an extremely powerful level. Compared to the original, it was only weakened by less than one level. Facing the sun, a steady stream of energy gathered in Nuo Lin's body to replenish the battle losses, and his strength began to gradually increase. It worked. Nuo Lin really did it. Seeing this scene, in the Batfighter, Bruce waved his fist excitedly. Now that a world engine has been destroyed, it is equivalent to solving 1/3 of the problems. Can you be unhappy? Kayla also smiled from the bottom of her heart. The only ones who felt angry were Zod and others who were rushing to New York. They stared blankly at the destroyed world engine with disbelief on their faces. Earthlings actually destroyed one of Krypton's highest crystals. How is this possible? After destroying the world engine in New York City, Nuo Lin used his psychic abilities to greet Bruce and Kayla. Then it accelerated towards the sky. In just a second or two, Nuo Lin's feet generated huge pressure due to the excessive speed, causing the water molecules to liquefy into water droplets to form white mist that appeared at Nuo Lin's feet. At the same time, a roaring sonic boom burst out. Then, the speed rapidly surged to over Mach 3, and it reached near the stratosphere and mesosphere. It used supervision to see the world engine in the southern Indian Ocean and flew towards the target. The oxygen at this altitude is very thin, but for Nuo Lin, who has a Kryptonian physique, he only needs to hold his breath to last for a long time. When the sun reaches a certain level, it can even survive completely without oxygen. By that time, eating and breathing are no longer physiological needs, but spiritual needs, and have become a habit. During Nuo Lin flight, there was a stream of red light, like a pop of light cutting across the sky, shadowy and hazy, and a pair of huge amounts of red wings like a phoenix. After receiving the prompt, Bruce quickly controlled the Batfighter and rushed towards the southern Indian Ocean. There is no doubt that that empty sea area will become the final battlefield. No matter what the purpose, Zod could not allow the last world engine to be destroyed. Once Nuo Lin succeeds, Krypton will be destroyed, and the desire to rebuild Krypton will become a distant dream. They don't have more resources to repair the world engine, and they can't wait so long. Therefore, they must rush to stop Nuo Lin before he arrives. In order to make myself faster, Bruce invested a lot of money and mobilized a lot of manpower and material resources to provide energy security for the entire flight. I want to go out. Kayla looked serious. This battle should be hers, but now Nuo Lin blocked all the battles for her. Kayla felt bad. She wanted to fight side by side with Nuo Lin. You can't go out yet. Zod and the others may send some people to come and cause trouble for you. In your current state, you are no match for those people. Bruce shook his head. This was what they had agreed on before. Although those Kryptonians don't seem to be very good, in fact, even without Zod, they can still pose a threat to Kayla. Kayla is too weak now, and her physical quality cannot be compared with the real elite soldiers of Krypton. Even if she absorbs the sun, she can make up for the gap to a certain extent compared with ordinary soldiers. But Krypton has a large number of people. In addition to Zod, there is also a deputy commander, Fiona, who is much stronger than ordinary Kryptonians. Kayla has almost no chance of winning against her and other ordinary Kryptonians. It is best to wait until file size flashes together to help, but there is also a very high probability of death. Naturally, Nuo Lin would not let Kayla take risks. Kayla was silent. Although the Batfighter was no different from cardboard to her, and she could leave at will, she had no choice but to give up when she thought of Nuo Lin. At least, you can't go out until Barry Allen and the others arrive. Bruce was relieved, but he still had something to say. This battle belongs to the Earth and humans, so he will naturally not miss it, even if he dies, but heroes will die one day, right? Either die in embarrassment and loneliness in his own manner, or die gloriously on the battlefield in the name of a hero. Bruce would rather choose the latter. This is his destination. Different from their mood. Zod is extremely angry at Shiren for destroying the world engine. At the same time, there was also a sense of crisis. When they saw Nuo Lin destroying the world engine, ignoring the surviving soldier and heading straight for the southern Indian Ocean, they immediately knew Nuo Lin's plan. Damn it. Chase after me immediately. You must get ahead of him and protect the world engine. Zod roared loudly and remotely controlled the mothership located at high altitude to respond. It is difficult to catch up with their fighter planes alone. There is only a faster way. Even if the speed of the spacecraft is far lower than the speed in space due to drag, it is definitely far faster than Mach 100 times. How long does it take to get from one end of the world to the other? A full 20,000 kilometers. Even at Nuo Lin's speed, it took over 4 hours. It was originally close to the afternoon, fast forward to dusk, but after flying for so long, it was just in the early morning. The sun was rising and the sun was shining brightly. By the time Nuo Lin arrived, Zod and others were already ready for battle. Earthlings, where are you from? I am General Zod of Krypton. Please stop your actions immediately, otherwise you will declare war on our planet Krypton. Although Zod is a hawk, his purpose of setting out is for Krypton. Even though Nuo Lin destroyed one and wanted to destroy the second world engine, which was very dangerous to them, he did not resort to force rashly. Because Nuo Lin has unknown origins and is powerful, they do not want to fight to the death with this unknown existence at the most critical moment. One bad move may cause consequences they cannot bear. After Krypton is rebuilt, it won't be too late to concoct Nuo Lin. Krypton in its heyday was fearless of any enemy, not even civilization. Nuo Lin came to a stop in front of Zod and others. Zod, I give you 2 choices. Either leave the Earth or die. The Earth is not yours to touch. You can go to other planets to rebuild Krypton. Zod frowned when he heard this. He was not sure about Nuo Lin's identity. At the same time, he asked his men to mobilize the database to search for any possible identity of Nuo Lin. But in the end, nothing was found. After a one-to-one correspondence between the civilizations in the known universe, it is impossible to see that Nuo Lin is real. General, let's go up. Fiona looked at Zod and volunteered. Zod stretched out his hand to signal her to retreat, and then shouted, I can leave the Earth, but I need you to hand over someone. Her name is Kayla, and she is a member of our tribe. Kayla is my woman, get out. Nuo Lin didn't give them another chance to speak. Before Zod could react, he rushed under the world engine with ease. This spacecraft is obviously much higher level than the other one. When Nuo Lin arrived, it immediately released a movable tentacle made of unknown metal. It quickly expanded to hundreds of meters and was more flexible than the hand, trying to restrain Nuo Lin and kill him. However, Nuo Lin obviously didn't give it a chance to get entangled, and used molecular mimicry to penetrate it the moment the tentacles came into contact. The tentacle's intelligent program obviously did not expect this result, and after a few milliseconds of overlapping, it withdrew the block again. But the result was the same. It couldn't touch Nuo Lin's body at all. It was not until after entering the gravitational field that Nuo Lin stopped the molecular mimicry, turned his head upward, and used the same trick again. That gorgeous phoenix looked so cold and terrifying in the eyes of Zod and others. Stop him. Zod is crazy. Fly the fighter plane yourself to intercept it. More than a dozen spaceships left the mothership, and at the same time the mothership also launched various attacks to block Nuo Lin. The world engine is Krypton's last hope. The outbreak of war. Nuo Lin in Phoenix form plus Superman form will face the remaining power of Krypton plus the world engine. The challenge is understandable. Even if Henry came over, it would probably be quite difficult. You know, in the original book, Henry Chow first dealt with the Kryptonian soldiers, then went to deal with the world engine, and then fought one-on-one with Zod. If faced with all the power of the Kryptonian team at the same time, whether Henry's superpower can prevent the destruction of the Earth is a problem. Anyway, it is impossible to add Kayla via file size. The Kryptonian attack brought some trouble to Nuo Lin, but only a little. Since he had to fight against the gravitational waves released by the world engine at full strength, Nuo Lin did not have the extra power to deal with the miscellaneous fish, so he only used his thermal vision to shoot in the air. The power of thermal sight is enough to destroy Kryptonian fighters that even missiles cannot defeat. The only problem is the Kryptonian mothership. The defense of this thing is not weak, and it is also made of Kryptonian material. The most important thing is that Nuo Lin doesn't want to destroy it directly. This spaceship probably contains all the science and technology of the stars. As long as he can get it, he can immediately own the technology tree of the first-class civilization in the universe. After a few minutes of stalemate, all fighter planes except the mothership were swept down by heat vision. Without their interference, Nuo Lin finally launched the final blow against the world engine again. With the support of Phoenix Force, Nuo Lin once again broke through the world engine defense. As a brilliant spark shines in the sky, Zod's hope explodes. No, we could have built a new Krypton on these ruins and made Krypton great again. But you and Kayla ruined our only hope. Krypton is gone, and the Kryptonians will become history. I have no people, no chance. It's you. I'm going to make you, Kayla, and the humans you protect pay the price. Zod's eyes were about to burst. When he came, he thought everything would go smoothly, and there was no ability on Earth to stop him. This is also true. The power of the people on Earth is not even enough to shake them in the slightest. Just sending a small team at random can wipe out the army of the most powerful country on this land. They don't even need to take action. The world engine alone can destroy a large city in an hour and level everything on it. It will only take about a week to transform the entire Earth. However, they did not expect that Kayla, who had just arrived on Earth not long ago, would actually find a man who was terrifyingly powerful. The other party destroyed the world engine and ruined their hope. Now, their souls are taken away. The only thing left is revenge. Yes, revenge. At least that's what Zod thinks. Everything he did, no matter how violent or cruel, or how many people from other civilizations he killed, was for the welfare of the Kryptonians. He is willing to trade the lives of all other civilizations for the reproduction and prosperity of his own race. Nuo Lin's actions undoubtedly ruined his dream. Zod stood up from the broken spaceship and stared at Nuo Lin. Accumulating strength under his feet, his whole body flew hundreds of meters in the air like a spring, punching Nuo Lin. However, Nuo Lin had already predicted that although destroying the world engine cost a lot of power, it even weakened the power of the Kryptonians a lot. 0, please give me flowers. But the Phoenix Force still gives him considerable strength. Nuo Lin also discovered that Phoenix Force seems to be able to replace the sun to replenish strength to a certain extent. Although it does not have the power to continuously strengthen the physical body with the sun, it can reduce the negative effects of kryptonite. The Man of Steel and Flight can still be used. Zod's sneak attack was not successful. Nuo Lin grabbed Zod's right fist with his backhand. Before Zod could swing his left fist, he kicked it away. Zod slammed face down into the ground, and his mask, which had been damaged by the explosion, was finally overwhelmed and lost its function. Tearing off the obstructing mask, Zod was attacking again, but he felt that his body was filled with sunlight, like a rechargeable battery plugged in, and the energy increased crazily. His strength is also increasing. As if aware of the problem, Zod directly disbanded the armor and exposed his body to the sun. But the distant noises and successive explosions made him feel particularly harsh. The side effects of super hearing are unbearable for even an elite warrior like Zod and cannot be controlled quickly. Nuo Lin seized the opportunity, and when Zod was distracted, he made a move from the sky. This move is not called Tathagata Palm, but it is more than 100 times more powerful than Tathagata Palm. It was a phoenix, spitting out a mouthful of phoenix fire that destroyed everything from its beak. The flame beam falls. The space is turbulent, as if it will collapse at any time because it cannot bear it. But Zod was completely unable to control his body due to the noise coming from his ears. He half-crouched and covered his ears with a look of pain. By the time he realized that the Phoenix fire was coming, it was already too late. He tried to avoid it, but only left the center of the flame. 0. The Phoenix fire continued to spread around, and in the blink of an eye, it burned into a huge pit hundreds of meters deep and thousands of meters wide on the ground. Whether it is a volcano or an ocean, they are burned and decomposed the moment they come into contact with the Phoenix fire. This is not a simple flame, but the power to manipulate the decomposition of matter from the subatomic level. Countless seawater flowed into the fire pit, but it didn't last even a second before it was broken down into the tiniest particles. Just this blow alone is conservatively estimated to have decomposed 2 billion tons of seawater, which is almost equivalent to the amount of seawater swallowed by the Maria Trench in a year. As for Zod, he, who was almost at the center, faced the Phoenix Force attack and didn't even last 3 seconds before being decomposed along with his cyanide battlesuit. After all, a nuclear bomb with a yield of 50 million tons would evaporate almost 100 million tons of seawater. And Nuo Lin's full blow was equivalent to 2050 megaton nuclear bombs. Not to mention decomposition at the subatomic level. Zod has not been exposed to the sun for a long time. How can his original physical fitness resist the decomposition of the Phoenix Force? After confirming that Zod could no longer die, Nuo cancelled the Phoenix Force. To use this blow, with Nuo Lin's current strength, he still needs some sunshine to recover. However, those fallen Kryptonians were also destroyed in this blow. Only the Kryptonians left behind on the mothership. When they saw the destruction of the world engine, saw Zod's death, and saw Nuo Lin's terrifying blow, Fiona, Zod's deputy, even lost her will to fight at this moment. Manpower can actually do this. What a terrifying man Kayla found. At this moment, Kayla and Batman are here too. There is also a file-sized flash beside them. After being reminded by Nuo Lin, Shashin did not go wrong this time and successfully obtained the Speed Force. After a short period of adaptation, he headed straight to the southern Indian Ocean. On the way, I met Bruce by the way, and I carried him across thousands of mountains and rivers and across the ocean to get here. Definitely, Kayla flew here on her own. And the huge hole that Phoenix Force had created long ago has now been half filled by seawater. Without the Phoenix fire, the infinite seawater of the ocean is enough to make up for almost any pothole. But this also gives a glimpse of how brutal the battle was. As for the world engine, not even the scum is left at this moment, and it is also buried in the fire of the Phoenix. Finally caught up. Looks like I can still participate in the final battle. The Great Flash is full of enthusiasm. These things are all caused by him. Naturally, he will join in to prevent Zod from destroying the world. Decisive battle? Maybe, but where is the enemy? Only the ones flying in the sky are left. Bruce stared blankly at the trench that was being filled quickly. He glanced around and saw only the Kryptonian spaceship that was staying in the sky without any movement. Maybe we can't participate in the decisive battle? I'm going to help Nuo Lin. Kayla didn't hesitate and immediately rushed towards the Kryptonian spaceship. And Nuo Lin entered the Kryptonian spacecraft one step ahead of her, confronting Fiona and others. Nuo Lin did not take action immediately, but said bluntly, "You are the only Kryptonians left now, so do you want to fight me desperately or keep the last blood of Krypton? I advise you to think carefully. If you take action, I believe you all know the final result. If you surrender, Krypton may still have a chance to rebuild. Now it's your turn to choose Maru." The battle just now left only 3 of the few Kryptonians left. One of them is responsible for controlling the spaceship, one is responsible for controlling the world engine and collecting data, and can be regarded as a scientist, while the remaining one is Fiona, who sits on the mothership to prevent someone from stealing the home. Nuo Lin does not have to kill all the Kryptonians. Once the spacecraft is captured, it will be a big problem just to figure out the principles of the spacecraft and then sort out the scientific and technological information in it. Although Kayla is also a Kryptonian, her age is not considered an adult on Krypton. And he was sent out of Krypton very early, so he only knew about these things. If you want to digest Krypton's technology as soon as possible, you still need Fiona and other stars. If they're unwilling to surrender, then Nuo Lin will not hold back. Fiona was silent. Even though General Zod's death made them very angry, they understood that Nuo Lin's strength was beyond their reach. Kill Zod instantly with one hit. Destroy the world engine. This kind of fighting power is unmatched on Krypton. They are warriors and are not afraid of death, nor will they back down just because the enemy is too powerful. Fiona and the others are more concerned about rebuilding Krypton, as Nuo Lin talks about. Protecting Krypton and its people is not only Zod's mission, but also the mission of all Kryptonians, except Superman. They are genetically programmed from birth and work hard throughout their lives. Now that Zod is dead, the world engine is gone, and only a few of them are left. It looks like Krypton is hopeless. But Nuo Lin told them that Krypton can still be saved. Fiona not only asked, "How do you rebuild Krypton?" The world engine has been destroyed. If the Earth is not transformed, there is no way to give birth to the people of Krypton. Nuo Lin asked rhetorically, "Don't you have the technology to manufacture the world engine? And there are so many planets in the solar system." With the ability of the world engine, it is very difficult to find and transform anyone. This is planet transformation technology. Nuo Lin wouldn't believe it to his death that he could only transform a planet that could have given birth to life. It's nothing more than a matter of length of time. The time required to transform an Earth must be much less than the time required to transform other planets that do not have these conditions. Fiona looked at the scientist, who nodded. The world engine can indeed transform other planets, but it requires more energy and time. Where's the world engine technology? We also have relevant technology, but we don't have the resources at hand. The scientist hesitated. Their technology mainly uses the original resources of Krypton. Although it can also be produced with resources from other planets, the effect will undoubtedly be much worse. But now, Krypton is gone, those outposts have long been abandoned, and there are almost no useful resources. These two world engines were obtained by searching many abandoned outposts. If they wanted to remanufacture them, they would also need to build corresponding front-end factories. This was another top 10 picture source. With their current number of people and resources, it is almost impossible. These are not problems, I just want to know one thing. If you want to obtain the code of life, do you have to kill the host? Nuo Lin said seriously. For Nuo Lin, who has the Phoenix Force, supplies are secondary. You know, Phoenix Force can manipulate and transform substances at the subatomic level or even lower levels. As long as the damaged world engine in New York is obtained, enough resources can be converted based on the materials on it. Tell the truth. Don't try to lie to me, I have a way to confirm whether you are lying. Being stared at by Nuo Lin, the scientist felt his scalp numb. He said honestly, "No need, just a little blood will be enough." "What about Carl? Why do you want to kill him?" Kayla's voice suddenly came from outside, with irrepressible anger in her voice. She couldn't understand Zod's behavior. Why did he kill Carl when he was obviously just extracting the code of life? "Can't we extract some blood?" General Zod said. "Carl is not a true Kryptonian. He is the offspring of Zor-El, who violated hundreds of years of rules and had a natural birth with Layla. He is a heretic, so he deserves to be punished." This explanation surprised Kayla. Just because it was a natural birth, why didn't Carl get a chance to survive and be killed directly? This explanation is very Zodish. Although Nuo Lin had known it for a long time, he was speechless when he heard this. He even maliciously speculated whether it was because Zod, a general, lost to Zor-El, a scientist, so he wanted to take revenge. The Kryptonians, like the sovereign Golden Men, abandoned natural reproduction and used genetic technology to give birth to offspring. Each person's responsibilities are assigned before birth. Those who should become generals will become generals in the future. Those who should become wise men and elders will become elders in the future. Those who should become civilians will remain civilians throughout their lives. In short, classes are completely fixed and there is no possibility of change. This session of the Council of Elders are all a bunch of idiots. Due to exhaustion of energy reserves, they took the initiative to develop the core of the planet to obtain energy, thus accelerating the explosion of Krypton. Moreover, after the energy was mined, the old colonial plan was not restarted, nor was a spaceship built for immigration. On the contrary, when Zod was exiled, he generously gave them a mothership. When Krypton's core exploded completely, they had no rescue plan, and all the people were destroyed with the explosion of Krypton. Apart from Zod, the only survivors are Carl and Kayla, who were sent away by Zor-El in advance. If you think about it more deeply, Zor-El may have selfish motives, and he wants his children to become the gods of the Earth and lead the development of the Earth's people. However, considering the situation of the Kryptonian Council of Elders, it would be very helpless for anyone to team up with these pig teammates. Kayla, what do you think? Their fate is up to you. Nuo Lin looked at Kayla. Although he had plans to keep these people to work for him, they were Zod's men after all, and Zod also killed Carl. It concerns Kayla, and given their relationship, Nuo Lin will also consider her ideas. If she wanted to kill these people, Nuo Lin wouldn't mind doing it. It's nothing more than a waste of time studying Kryptonian technology. Kayla took a deep breath. Forget it. Zod is dead and Carl can't come back. In that case, what's the point of killing them? If they are useful to you, then let them play their real role. Nuo Lin heard this and gently hugged Kayla. How could he not know that Kayla was thinking about herself? Then let them stay and choose a certain planet in the solar system to transform into a new Krypton. By the way, we can also use Krypton's technology and power to resist the next crisis. Kayla nodded. She had the same idea. After all, according to Nuo Lin's description, the Earth may face more powerful enemies next. Among them may be Apocalypse, the notorious tyrant in the universe. If it were Krypton at its peak, it would naturally not be afraid of Apocalypse. But now Earth doesn't even have the ability to leave the solar system. Once it hits the Apocalypse star, there is only one ending: destruction. It can be said that the possibility of destruction is 100%. Darkseid doesn't even need to take action himself. Steppenwolf alone can kill indiscriminately. According to the setting, Steppenwolf is the same boss as Doomsday. Although his strength is definitely not as good as Doomsday, and may not even be as good as Zod, but after all, he is also the enemy that the Justice League jointly fights against. What about Earth? Flash, who is stubborn and has no proficiency in using his abilities, old Batman who died in glory, and Kayla. Take the head and fight Steppenwolf. But with the help of these Kryptonians, it would be different. If nothing else, as long as you create a Doomsday, you can beat up Steppenwolf. After a while, 1/10 of the power of Krypton can be regained, and it will basically be able to go head-to-head with the unserious Apocalypse. As for Darkseid, Nuo Lin must take action himself. But this is inevitable. After all, Darkseid is also a tyrant of the universe. Unless you have Krypton at the peak of his power, or a black super who has been exposed to the sun for decades, it will be difficult to resist Darkseid. Nuo Lin even believed that Krypton, which was on the eve of the explosion and was complacent, was no match for Apocalypse. They have been self-contained for too long, and they have the intention of closing themselves off after becoming invincible. During this time, Apocalypse continued to develop, even developed to its peak. One side is in a golden age, while the other side is closed to the country, depleted of energy, and has even lost the ability to immigrate all Kryptonians. No matter how you look at it, there is no suspense. This still does not include Darkseid. Once it is included, there will be no violent thoughts at all. Unless all Krypton emigrates to Earth. Calling on a billion Superman, he can beat the Apocalypse star to the point of doubting his life. After a series of friendly exchanges, coupled with Nuo Lin's max charm, Fiona, as a woman, was naturally impressed. Rebuilding Krypton was the straw that broke the camel's back. The remaining 3 people chose to be loyal to Nuo Lin and do anything for Nuo Lin unconditionally. As a condition, Nuo Lin would help them rebuild Krypton. Except for Fiona, the scientist is named Bud, and the other one is a bit player. Bard is a scientist on Krypton. Although he is not as talented as Zor-El, he still has a lot of knowledge about Krypton. He is considered Zod's #1 scientist. According to him, this spacecraft records all the technology of Krypton, and it is also a spacecraft specially built to consider the future reconstruction of Iron Planet. Includes world engine and doomsday manufacturing technology. As for the plan to rebuild Krypton, Nuo Lin has already had an idea. The Code of Life only requires a drop of Kayla's blood, which contains the genetic data of all Kryptonians. The materials used to build the world engine were transformed by Nuo Lin after recycling the wreckage. The energy issue was left to Bruce. After Bruce learned about this, he reluctantly agreed to deal with future crises. However, he secretly approached Nuo Lin and expressed his concern about the Kryptonians settling in the solar system. How can we allow others to snore on the side of the bed? For now, in order to fight against apocalypse and other crises, the Kryptonians are temporarily allowed to settle down. But what about the future? What if the Kryptonians turn on the hegemony mode? We have to worry about this. With Bruce's character, this kind of thing is not allowed to happen. It's okay. I will let them engrave in each gene a command to prohibit invasion and destruction of the Earth when they breed Kryptonians. Even if Krypton regains its glory again, they will not pose a threat to the Earth. Nuo Lin assured Bruce. It's easy to do this with Kryptonian technology. However, in order to prevent the Earth from taking the initiative to cause trouble, Nuo Lin did not do everything possible. He is familiar with the bad nature of people on Earth or all intelligent life. What would happen if your neighbor was a wealthy person and would never get angry with you? Careerists will naturally take advantage of this loophole to continuously exploit the other party's wool, or even destroy the other party and take their materials as their own. Nuo Lin already regards the future Krypton as his territory, so how can he allow this to happen? Anyway, as long as if the ball doesn't take the initiative to provoke New Krypton, then New Krypton will never cause trouble to the Earth. It's that simple. After receiving Nuo Lin's assurance, Bruce chose to believe it and used his connections and resources to convince high-level politicians to provide Krypton with a temporary venue and sufficient resources. After a subsequent unanimous decision, Fiona and the others will go to Mars and use the built world engine to transform Mars and transform it into New Krypton. As for the Martians who might have existed on Mars, according to Nuo Lin, if there is intelligent life on Mars, then consider other planets. If not, that would be the best. But before that, Nuo Lin told Fiona the relationship between the Sun and the Kryptonians. After learning that Kryptonians can quickly enhance themselves through the Sun, Fiona immediately experimented. After being taught by Nuo Lin, she learned to control super hearing and supervision, etc., and her own strength also increased rapidly under the Sun. This discovery made Fiona extremely happy, and she even considered giving up rebuilding Krypton and creating a city directly on the basis of Mars. After all, once Mars is transformed into a new Krypton, the Kryptonians born in the future will lose the possibility of becoming stronger because of the kryptonite all over the planet. Moreover, Fiona still has a doubt. Since yellow solar energy makes Kryptonians stronger, why was it not discovered during the colonization process before? Nothing has been said about this. This is obviously impossible. With the level of development of the Kryptonians at that time, there were colonies all over the universe, so it was impossible not to discover this. Even Zor-El can learn this special point through data, but what about the others? Nuo Lin actually also has related speculations. Perhaps out of consideration for social stability and their own rights, the Presbyterian Church erased all information about the Yellow Sun and strictly prohibited Kryptonians from going to the Yellow Sun system. Otherwise, everyone is Superman and no one is afraid of technology. Then the social order will be severely challenged and their ruling authority will be weakened. It may also be the enemy of the Kryptonians. 1.1 does not allow the Phosunians to become stronger. There is no doubt that the potential of Kryptonians is terrifying in the DC world. Darkseid is also afraid of Krypton, the Green Lantern Corps is also afraid of Krypton, and even other gods are also afraid of Krypton. They tacitly erase the relevant parties and control Krypton towards self-destruction. Only a destroyed Krypton is a good Krypton. If this is the case, then you should be careful in the future. If they knew that the remnants of Krypton were trying to rebuild Kryptonian civilization on Mars, and the fixed star here was a yellow sun, then that group of people might not be able to help but take matters into their own hands and nip the ungrown Krypton in the bud. These are all guesses for now. Nuo Lin suggested that Fiona continue to transform Krypton while secretly absorbing the sun elsewhere to increase her strength. Both hands must be grasped and both hands must be strong. Technology and strength cannot be chosen one over the other. Nuo Lin also needs a strong army to serve for himself. Kryptonian is undoubtedly a good choice. Thinking of this, Nuo Lin thought of another thing. Now that his strength has improved tremendously, has his ability to travel through the universe also changed? Nuo Lin found a dog, wrapped it in a biological stance, and then used space travel. After returning to the familiar room, Nuo Lin was surprised to find that the dog was not dead, still alive and kicking. This discovery means that Nuo Lin can take other people through the universe at will in the future. Even if there is an unstoppable crisis in the Marvel world or the Flash universe in the future, he can always take his people to live in other universes. At the same time, Nuo Lin also thought of a question. With his current strength, will it still take 30 days to travel through the new universe? It's been almost 15 days since the last time we shuttled. Will the shuttle time be advanced? Nuo Lin still doesn't know if space travel is a mutant ability. I don't know if it will improve with continued use. All is speculation. But now is not the time to think about this. After defeating Zod and obtaining Kryptonian technology, the previous plan has to change slightly. With Wang Jia in hand, many things can be solved easily. The technology of Krypton is first class in the DC universe, and it must be first class in the Marvel universe. The corresponding ones are at least the top cosmic empires, such as the Kree Empire. Just bringing some trivial technology is enough to solve the financial problem and the group problem. But in this way, simply playing with the black robe is a bit petty. How about playing bigger? Nuo Lin seriously considered this possibility. It can completely become an independent political force like Wakanda. This can turn a simple racial issue into a national issue. This brings us to another question. Where to choose the base camp? Or simply create an island in the ocean? It would also be nice to create an undersea kingdom and an underground kingdom. With Krypton's technology, underwater work or underground work is by no means difficult. This matter needs serious consideration. Go back to Fiona and the others to sort out the relevant technologies that can be used. Next, Nuo Lin tried it again. When I traveled through the universe with my dog before, I used a biological stance. What if it is not used? What's the result? After Nuo Lin's experiment, he discovered that he could successfully take people through the universe without using a biological stance. It means that the ability to travel through the universe has strengthened as his strength increases. This is good news. Nuo Lin then called Ophelia to learn about her recent situation. It has been almost half a month since Ophelia went to Sakura country. During this time, Ophelia has taken the initiative to call, but Nuo Lin has never called. It's quite embarrassing to say. They embezzled public funds and tried all kinds of new tricks for Nuo Lin. They also let Nuo Lin experience the softness of snakes and some indescribable special bite. Nuo Lin shook his head, getting rid of the bad thoughts of easily attracting mythical beasts. Hello, Nuo Lin, what do you want from me? Ophelia's familiar voice sounded, making Nuo Lin raise his eyebrows slightly. Obviously, there are other outsiders 02 around Ophelia at this time, otherwise the beginning must be, "Dear, do you miss me?" Since Ophelia was inconvenient, Nuo Lin was very cooperative and said, "I will go back to you after a while, and I have an important medical question to ask you." "No problem. Remember to call me when you get there. I'll see when I'm free. I have something else to do at the moment. I'll talk to you next time. Bye." With that said, Ophelia hung up the phone. Lying on a chair next to him was an old man with pale hair and a hole-like face. Judging from his appearance, his time was running out and he might go to hell at any time. "Is he your friend, Miss Viper?" The old man's eyes flickered, but his face was kind. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yashida. Nuo Lin is a former student and good friend of mine. He has done a lot of research in genetics. He was previously studying human body structure and physiology. Well, he discovered it a century ago, but he recently encountered there are some difficulties, so I wanted to discuss it with me to see if there can be any academic breakthrough. Ophelia was talking nonsense in a serious manner, but in her heart she was angrily scolding Mr. Yashida for early death and birth. This is the first time my dear has called her. Whether it's because I miss her or because I have something to do with her, it's the first time. However, because old guy Yashida was by her side, she sent her away mercilessly. My dear, the old guy deserves to die. Hearing that Nuo Lin was an expert in genetics and physiology and had made the discovery of the century, Yashida immediately felt uplifted and his smile became more amiable. Then you should better communicate with Mr. Nuo Lin. I intend to let him join our research. What do you think? As if he was afraid that Ophelia would worry about his own interests, he quickly added, Don't worry, I will definitely give you what I promised you. As long as my problem can be solved, both you and Nuo Lin will gain the friendship of the Yashida family. I will think about it. Ophelia did not agree immediately, but pretended to be entangled. I want to persuade him to help, but it is difficult. It's okay. The Yashida family lacks everything except money. In this way, when he comes, you can tell him properly and our sincerity will definitely satisfy him. Yashida Ichiro looked like he was not short of money. In the face of your own life, whether it is money or children and grandchildren, they are all expendable. Sincerity? How about your granddaughter Kayashida group? Ophelia sneered calmly. Her man is the best, but you, an old guy, still want to hire him? You really don't understand. It's okay, you're going to die anyway, so I'll let you die early and be reborn early. Mr. Yashida, I've seen your recent physical condition. I'm afraid you don't have much time left. I'll try my best to give you another year. Having said this, Yashida's face darkened. He experienced World War II and nuclear bombs in his life, and was able to escape death. He spent decades building the unparalleled Yashida group, but in the end, he could not escape the death god. He is not willing to give in. He wants to continue living and live forever. He has defeated the death god time and time again, and he can do it this time too. Ms. Viper, how is the situation with the thing I asked you to study before? I've already seen it. There's no big problem. We can start manufacturing at any time, but... Nothing but what? Yashida ignored his frail and old body, like a lonely gambler, with a fierce look on his face as he became lustful. He doesn't allow mistakes. There is only one chance. Mr. Yashida, you don't need to be excited. It's okay if you just complete the established plan, but there is a problem that you may need to consider in advance. The attitude towards mutants in the world is very bad now. When you become a mutant, you will need to consider the consequences of this. Hearing this, Yashida's expression changed, and he nodded slightly. Don't worry about this. I will use my power to press some sounds. As for mutant, I will use my connections to influence those people's thoughts and opinions. Decision-making. Yashida has determined that he will definitely succeed, and he will also become a mutant in the future, so it is necessary to consider social stability in advance. If those guys really wanted to mess with mutant, wouldn't they also be messing with him? He even thought about summoning mutants after he obtained Logan's ability, and he would become the king of mutants. Even the king of the world. Ophelia secretly smiled when she heard Yashida's promise. This was also the plan agreed upon by Nuo Lin and her. Let Ichiro Yashida, who is doomed to die, cause trouble, and after they defeat the Yashida group, it will be logical to continue to seek justice for the mutant in accordance with Ichiro's wishes. It's best to keep Mariko under control. During this time, in addition to treating Yashida Ichiro's disease and studying the Silver Warrior, Ophelia was also secretly observing Yashida Mariko. Although the other party was hiding deeply, Ophelia, who was reminded by Nuo Lin, also noticed another side of Mariko that she tried hard to hide. No wonder Yashida Shingen said that Mariko was exactly the same as his grandfather. Behind Mariko's seemingly weak appearance, she was anything but simple. But Ophelia has great trust in Nuo Lin. She firmly believed that in front of Nuo Lin, no matter how cunning the female fox was, she would become more docile and harmless than a cat. After hanging up the phone, Nuo Lin was called to the conference room. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Kelly holding Charles's hand and expressing his gratitude excitedly. "Charles, thank you for saving me. I didn't expect that there is such an evil race hidden in this world. It can actually change into the appearance of other people and live in their place. This time, they actually targeted me. My right-hand man, Henry, was also brutally murdered by them. If you hadn't taken action, I'm afraid there would be another me tomorrow, stirring up trouble all over the world. By the way, Professor, how much do you know about the Skrulls? How many spies have they hidden among us? How are we going to find them out? Damn it. If we can't find a way, then we won't dare to believe anyone except ourselves. No one knows how many people they have taken on to do evil on Earth. Congressman Kelly, I need to correct the errors in your words." Nuo Lin came over and reminded, "Sometimes, maybe we can't fully trust ourselves. Maybe we are Skrulls." "Shiguang? What do you mean?" Congressman Kelly recognized Nuo Lin. In his memory, Nuo Lin was the captain of the X-Men team who rescued him, and it was he who personally killed the Skrulls and threw them into the sea. I mean, is it possible that some Skrulls disguise themselves as Earthlings and even forget their true identity, thinking that they are really that person? Hearing this, Congressman Kelly looked extremely ugly. "If you say so, we are in big trouble. This is a war. A war between the Earth and aliens. However, there are very few powers we can rely on and use. Yes, it is difficult for us to trust other people now. Even those high-level officials and the military cannot fully trust them." Nuo Lin echoed, "We need a force we can trust." Kelly nodded in agreement, but the question was unanswerable. If you can't trust anyone else, who should you trust? Wait, aren't these people in front of me barely trustworthy? Although he previously supported the mutant registration bill and was even the main force in the camp, now compared with the Skrulls, the mutants are at least one of their own. What about the Skrulls? They are real aliens and invaders. And he can take on other people's identities at will, like a waterfish. Looking at it this way, Mutant is a good person. He is an ally. He is our dearest relative and friend. Professor, I need your help. Kelly realized, holding Charles's hand again and shaking it heavily. Since the Skrulls can transform into other people, have the ability to copy others, and possess powerful technology, they are also a huge threat to mutants, so we should unite. This is a war to protect the Earth. Only when mutants and humans unite can we win the war. Charles glanced at Nuo Lin, who winked at him, then smiled and said to Kelly, "Senator Kelly, we have been paying attention to the Skrulls' problem for a long time. Don't worry, we will definitely help you. After all, mutants are humans too." Representative Kelly beamed. With the help of Mutant, his safety can be guaranteed to a certain extent. Kelly was frightened by the fact that Henry was replaced by a Skrull and almost killed him. If Charles hadn't noticed it and Nuo Lin led a team to rescue him, he couldn't imagine what would be happening now. Maybe the other him will return to his villa and enjoy his newly married wife. Little lovely wife. His children will also affectionately call him Daddy. Then he looked in the mirror and said, "Very smooth. Hiss. All Skrulls deserve to die." Kelly subconsciously touched his head. Fortunately, he didn't have a hat. Definitely, Kelly didn't completely trust his own memory or Charles's words. He knows that there are countless mutant abilities, just like Charles, who are said to be able to invade the brain and manipulate memories at any time. Maybe his memory has also been tampered with? Professor, I don't know if you have any clues about your recent investigation of the Skrulls. I want to see their ability for myself. We need some time. If we want to identify the disguise of the Skrulls, we must rely on some special means, not to mention that there are billions of people in the world. It is even more difficult to distinguish. Disaster. Nuo Lin said, in fact, Charles could be asked to wear a brainwave strengthening machine and search from all over the world. Finding a Skrull is easy, but tricking Kelly is naturally a little more difficult. If the other party knows that the Skrull's problem is not a problem at all to them, then after the Skrulls are solved, Mutant will be targeted again. According to his idea, let Kelly and the Skrulls and Nick Fury fight dog-eat-dog. Infighting and wrangling have always been their specialty. Kelly nodded to express his understanding. The scrolls could even copy their memories. It was unimaginable. If they really got into the upper echelons of humanity, how would 997 identify and deal with them? Thinking of this, Kelly couldn't sit still. He wanted to go back and think about it carefully and come up with a publicity plan. At this moment, he had an immature idea in his mind: shock. There are aliens who are willing to let your lovely wife beat your children and let them scream. Dad, the gimmick is enough, but why provide evidence to make people believe it? This is a more troublesome war than the mutant war. Although he knew that the next journey to promote the anti-alien plan would be difficult, Kelly's heart was filled with a sense of sacredness. For the sake of his career and the Earth, he must move forward under tremendous pressure. There is always someone in this world who has to stand up, and he will be the first hero to stand up. Kelly left with a smile on his face. Eric and others came out of another room and looked at Nuo Lin with strange faces. Charles, now I am even more doubtful whether you are really qualified to have telepathy ability. Seeing that Nuo Lin had solved a big problem by deceiving the mutant registration pioneer as one of his own in just a few words, Eric felt that Charles was very low. If Charles had thought of this and implemented it, why would mutant be in this situation? Charles smiled bitterly. What could he do? Who knew there was such an alien force in Shanghai on Earth? And ability is so perverted. Every one of them is mystique. Once their plan succeeds, they can take over the Earth as their own without knowing what is going on, and humans will be completely conquered by the scrolls without knowing it. Substitute. By the time people react, it will be too late. Fortunately, they have Nuo Lin, who senses the potential danger from the scrolls. Nuo Lin, what should we do next? Or continue as planned? Charles couldn't help but ask Nuo Lin for his opinion. Nuo Lin nodded. Continue to implement, but there is still one thing that needs to be done at the same time. What? Eric also interrupted and asked. Calling the mutants of the world. We need to unite and need all our forces into one. We can no longer be scattered and defeated one by one like before. Nuo Lin looked serious and spoke loudly. This may give those people some bad thoughts. Charles hesitated. Just the hundreds of mutant numbers make many people restless. If we call together mutants from all over the country or the world, I am afraid it will lead to an overreaction. Eric smelled an unusual smell. He looked at Nuo Lin with burning eyes and couldn't help but praise. This guy looks like me. How could this guy like Charles be able to recruit such a capable person? Eric immediately retorted to Charles, Old man, you are still so indecisive. What's the problem with us gathering our compatriots? If anyone dares to talk nonsense, just destroy him. I want to see. Who dares to disagree? Nuo Lin waved his hand and said, Don't be too nervous. This plan can be taken slowly. I will absorb mutant from other channels. On the surface, we need something to divert their attention. By the way, there's a place we should pay attention to. Where? Arcali Lake. Lake Alkali? Is there anything we should be aware of there? Charles recited it silently. He had no impression of this place and couldn't help but wonder. Speaking of which, this matter has something to do with Logan. Is it related to me? Logan, who was listening to a few people chatting, looked at the others with confusion. There is no memory related to Lake Alkali in my memory. Is it because I have lost that part of my memory? At this time, Logan has not yet recovered his memory, so naturally he does not know anything related to there. Nuo Lin nodded. This matter needs to start with traveling to another universe. Wait, is this before or after reversing the future? Logan asked quickly. After reversing the future, I had a conversation with you who is about to die of old age, and I learned a story related to the academy from you. Nuo Lin didn't show off. He picked out some clips from X-Men 2 and said some important things, and he said them vaguely, using a lot of words like. It roughly means that someone is preparing to use Charles and the brainwave strengthening machine to destroy mutants all over the world. Charles, it's you who caused the trouble again. I've told you before that your ideas are useless. Not only did they not change our situation, but they were used to destroy the mutant family. Eric seized the opportunity and fired immediately. His ideas have been completely rejected. Now that he has the opportunity to ridicule Charles, He naturally has to deny Charles's ideas. Instead of arguing with Eric, Charles fell into memories. Jason was one of the few kids I coached who failed. He had great potential, but his father, William, had a wrong perception of his power. He wants me to cure Jason's disease. Mutated ability is not a disease. I can't cure him. I just want him to better control this power. But obviously, what I did was not in line with William's ideas. Jason has a mental mutant ability that can create illusions, making people addicted to them, unable to distinguish reality, and may do something against themselves under the control of Jason's thoughts. You mean he even controlled my brain? Charles frowned slightly. This shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, Jason shouldn't be able to make me completely fall into the illusion unless I get into some minor trouble. Nuo Lin did not explain in detail. If he talks too much, he will make more mistakes, and it is unnecessary. Logan wondered. Didn't you say it was related to me? Is it because I told you? No, to be precise, that place contains your lost memories. After Nuo Lin finished speaking, he turned to look at Charles, and as far as I know, that base is likely to be related to the mutant experiment. I wanted to summon all mutants before to prevent similar things as much as possible. Whether it's William this time or the Sentry plan in the future, if they want to succeed, they can't get around mutant. There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that you can fight 100 battles if you know yourself and the enemy. Since mutants are not united enough and do not have enough deterrent effect on related research, there must be many organizations secretly conducting human experiments on mutants. They want to unearth the secrets within us and control this power. When they do enough research and obtain enough data, the end of mutant will come. Nuo Lin's words made the atmosphere a little heavy for a while. Usually they just think that the living environment of mutant is very difficult, but they can still continue. But when Nuo Lin tore apart the darkest side, what emerged was bloody flesh. Invisible to them, there are many forces secretly conducting various perverted studies on their compatriots. Torture them, even dissect them alive. On the other hand, Nuo Lin's expression did not change much. This was also his doubt. It was obvious that Charles could control the fate of ordinary people in the world, but he had never seriously explored those dark areas. Either he really thinks that those forces will not do such cruel things secretly, or his ability is not strong enough to constantly monitor the world or the whole country. Nuo Lin prefers the latter and does not rule out the possibility of the former. If Charles wants to kill all humans, his original ability alone is not enough. He must be blessed by a brainwave strengthening machine. He alone can probably monitor only a few states or one state at most. Those bases are generally established in inaccessible places away from the bustling city center. It makes sense that Charles couldn't detect it. But are they really unaware of it? No, they definitely know some truth, but they just don't have enough energy to find and contain it. They place their hopes on the top management of the United States and the United Nations, hoping that those politicians can see mutant sincerity, just like the Czech Republic during World War II. But in the end, they fed the dog with sincerity. Sentry, who had collected enough mutant data, killed them all. Nuo Lin, tell me. What to do? I support you. If Charles had half the courage you had, I wouldn't have parted ways with him. The first person to respond was not Charles, but Eric. He smelled war. Although he was not very angry about these things. Even his previous focus wasn't on saving these imprisoned mutants. Both he and Charles subconsciously ignored the fellow mutants who were caught doing research, maybe thinking that those things could not pose a threat to them. They can ignore it, but Nuo Lin won't. Who knows if those guys will actually find some common mutant flaws and then produce a targeted virus. This operation can be regarded as their old skill. Isn't this what the world will look like after reversing the future? Obviously, Charles and the others also thought about genetically modified drugs. After realizing the seriousness of the problem, they said solemnly, "We should take action to prevent this phenomenon from happening again." But what should we do? There are many mutants in this world. How should we place these mutants? And how can we completely eliminate them? And there are always mutants who are unwilling to join us. What should we do with these people? Qin thought of more and said worriedly, "I have a preliminary plan on how to place those mutants. I will tell you later. As for those mutants who are unwilling to leave, Nuo Lin's expression suddenly turned cold. If they don't want to, then don't care. If they want to believe that nothing will happen to them, then just wait and see. See if those people will truly treat them as one of their own. We are all adults and we have to make our own choices. Even if we gnash our teeth and bleed, we have to go to the end. Nuo Lin would not think that he could persuade all mutants to follow him. The forest is big and there are all kinds of birds. Don't you see that when the country is destroyed there will be many traitors and lackeys? Maybe during the implementation process, there will be mutants working for their enemies. Nuo Lin won't spend too much energy on people who don't share the same thoughts as him. Others did not refute and acquiesced. Professor, I will personally lead this trip to Lake Alkali, and Logan, John, Bobby, and Peter will also come together. Without waiting for Charles to speak, Nuo Lin made a decision directly. When Charles heard this, he didn't say much. After all, he already regarded Nuo Lin as his heir. Eric had something to say. He originally wanted to participate in this action, but then he thought about Nuo Lin's strength. Well, he was shocked. Just before today, he thought he was the most powerful mutant, but what happened? He was beaten awake by Nuo Lin's fist. By the way, Logan, can you fly a plane? Nuo Lin thought of something at this time and said. Logan said proudly, it's just a plane, definitely not. Haha, just kidding, how can I not fly a plane? Not to mention planes, even tanks are easy to control. Real? Nuo Lin was very suspicious. He knew that although Logan participated in World War I and World War II, the aircraft at that time were completely different from the modified Blackbird fighter planes. Forget it, let Qin stay with us. To be on the safe side, Nuo Lin chose to set off with Qin amid Logan's expression. Official X-Men members have all received flight training. They can drive almost any kind of people-carrying vehicle. Nuo Lin and Logan are completely exceptions. They both joined not long ago and have no time to train. Especially Nuo Lin, who has an unusually large schedule recently and will not be able to receive formal X-Men courses for a long time. Regarding the subsequent series of events, Nuo Lin discussed it with Charles and the others again. Nuo Lin mainly proposed the general plan, and the details were left to Charles and others for discussion. Subsequently, everyone went back to their homes to find their own mothers. Had a good sleep. Previously, the X-Men went out at night, had a fight with Magneto and others, and then hurried back. It tormented everyone for almost a whole night. And, because of excessive excitement, no one, including John, fell asleep. Later, he deceived Congressman Kelly and discussed future plans. In a blink of an eye, the day passed quickly. Even if they are all mutants, their physical essence is not much different from ordinary people. They have long been tired and listless. In this case, even if there are tasks arranged, at least we must wait until everyone has a good rest before taking action. So Nuo Lin arranged the plan for the early morning of the next day. Let them have a good rest in the afternoon and evening. The action started around 4 a.m. the next morning. Try to reach the destination around 6 o'clock and break through the base under the lake. As for Nuo Lin, he is very energetic and even went to the Flash universe to have a fight when others couldn't sleep. And perfectly missed all the nights. When I returned to Marvel, it was the big sun again, and I was constantly replenished with energy. Not only did my energy not decrease, but I was full of vitality. Thanks to his Kryptonian physique, otherwise, just traveling back and forth across several worlds would be enough for an ordinary person to eat. Sooner or later, he will die suddenly, absolutely. And during these times, Nuo Lin ran to find Fiona and asked her to order Bard to sort out some technological information, and also asked him to use Earth technology to create some ready-made devices. At the same time, Nuo Lin also used the recycled world engine to study its materials and used Phoenix Force to change the original elements of some stones, turning them from ordinary stones into substances unique to Krypton. Easily create a mountain of file-sized Kryptonian minerals. This miraculous power greatly amazed the remaining 4 Kryptonians, one of whom was a Kryptonian who jumped down during the Battle of New York. It is true that they can use technology to achieve a similar level, but now it is transformed by Nuo Lin using the original power. No wonder they were defeated. They were as powerful as General Zod and died in the hands of Nuo Lin without any resistance. Even Krypton before its destruction might not be able to do anything to Nuo Lin. Fiona, I need your help with something. Nuo Lin thought of his own fighting training plan. Originally, he wanted to find Bruce, but he couldn't take the exam. Considering the opponent's age, he may not be able to serve as a combat training instructor. After seeing Fiona, I suddenly remembered that as a deputy general, her fighting skills shouldn't be too bad, right? After hearing Nuo Lin's request, Fiona patted her chest and promised, "Leave it to me, I will teach you all the Kryptonian fighting skills." Then, she brought Nuo Lin to a strange device. This is a virtual training cabin, which is a standard configuration for Kryptonian warriors. Through it, users can quickly master a lot of fighting knowledge, and this cabin has the highest authority. Normally, only Zod and I can use it. Hearing this, Nuo Lin's eyes lit up. Yes, Krypton's technology has penetrated deep into the genetic level, and it is obviously not a problem to create this kind of virtual helmet device. They obviously don't need to follow the same steps as ordinary civilized soldiers and spend a lot of time on combat training. Perhaps when they were still children, they had already mastered the knowledge and fighting skills that other civilizations took decades to master. Nuo Lin entered the training cabin to experience it once. There are several buttons to choose from. Fighting knowledge learning. Practical combat drills, general level, deputy general level, soldier level, apprentice level. Individual soldier combat suit mastering exercises. Regular attack ship exercises. It ranges from combat training to individual assault ship, level universe mothership, and other training. The options here cover almost all kinds of knowledge that a soldier or a general should master. Nuo Lin guessed that this virtual training cabin was used to train general-level Kryptonians, and the training cabins for ordinary soldiers should have fewer options. Nuo Lin was not afraid of problems and directly pressed the fighting knowledge learning button. The next moment, hundreds of refined fighting skills from Krypton are poured into Nuo Lin's brain. With a Kryptonian physique, he also possesses the most basic abilities such as super brain, making him far superior to ordinary people. It is understandable that this knowledge is absorbed and transformed at an insane rate. After all the fighting skills were instilled, Nuo Lin closed his eyes and digested it. A few minutes later, Nuo Lin did not hesitate to press the most difficult general-level actual combat drill and chose the most conventional arena duel in a special environment. It's good to have money. The next moment, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The narrow training cabin turned into a circular arena several hundred meters wide. Around the ring, there were many cheering people sitting. After careful observation, Nuo Lin knew that the cheering crowds were all virtual, probably to make the battle more realistic and at the same time stimulate the user's fighting spirit, making people feel like they were actually there. A feeling of, if Nuo Lin does not master the telepathy ability, he may not be able to distinguish reality from fiction. This shows what level the Kryptonians have reached in virtual technology. It's easy to confuse the fake with the real. In front of Nuo Lin, a Kryptonian warrior wearing a regular combat uniform stepped onto the ring. Nuo Lin originally also wore a similar conventional combat uniform. Obviously, this Kryptonian is Nuo Lin's opponent. His strength should be on the same level as Zod. Thinking of this, in order to make fighting training more effective, Nuo Lin only used power that was almost the same level as Zod. As the cheers from all around the stage grew louder, Nuo Lin and the other party act at the same time. However, this battle did not last long. Although Nolly absorbed all the fighting skills, he did not really digest them completely. If you want to transform fighting skills into muscle instinct, you still need many actual combats. However, compared to ordinary people, Nuo Lin undoubtedly mastered it faster, even more than 100 times faster than ordinary people. After exposure to the sun, the Kryptonian body is activated, and their super brain adaptability makes them all geniuses in learning. In subsequent exercises, Nuo Lin made huge improvements every time. After only 5 challenges, he was able to compete with general-level opponents. This means that his fighting skills have reached the limit of Kryptonian virtual technology. But not really a physical limit. This limit may only be broken through in a life-and-death battle. But for Nuo Lin, it's enough. After exiting the actual combat exercise, Nuo Lin looked at the time and tried to experience other Krypton training items. After trying them all, Nuo Lin left the training cabin with another idea in mind. There is no doubt that the virtual technology of the Kryptonians is far superior to the virtual technology of Xavier's school. It is not on the same level at all. Due to Nuo Lin's proposal, a sentry counter virtual course has been added to many mutant courses. But neither authenticity nor practicality is up to standard. Once they encounter a real sentinel, many mutants will still be in a hurry and may not be able to display half of their true strength. If Krypton's virtual technology is introduced, it will make a qualitative leap in their strength. No matter how closed Krypton is to the country, the strength of their War King can still remain above the level. It is enough to see that this device has contributed a lot. Fiona, is it difficult to manufacture the virtual training cabin? Can you quickly complete mass production? If we use the material technology currently available on Earth, can it be copied? Fiona called Bard, who retrieved the corresponding scientific and technological knowledge from the database, and after rigorous calculation and analysis, finally gave a positive answer. Chief, if we have enough energy, we can mass-produce virtual training cabins in a short period of time, but I have a small suggestion. We can build a server to miniaturize the virtual training cabins and make them into bracelets or helmets, etc. Portable form. This will allow multiple people to enter combat training at the same time, and at the same time, it can generate some alien races or interstellar monsters recorded in the database as opponents and cultivate teamwork ability. According to the requirements put forward by Nuo Lin, Bader also optimized the function of the virtual training cabin. But correspondingly, some things need to be deleted from the virtual training cabin. After all, these are Kryptonian technologies. Nuo Lin is not ready to copy all the technologies to create a Marvel version of Kryptonian civilization. You have to eat one bite at a time. Just a small part of the scientific and technological information that Nuo Lin asked Bard to compile is enough for the Earth's civilization to digest for more than 10 years. If you provide too much knowledge at once, it will only encourage the development of knowledge. So Nuo Lin asked Bard to delete most of the functions and replace them with Earthside driving training courses. Then from the Kryptonian technology, I found a copy of an antique interstellar fighter from tens of thousands of years ago. It is said to be a starfighter, but in fact it can only fight near the planet. It is mainly used to meet the combat needs within the planet and near the planet's orbit. It cannot be used for cross-system operations without a mothership. It has many functions such as optical camouflage, radar stealth, airborne stopping and acceleration, etc. Its main weapons are beam weapons and electromagnetic guns. Moreover, this fighter is also equipped with the first-generation miniaturized Ghost engine, so it also has a deflector shield, gravitational shield, although the degree of defense is not comparable to existing attack ships. But it still crushes the Earth. If this fighter was placed on Krypton, it would be an obsolete product. Compared with individual combat attack ships, it would be completely beaten. But if it were placed on Marvel's Earth, it would be an indiscriminate killing. 260. The Quinjet, Wakanda's Talon fighter, is a younger brother in front of it. Probably only Wakanda's Royal Talon flight can compare. The latter is a special flight machine for the Wakanda royal family and the Dora Guard. It has a large amount of vibranium added to its entire body. Its defense power is quite amazing, and it even has the space flight combat function. Its target is equivalent to a Kryptonian attack ship. This shows the technological gap between Earth and Krypton. Just a set of old antiques would be top-notch equipment on Earth. Nuo Lin also asked Bard to design a set of individual combat armor suitable for Earthlings based on Kryptonian standard individual combat armor. Its operation interface and materials are perfectly close to Earth material science. This set of individual combat armor is extremely terrifying for improving personal combat effectiveness. The auxiliary power it carries can give a person the strength to lift a car with one hand and can travel long distances at a speed of 80 kilometers for 12 hours. It can also defend against almost all calibers. Bullet. If you use a rocket launcher, you also need to hit the key parts of the individual armor to completely lose its mobility. And this is just a castrated version of the armor designed based on Earth material science. Switching to the Kryptonian standard individual armor, an ordinary person can be transformed into a superhero who is not inferior to Spider-Man. After all, with the physique of Phil Money people, they all need the strength bonus provided by the armor. One can only imagine the exaggerated power that the real Kryptonian armor possesses. The corresponding training tutorials for these equipment are all put into the built server. Although the Kryptonians now only have one mothership left, it would be easy to just manufacture this kind of low-end equipment. According to Bud, he only needs materials and energy, and he can make it by hand. In their eyes, the metal of the Earth is not much harder than plasticine. Bud took the other two Kryptonians and worked overtime to complete Nuo Lin's requirements, but it didn't take more than a week. During this time, Nuo Lin basically stayed with Kayla, claiming to be working hard for the prosperity of Krypton. Kayla rolled her eyes at this. The Kryptonian reconstruction plan has been finalized. Nuo Lin has also relied on his own strength to become the leader of Fiona and the others, and is also the person in charge of the reconstruction plan. This means that it won't be long before Krypton will be in the solar system. Reappeared again and used the code of life to create hundreds of millions of launching people. There is no need to rely on this inefficient and primitive reproduction method to give birth to Kryptonians. But Nuo Lin convinced Kayla on the pretext of creating Kryptonian elites. The newly built Krypton will certainly not be able to return to the Krypton before its destruction for a long time, and it will take at least hundreds of years to regain its peak glory. This period is when Krypton is at its most vulnerable. Akba and powerful Kryptonian warriors need to use their original power to protect Krypton. The potential of Kryptonians born through genetic engineering is far less than that of Kryptonians born through original methods. Naturally, Kayla was convinced. Nuo Lin even had a showdown with Kayla. The actual manager of the new Krypton in the future will be Kayla as the main one and Fiona as the supplement. As for the real ruler, Nuo Lin, but he needs to constantly travel to other universes to improve his strength and does not have much energy to manage Krypton. If Kayla's strength is not enough to deter Fiona and other Kryptonians, how can she convince the public? For Nuo Lin, for herself and for Krypton, Kayla needs to improve her strength. So these days, let alone singing and dancing every night, that's pretty much it. Occasionally, in my free time, I have to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Fiona. Fiona's strength is very good, and she can fight against the careless Nuo Lin in a short time without falling behind. However, after a long time, Fiona is still defeated. This also inspired Fiona's will to fight. She didn't expect that Nuo Lin, who was still a novice, could suppress her in close combat after only entering the virtual training cabin once. During this period, while Fiona absorbed the sun to improve herself, she also absorbed fighting skills crazily through Super Brain. Soon, her fighting ability was not inferior to Kizzard. If Nuo Lin doesn't use more powerful power, it will be difficult to defeat Fiona. Later, Kayla also joined the two of them in sparring. Kayla, who is just starting out, is naturally no match for Fiona. Her fighting skills are not much different from the original Nuo Lin. But after she entered the virtual training cabin, she was able to beat Fiona. The reason is simple. After her fighting ability improved, she spent a long time double cultivation with Nuo Lin to improve her strengthening genes and deeply tap into her original potential. Her current physical strength has surpassed Fiona's. Kayla's efficiency in absorbing the sun is not comparable to Fiona's. And this gap will get wider and wider. Fiona was naturally unconvinced and just lost to Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin's blow at that time caused the Indian Ocean plate to shake, and the impact has not dissipated to this day. The place where the world engine is located has become a tourist attraction at the moment, and ordinary people have come to experience the aftermath of the war that can be called a god. For Fiona and the others, Nuo Lin's strength cannot be described by common sense, but it does not mean that she is willing to surrender to Kayla, who has no hair at all. As Zod's deputy, her prestige on Krypton was not low. At her peak, she was in charge of a powerful army. On the eve of Krypton's destruction, all of them died in the rebellion. And what about Kayla? How can a newcomer from Krypton who is not famous at all compete with her to be Nuo Lin's deputy? But Fiona didn't understand how Kayla could improve faster than her. It stands to reason that her genes are better than Kayla's. This became a doubt in Fiona's mind. After Bard had everything ready, Nuo Lin wrapped everything with a biological stance, returned to the Marvel Universe again, looked at the time, and it was almost time to gather. 4 o'clock in the morning. As a slight vibration came, the gate of the underground base sank and moved to both sides. After the door was fully opened, the Blackbird fighter slowly rose up. After the blazing flames spurted out from below, the fighter quickly accelerated and flew towards Lake Alkali. To be honest, after experiencing the old Krypton fighter jets and attack ships, Nuo Lin's evaluation of the Blackbird fighter jet has plummeted. The standards are simply incomparable. Whether it is acceleration time, maximum speed, or maximum cruise time, they are all beaten by the Starfighter. Its defense and firepower system can be said to be unsightly. Nuo Lin directly passed the data about the Kryptonian fighter to Charles through the optical brain system built for him by Bard. Shortly after, Charles? Nuo Lin, this is the blueprint of a new fighter jet I obtained from another universe. I call it the F1 fighter jet. You ask Hank to hurry up and make it. I will send you the complete data later. It will become the mutant in the future. Dedicated fighter aircraft. Charles understood. Xavier's School for the Gifted. Charles, who was watching the Blackbird fighter plane leave soon, was a little dazed for a moment when he received the drawings from Nuo Lin. Although Charles doesn't have much research on aircraft manufacturing, it doesn't mean that he doesn't understand it at all. He roughly understood the meaning of the various parameters of the fighter plane transmitted from Nuo Lin, and it was precisely because of his understanding that he realized how outrageous these numbers were. There are also firepower systems, defense systems, and power systems mounted on it. Each item is more than 100 years ahead of its time. He is convinced that as long as one company manufactures the F1 fighter jet, it can completely dominate the United States Air Force. With just 10, you can gain air supremacy over the United States. This is simply a dimensionality reduction blow. They're just a school. Why are they equipped with such high-end fighter jets? It's not appropriate at all. However, what shocked Charles even more was what happened next. He asked Eric to push the wheelchair quickly to his office and turn on the computer. There is a series of specially encrypted files on it. Without the use of the special decryption system provided by Nuo Lin, it would be impossible to crack it with the existing technology on Earth. Charles waited quietly for the data transfer to complete, then unplugged the network cable and quickly opened the file. F1F stands for Fighter, Fighter Manufacturing Information. F1 Fighter Production Line Manufacturing Information. P1, P stands for Power Armor, Individual Power Armor Manufacturing Information. P1 Individual Power Armor Production Line Manufacturing Information. Virtual Training Bracelet and Server Manufacturing Information. A1 Attack Ship Production and Manufacturing Information. Just looking at these file names, Charles felt his heart tremble. Is this really something a school can make? From civilian products to military products, from toys to star battleships. Nuo Lin robbed a civilization in another universe, right? What exactly does Nuo Lin want to do? Not to mention building a school. Even building a strong country is more than enough. Etc. No way. He doesn't really think that, does he? Looking at Charles's slightly pale face, Eric took a closer look curiously, glanced at it casually, and laughed. Nuo Lin, I agree. He is indeed the most suitable to be the leader of Mutant. I didn't expect his plan to be like this. Charles, you finally did something serious. Where's the world map? I'll go and see if there's a suitable place. It suits my liking so well, haha. What X Group and X Daily News are, it turns out they're all just a cover. Eric's eyes were burning, and he was looking forward to Nuo Lin's next action more and more. There is no doubt that Nuo Lin has become the most important member of Mutant, worthy of the name of Dawn, and his importance to Mutant even exceeds that of Charles and Eric themselves. If someone dares to cause trouble for Nuo Lin at this time, Eric will be the first to fight against him. Nuo Lin is Mutant's hope. The things he obtained and the ideas he proposed are all valuable information that allows Mutant to become an independent individual and control his own destiny. Charles sighed. His thinking could no longer keep up with Nuo Lin's thoughts. He even wondered whether Nuo Lin could really lead Mutant to reverse the future. These moves are too radical. It is easy to provoke those politicians to crusade. And they don't have so much money and resources to support this plan. Not to mention $3.5 billion US. Even if multiplied 10 times or 100 times, it is not enough. What exactly is Nuo Lin thinking? Charles desperately wanted to have a good talk with Nuo Lin. But now, obviously, we can only wait for Nuo Lin to complete the mission and come back. Maple Leaf Country, Alkali Lake Dam. As the back garden of the United States, there are many underground bases for the United States military in Maple Leaf Kingdom. And the Alkali Lake Dam is just one of them. On the surface, the place is almost abandoned. But secretly, Colonel William Stryker transformed this place into an experimental base for the Weapon X program, and many special mutants, such as Deadpool, Wolverine, and Master of Illusions, were born. At the same time, many innocent mutants were dissected and killed here. In Stryker's eyes, mutants are all demons, monsters that must be cleansed. To this end, he continued to stay ahead of all forces and received a lot of financial investment just by virtue of his status as a colonel. This also made his Weapon X plan progress quite smoothly. Recently, he also proposed a mutant extermination plan, setting his sights on Charles from Xavier's school and the brainwave strengthening machine. However, due to the strength of Mutant Academy, he has not taken action yet, but is waiting for a suitable opportunity. Just recently, he discovered a demon with the ability to teleport. An evil plan was born. Before taking action, Stryker came to New York, United States, and made an appointment to meet with a politician who also hated Mutant and was a strong supporter of the Mutant Registration Bill, Senator Kelly. Just when Stryker put on his suit and was about to go find Congressman Kelly, Senator Kelly's face suddenly appeared on the television. He was expressing his political philosophy at a hearing on whether mutant is dangerous. Stryker sat patiently and waited for Congressman Kelly's shocking speech. Congressman Kelly is his recognized ally, a warrior who fights alongside him and can even rely on his back. On the mutant issue, the two have very similar views. Stryker thought that before going to Kelly, he might want to listen to the other person's ideas again, so as to prepare for a pleasant conversation between the two later. However, what Stryker did not expect was that Congressman Kelly's speech was indeed shocking, and he was so shocked that he lost his voice. Are mutants really dangerous? No, they are not dangerous. Instead, they are our staunch allies as humans. If you want to know who is humanity's real enemy, well, let me tell you. The real enemies of mankind are the aliens hiding on the Earth and in outer space. Next, I will tell you from my personal experience how much of a threat an alien named Skrull is to us humans. Traitor. Damn traitor. I thought you were my staunchest ally, but you betrayed your class and your friends. Isn't mutant our enemy or our strongest ally? It's like Satan has become God. Stryker couldn't describe how he felt at this moment. There are many difficulties in fighting mutant, not to mention that he is only a small colonel. There is not much say in the United States. Congressman Kelly is different. He is one of the most famous congressmen recently. He is so famous that he can even influence the president to a certain extent. And he was the most determined anti-mutant faction before. Even last week, they publicly stated that they would impose sanctions on mutant. However, how long did it take? He abandoned his allies and stood on the opposite side. An alien called a Skrull was also used as an excuse. Idiot. Aren't the Skrulls mystique? You were deceived by them. Are there any aliens in this world? Stryker was furious. According to Kelly, it was obvious that the person who kidnapped him was Mystique. This was a trick directed and performed by Mutant. Their plan was so successful that they directly instigated Kelly's rebellion. Watching Congressman Kelly giving a speech passionately on TV, Stryker tore off his suit. He disdained to be associated with such an idiot. He's going to do it his own way, Mutant. Without Kelly's support, he can still gain the president's trust and receive constant resource support. At this time, he answered a phone call. His face turned pale instantly. "Pass my order, and you must hold on until I come back. You must kill all the intruders." Without looking back, Stryker got on the helicopter that had been prepared and quickly headed to the airport. Kelly's remarks. It wasn't just Stryker who was shocked. Nick Fury was sitting in SHILD working overtime, with his only eyes fixed on the computer. He confirmed it again, this person. Isn't this the toolman he tried so hard to hide? They kidnapped Kelly? And they're secretly replacing the top leaders of various countries? How come he doesn't know? Nick Fury made a secret phone call with a dark face. "Talos, I need an explanation." On the other end of the phone, Talos was a little confused. "What's wrong?" "Look at New York TV. What did you do without telling me? Now you are actually planning to replace a congressman." Talos frowned and turned on the TV. His wife Soren also came over and sat with him slightly worriedly. On the TV, Congressman Kelly's thrilling day was being broadcast. Several mysterious Skrulls disguised themselves as Senator Kelly's right-hand man, Henry, and abducted him to a small island in the Atlantic Ocean, preparing to use a detector to obtain Kelly's memories and transmit them to the Skrulls. After the memory transfer is completed, the Skrull will use the racial ability to transform into Senator Kelly, enjoy his beautiful and lovely little wife, and bully his cute children, and use Kelly's status as congressman to run for president. At the same time, they made some terrible remarks to achieve their evil purposes. In the end, thanks to their mutant friends, they ignored the past suspicions and, after noticing the Skrull's plan, resolutely sent X-Men to rescue him and kill those evil Skrulls. Congressman Kelly speaks so passionately that people can't help but be addicted to it and feel scared of the villain Skrulls in it. My compatriots, do you know what the existence of the Skrulls means? It means that we can't really trust anyone around us. Maybe when you don't know it, your husband, wife, parents, or even your children and colleagues have been impersonated by an alien. And use your status to do whatever you want. Think about it. If we don't do something, in 20 years, maybe our president will be a Skrull, and all those in power will be Skrulls. They will bring more Skrulls to exploit us and replace us, without our knowledge, becoming the true masters of the Earth. And we will be brutally killed after their plan is completed. Everyone, the time has come for life and death. We should unite all the forces we can to fight against the aliens led by the Skrulls. Mutants are also our friends. At least we can still have children when we marry mutants, right? They are also human beings, but Skrulls are not. In those dark corners, aliens are on the move. Those who don't want to be replaced stand up. Kelly's remarks are extremely bold. The thoughts it expresses make people feel not cold but serious. In fact, many people saw his remarks, but few were willing to believe them. The Skrulls are too far away for them, and even if they replace someone, they will hardly reveal their flaws. They even wondered if Congressman Kelly was crazy. However, few ordinary people are willing to believe it, but those who are aware of it are aware of the seriousness of the situation. Their identities are exposed. Fury, I can assure you that I have not given any similar orders. And no one under my management has invaded the Earth without authorization. Guarantee? Then what did Congressman Kelly say? How did he know you existed? In a dream? Or did someone tell them? Perhaps the Kree are doing something secretly. They want to use this method to make the people on Earth reject us. The Kree are a cosmic empire. I don't think they will use such despicable methods. Okay, I just want to know if your people are still of the same mind as you. Talos hesitated for a moment, and with Sauron's nod, he reluctantly said, "As long as I am still in the meeting, they will not oppose humans. But you once promised to help us find a new home, but now more than 10 years have passed and there is still no movement. Some of my tribesmen do have some complaints. Talos thought of a young Skrull who had reacted the most violently recently and was even secretly forming a gang to gather some people to oppose his actions. In fact, his current situation is not as good as Fury said. Secretly, he is even called a traitor by some people, because he gets too close to the people on Earth and has no intention of finding a new home for the Skrulls and often takes the initiative to do things for Fury. A dignified leader of the Skrulls, now he personally works for Fury, which makes other Skrulls quite dissatisfied. Complaining? That means this matter may also be related to you. Nick Fury's face turned darker. He always thought that he could control the power of the Skrulls and let them work for him, but he never expected that some people on the other side wanted to become the masters. If you replace the congressman today, you will replace the president tomorrow? If you think about it more carefully, if they use these identities to create conflicts, wouldn't it be possible for humans to kill each other and the Skrulls to reap the benefits? Taros, look at the good things you have done. You should really take good care of your people and give you 3 days to investigate this matter. I need a perfect answer. Nick Fury hung up the phone and began to think about how to deal with this matter. If the Skrull is really dishonest, what should he do? And Congressman Kelly. I didn't expect him to be with Mutant. What role does Mutant play in this? Kelly, Mutant, Skrull. He felt like things were getting out of control. Mutant's recent actions have been too frequent and have violated the rules. Before taking action, I didn't report to them in advance. This means the other person has other ideas. What are they doing? What are those Skrulls going to do? And Senator Kelly, was he really kidnapped by the Skrulls? Or did something else happen that made him change his mind? www. Alkali Lake Dam. It was sunny and windy outside at the moment, and the lake surface was shining brightly in the sunlight. However, under the calm surface of the lake, Ula Ula's alarm suddenly sounded. In the high-altitude clouds in the distance, an unidentified modified blackbird fighter suddenly appeared, falling rapidly at a speed exceeding Mach 2. When the alarm sounded, the guards in the dam changed from their previous laziness. They held weapons and came to the only entrance of the dam under the instructions of the commander. This is the spillway, which is easy to defend but difficult to attack. And under Stryker's order, they were ready to close the door and release the water. As long as the intruder dares to break in through the spillway, he will instantly enjoy the gentle greetings of the flood. To be on the safe side, they stood a platoon of soldiers behind the gate. Weapons were raised and aimed at the spillway gate from all angles. Everyone is nervously waiting for the war to begin. Although they seem to have a sure chance of victory, they dare not be careless because their enemy is a non-human mutant. Nuo Lin, this is the spillway of the dam. Are we sure we want to enter from here? I'm worried they're going to flood the spillway the second we step in. By scanning the dam, Jean discovered the seriousness of the matter. Others looked at Nuo Lin, waiting for his order. I could try to freeze that part of the lake so that the spillway doesn't work. Iceman Bobby raised his hands and said eagerly. Nuo Lin shook his head. Jean, just stay on the fighter plane. Everyone else holds hands, and I will take you in. Everyone followed suit, including Logan. They looked at Nuo Lin curiously, waiting for the next move. Then I saw Nuo Lin carrying Wolverine forward, and others followed and plunged into the dam. It was a wonderful feeling. They seemed to have become part of the air, and without breathing, they arrived inside the dam in a blink of an eye. This is Shadowcat's variant ability. Others were surprised, especially Colossus Peter, who looked at Nuo Lin in a particularly strange way. He thought about that day again, the time he was kidnapped by Katie. That was the first time Katie had been so mean to someone. However, in front of Nuo Lin, he always smiled. This kind of treatment made him feel deeply disappointed. But then, he had no time to think about it. The next step is up to you. Get rid of all the people in this base and rescue our compatriots. Is there any problem? Zero, please ask for flowers. Don't worry. I promise to complete the mission. John lit the fire with a snap and suddenly felt his whole body on fire. Logan just nodded and walked forward without saying a word. As he approached Lake Alkali, his memories were constantly triggered, recalling many unforgettable things in the past. This is his nightmare place, where he obtained adamantium and was almost made into a weapon by Stryker. Now he's back and he's going to destroy this place. Led by Logan, Iceman, Pyro, and Colossus 3. The people followed behind, preparing to take over the space. Nuo Lin, on the other hand, walked leisurely through layers of concrete walls, ignoring all the soldiers, and arrived at an experimental site. In the middle is a glass cabin that can accommodate one person lying down, and next to it is a steaming adamantium metal liquid. The two are connected to a computer, and there is a human-like figure on the screen. Structural diagram, which outlines the bones of various parts of the human body. Soon after Nuo Lin arrived here, a group of soldiers, led by a well-dressed woman, broke into the base. Not a word of nonsense. The moment they saw Nuo Lin, the soldiers immediately pressed the trigger. In less than 3 seconds, all the bullets in a magazine were tilted towards Nuo Lin. However, the moment all the bullets hit Nuo Lin, they were blocked by an invisible force attached to the body surface. The head of the bullet deformed into a pancake shape visible to the naked eye, and then rained down like raindrops. It fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Are you still going to resist in vain? Just step aside and don't disturb me from doing my business. Nuo Lin's lazy voice sounded, and he looked at the leading woman with a scrutinizing gaze. Her face was frosty, and she looked like she should not approach strangers. Her eyes were murderous and indifferent. If you look closely, it can be seen from the heart that her eyes are as dull as a dead man. Under that black leather jacket, she couldn't hide her graceful figure. She said nothing since she came in, and just looked at Nuo Lin as if she were prey. The soldiers remained silent, even though their pupils were full of fear. In their eyes, Nuo Lin was not a human being at all. How can anyone ignore bullets? But they're bound in duty as soldiers forced them to barely escape in front of Nuo Lin. They quickly replaced the magazine and some even took off the grenade. Tisk, why are you risking your lives for a few $1,000s? Seeing this, Nuo Lin said no more. His eyes turned red, and 2 heat visions swept across all the soldiers in 1 second. When Nuo Lin closed his eyes, the soldiers present fell down as if belatedly, and their bodies were split into 2. Blood was sprinkled all over the ground, but the death girl still stood there without moving. She crossed her hands, and each finger popped out a slender and sharp claw, which shone with silver-white metallic light under the dim incandescent light. She was like a cheetah locking the enemy's throat. Her enchanting and sharp figure suddenly popped up, but she just took a step. A figure flashed in front of her, and she was caught by Nuo Lin at some point. Look on the back of the neck. The Phoenix Force is activated and immediately takes out the mind control agent extracted from the brain fluid of the Master of Illusion that controls the dead woman, and used telepathy ability to sort out the consciousness of the dead woman. Death Girl suddenly stopped walking, her eyes became confused, and then gradually became clear. While she was half-conscious, Nuo Lin's handsome face appeared in front of her. Help me, kill Stryker. Nuo Lin noticed that there was something wrong with Death Woman's consciousness. When he was sorting out her memory just now, he discovered that due to the long-term mind control, her original memory began to become confused, and some of her original memories began to be confused. The memory overlaps with the illusion created by the Master of Illusion. Even if she is relieved of control, she cannot truly restore the original for the time being. However, out of hatred for Stryker, who has controlled her for so long, what Death Girl wants to do most is to kill him. Nuo Lin thought for a while, made some changes to his memory, and deleted some memories that could not be sorted out. He needs the other person's self-healing ability and long lifespan, which will make up for some of his shortcomings. After doing all this, Nuo Lin carried Death Woman on his shoulders, who could not fully regain consciousness for a while, and walked out. For him, the mission of this operation has been completed. But for Logan and others, got into a hard fight. As the leaders of the new generation of mutants, Pyro and Iceman are quite powerful. With Logan and Colossus in front, they can use fire and ice to quickly eliminate them. Destroy the enemy. I thought this mission would be completed soon. But halfway through their advance, they finally encountered a difficult opponent. It was a shimmering figure that could not be seen or touched. His movements cannot be captured by the naked eye. The opponent used some kind of sharp object to continuously attack the four people with high-speed movement. Colossus's whole body is made of steel, so he is naturally not afraid of the opponent's attacks. As for Logan, due to his fierce performance, he was attacked many times by the opponent. Every time he flickered, there would be another hole in his body. John and Iceman in the rear were also injured. In order to resist the unknown enemy, they had to lean against each other. One of them set fire, and the other created ice walls, covering every space. Cover to block enemy attacks. As if afraid of the two men's attacks, the figure used all means on Logan. However, with Logan's reaction ability, he was unable to counterattack the opponent at all. The battle reached a stalemate for a while. However, the bigger trouble lies behind. Boy, is this all you can do? Aim and use some force. My chest is right here. If you have the ability, just do it to me. Logan knows not to panic when fighting this type of enemy, as the opponent will most likely seize the opportunity to defeat him. Although the opponent has a super ability that is suspected of being super speed, its attack power is not very strong. He can only use some kind of sharp object to continuously bleed people. Even if he cannot keep up with the opponent's movements, he can rely on his immortal body to fight with the opponent. Stalemate, and then look for opportunities to kill with one strike. 1. This is the patience a hunter should have. Thank God, this time the enemy is not a cunning prey. After many unsuccessful attacks, he finally became impatient. After receiving the challenge from Logan, he aimed the tip of his tail at the enemy's chest and teleported again. You've fallen into a trap. Logan relied on the powerful reflex speed of a beast to strike first. As the subtle sound of his claws tearing flesh was heard, Logan's face was finally splashed with the enemy's blood. The opponent obviously didn't expect Logan to react so quickly. Even if he teleported away at the moment of the scratch, he was still seriously injured. In the open space in the distance, a man with a long tail, blue skin, and some weird runes on it looked at the scratches on his thighs. There is no doubt about the sharpness of adamantium, but just a momentary contact left a hideous wound on the thigh, with blood flowing freely. This man frowned and showed his sharp teeth like a wounded beast, grinning at the enemy as a deterrent. Little guy, who are you trying to scare? Like a domesticated wolf, commonly known as a dog, go back and lick your wounds. The battlefield is not a house, and I won't be merciful with my claws next time. Logan motioned for the other three to follow him. In his opinion, once a high-speed ability user injured his leg, most of his ability would be completely disabled, or even become a display. But he didn't expect that Nightcrawler's ability was not super speed, but teleportation. Whenever you see 983, you can move there instantly. If it was Nightcrawler originally, he would have escaped thousands of miles away after receiving this blow. But he has been controlled by Stryker using psychoactive drugs, and he can't help himself. There is no possibility of retreat except to resolutely carry out the task until he dies or regains consciousness. And the ex-weapons born in this base are not Deathwoman and Nightcrawler. Stryker, who was in a hurry from New York, heard that the invading enemy was extremely powerful. Without hesitation, he directly asked his men to use their ultimate move. Several people pushed out a man in a wheelchair who was unable to move from a tightly sealed room. He was wearing a white hospital gown and his eyes were slightly dull. He was still pushed to the battlefield by several people. Hey, first there's a small one, and now there's a crippled one. Is this all you can do? Logan smiled when he saw Jason. He was another guy in a wheelchair, and he looked even more disabled than Charles. How could he be pushed out to fight? What a joke. Do you really think everyone in a wheelchair is Charles? Pyro, Iceman, and the others are also happy. Logan has eliminated the super speed ability user, and the remaining people are no longer a threat. This time the mission was successfully completed again. Just when they let down their guard, several soldiers handed a few things to the blue-skinned mutant. After a few instructions, a trace of struggle flashed on the latter's face, but he quickly became firm again and disappeared in the next second. No, he is not a person with speed ability, but a person with space ability. Be careful. Logan immediately realized that something was wrong and looked around carefully, but in the face of the teleportation, Logan's reaction ability was also completely defensive. He only felt a bite from something on the back of his neck, and when he turned around and waved his claws, he caught Lonely. At the same time, Pyro and Iceman, who had relaxed their vigilance, were also bitten by something. Only Colossus, because his whole body was transformed into steel form, was not defeated by Nightcrawler. However, when Colossus was still on guard against the enemy, he suddenly saw Logan attacking him with a fierce look on his face and waving his claws. "Finally, I caught you. Don't even think about running away this time." At the same time, Pyro and Iceman also activated their abilities, targeting themselves. Colossus was stunned. It was obviously a tailwind game, but why did his teammates surrender all of a sudden and punch him hard? Colossus immediately felt the deep love from his teammates. Unlike dealing with ordinary people, although he has an indestructible steel body, he is not indestructible. Logan's claws are made of adamantium, one of Marvel's strongest metals. Obviously, Colossus's defense cannot stop Logan's output. With the harsh sound of metal cutting and with a splash of fire, Logan swung his claws with all his strength, leaving 3 shallow cuts on Colossus's chest. This is the first time Colossus' defense has been broken. The steel body obtained by his mutant ability is even harder than steel. If you want to defeat him, there is almost no other way except to crush him in strength. And Logan's claws are obviously beyond what he can bear. If Logan wasn't strong enough, this claw might be able to disembowel Colossus. Ice and Lai Yen followed closely behind, also causing him some trouble. Ice and fire alone are not enough to defeat him. Unless the temperature is low enough or the temperature is high enough, it will melt directly. But now he is enduring the 2 worlds of ice and fire. First, he has been burned by high temperatures and then baptized by ice. Even steel has to kneel down. Thanks to the fact that Pyro Man is just a lighter and the flame temperature he controls is not strong enough, Iceman's ability has not been further explored and cannot reach a lower temperature. Otherwise, the 2 of them can defeat Colossus in an instant if they work together. Even so, Colossus suffered a heavy blow and could only deal with the attacks. "Stop it. Stop it. It's me. I'm Peter Rasputin. Wake up." Colossus tried to awaken the consciousness of several people, but it turned out that the Illusion Master's control ability was much more powerful than his simple shouting. The Master of Illusion can create indistinguishable visual, auditory, olfactory, taste, and other illusions through brainwaves, and can control the other party's movements without the other party being aware of it. The secretions from his brain lobes can also be made into special medicinal patterns that control people's minds. Including Death Girl and Nightcrawler, they're all its victims. In X-Men 2, he even controlled the restrained Charles and almost caused the extinction of all mutants or humans. "Sir, we have the situation under control now. Among the 5 people who invaded, 3 are controlled by the Master of Illusion, and 1 is being besieged by 3 people. Now only 1 person is left." "Very good, I have the advantage. Take them all down to me." Charles actually did a good thing. He actually sent me so many helpers to quickly control them and then attack the academy. Now it's their last time. A time of vulnerability. On the plane, Stryker couldn't be happier with the results. He hated his son Jason so much that he even ignored their relationship and transformed him into a vegetative state, extracted his brain fluid, and ordered him to do things for himself and continue to harm mutants. In Stryker's eyes, when Jason used his phantom ability to drive his wife crazy and asked her to point an electric drill at her left temple and press the trigger, all mutants became synonymous with the devil. His whole purpose in life is to destroy mutants and see them not as human beings, but as damned pests. He has been studying mutants for decades, and finally he found that the most troublesome thing is that no one knows how many mutants there are, or how to find them in the huge crowd. But Charles can, so he makes a plan that focuses on Charles. Now, it's time to start planning. With another wave of controllable guys, is it still far to break the academy? Wait a minute, sir. Something's wrong. Here comes the last mutant. He has captured Death Girl. No, he is too strong. We can't be his opponent. Do. Stryker listened to the call that lost signal with a sullen face, gritted his teeth and said, "Fly faster. I'm going to kill those guys." The other side. When Nuo Lin came to the battlefield, he saw Logan teaming up with others to beat up Gangly. That scene was horrific. "Captain, come and save me. I can't hold on anymore." When Colossus saw Nuo Lin, he felt so friendly, as if he were seeing a long-lost relative, and he was particularly enthusiastic and excited. At this moment, all love rivals and the like were forgotten. There is no way Wolverine and others controlled by the Master of Illusion can really be ruthless. It was all for his life. For Stryker, uncontrollable mutants have no value in living, and only death is their true belonging. The Master of Illusion, who is controlled by remote control, will naturally not show mercy. Seems to realize that Nuo Lin is the biggest trouble. Immediately separate Wolverine and Pyro and run towards Nuo Lin. Nightcrawler was also controlled too. Rushed towards Nuo Lin, holding mind control injection in his hand. A cold light flashed through the air, and Nightcrawler suddenly became familiar again. With a clear target, he aimed at the back of Nuo Lin's neck and pressed down. Nightcrawler's hand holding the injection was shaken by a huge force. He felt as if he had hit a piece of steel. Even the needle of the syringe was bent, and the injection tube exploded. After receiving the countershock, one of his hands was shrouded in severe pain, and Nightcrawler immediately prepared to withdraw. But when his thoughts changed, his tail was grabbed by Nuo Lin, dragged half a circle in the sky, and then thrown away. He hit the concrete wall so hard that he couldn't get up for a long time. Teleportation is indeed very powerful, but the limit of human reaction speed is only 100 milliseconds. "In my eyes, your speed is still too slow," Nuo Lin coldly stated a fact. He held Logan's swung right hand with his right hand and pinched it gently. The wrist was directly destroyed, and the bones replaced by adamantium were clearly visible. As for Pyro John, Nuo Lin didn't care about his flames at all. The flame at this temperature was less than half as strong as his heat vision. Not to mention hurting her, it couldn't even burn off a hair. Not only him, but also the death woman carried on his shoulders was unscathed. The biological stance is just so outrageous. It is Nuo Lin's first line of defense. Even if you can break the biological stance, you still have to face the Kryptonian battlesuit produced by Krypton. This is a uniform made of special materials. It is made of the same material as Superman, but its appearance is different. This battlesuit not only does not affect large-scale movements, but also has powerful defense and functions such as increasing the efficiency of absorbing yellow solar energy. After the battlesuit, Nuo Lin is even more powerful than Colossus. It is absolutely indestructible and indestructible. Pyro kept releasing flames until Chi-Kick had to stop. However, Nuo Lin is still intact. He walked towards the Master of Illusion slowly but firmly. There was already a layer of sweat on the latter's forehead, and his eyes finally moved. He controlled the half-disabled Nightcrawler and the Iceman who was chasing Colossus to stand in front of him. Iceman raises his hand to create a layer of ice 1 meter thick. But it was shattered into pieces by Nuo Lin's random punch. Nightcrawler kept harassing Nuo Lin, but was flicked away by Nuo Lin with one finger. It is true that the ability to teleport is very strong and unsolvable, but in front of well-trained Kryptonians, their reaction speed is astonishing. What's the use of being faster? It doesn't take 0.001 seconds for people to react and predict your prediction. The moment you appear, they will punch you hard. To put it bluntly, every Kryptonian is a master of prediction. Their reaction speed crushes humans. Even the Flash, who has the Speed Force, may not be able to surpass his consciousness. Over Superman and Zod. Nightcrawler is just a mutant who relies on his ability to be aggressive, and his reaction speed is limited compared to ordinary people. Even if he could teleport, there was no way he could succeed as long as Nuo Lin was prepared. It can be seen that the Master of Illusion has used all his moves, and there is no other way to stop him. He hurriedly stopped controlling his illusion and used all his strength to attack Nuo Lin. A cute and well-behaved lowly figure suddenly appeared in front of Nuo Lin, and with a sweet and cute voice, she stared at her innocent big eyes and said fearfully, "Brother, you won't hurt me, right? Right? I'm so scared." Nuo Lin frowned, and his face became extremely ugly to the naked eye. Boom! Invisible psychokinesis surged out in an instant, sending the Master of Illusion and his chair flying for more than 10 meters. The chair made of steel was crushed into pieces of paper by the terrifying force and the even more fragile phantom. Master Xiang, no one can even see him. Bah! Disgusting! You are tarnishing Luo Li's perfect image. Death is not a pity. Nuo Lin cursed and yelled. Can you imagine what it would be like for a disabled vegetable and an ugly man to turn into a cute lowly? And he prays to you in a voice that makes people feel protective as soon as they hear it. If you can feel this, then you are really hungry. More importantly, Nuo Lin has the Phoenix Force, and the Master of Illusion cannot really affect his spirit. So in Nuo Lin's field of vision, the other person suddenly turned into a well-behaved Lolita, and at the same time, he turned into a foot-picking man. His voice was sometimes sweet and sometimes disgusting, which made his eyes and ears dirty. It greatly damaged his image in his mind. For a period of time, Nuo Lin felt that his soul was hurt, and he could not look directly at this word for a long time. So the Master of Illusion died miserably, with even a large piece of the thick concrete dented. After the Master of Illusion dies, Logan and others regained consciousness one after another, feeling extremely embarrassed about their actions just now, and at the same time they were aggressive and wanted to cause trouble to the Master of Illusion. But from this look, where is the Master of Illusion? Oh no, it should be said that the walls are covered with traces of his existence. Also recovering at the same time was Nightcrawler. After returning to consciousness, Nightcrawler felt panicked 5.0 about his behavior. His deep sense of guilt made him feel particularly guilty, and he said. He read the Bible crazily, hoping to pray for God's forgiveness. With the death of the Master of Illusions, Nightcrawler regains consciousness. Without the help of Mutant, the United States soldiers ushered in their doom. These people did not regret their death. They followed Stryker's orders and did many things that were contrary to human nature. Even though they were just following orders, they were also accomplices. The order given by Nuo Lin to John and the others is to completely destroy the underground base. As long as this base still exists, there will probably be innocent mutants lying on the experimental platform in the future, being dissected and studied. Stryker, who came in a hurry, realized that the matter was irreversible, felt cruel, and directly started the self-destruction process. In fact, this base does not have a self-destruction program, and one of his new assistants gave him this suggestion some time ago. So unbeknownst to many people, Stryker had bombs planted in many places below the dam. Once it explodes, the dam will burst due to being unable to withstand the pressure, and the flood will flood everything nearby. When the countdown to destruction sounds, Logan's expression changed greatly. Let's go. These guys are crazy. They initiated a self-destruction program. After hearing this, John and others were also in a panic. Without Nuo Lin opening his mouth, they turned around and ran out. Nuo Lin raised his hand to decompose the dam into a channel from bottom to top and used psychokinesis to carry several people directly out of the outside world. After reuniting with Qin, he had already soared away before the explosion. 10 seconds later, the rumble of an explosion shook the heaven and the earth, and Lake Alkali lost its restraint, like a wild horse running wild, galloping wantonly on the plain below. The losses were countless. That afternoon, a headline appeared in major media outlets. Shocked. The United States Colonel William Stryker actually did such a thing in broad daylight. Is this world light or dark? How many horrifying evils are hidden in the invisible places? The dignified Army Colonel William Stryker actually secretly conducted some human experiments that were against humanity and ethics on the territory of another country. He even made his own child into an incapacitated killing machine and secretly manipulated him to realize his ambitions. Does mutant belong to human beings? Is it protected by international human rights law? Today, let Patrick, a famous lawyer from the United States, conduct an alternative legal education program for everyone. With the exposure of the weapon, what on earth are they going to do? Destroy mutants? Or create killing weapons? Under the nose of the United Nations, this kind of thing is happening. It's simply horrifying. Thousands of people in Maple Leaf Country suffered billions of dollars in losses due to the explosion of the Lake Alkali Dam. Colonel William Stryker should be held responsible for this. A mutant's narrative: I'm a monster, I'm an orphan, I'm black, I'm an address book, I'm an AIDS patient, I'm trans, I'm still. But I will donate the money from selling with the name of mutant. You need to suffer discrimination and abuse from everyone? Yes, no one cares. I also have a dream. Public opinion is there. If you don't occupy it, the enemy will. Nuo Lin, who knows the importance of public opinion, directly played this trump card. When William Stryker still hated mutant for ruining his good deeds, the overwhelming media and newspapers pressed all kinds of highly inducing reports in front of everyone's eyes. Under the temptation of money, this war of public opinion spread across the country from the very beginning. This time, mutant did not hide his intentions at all. He not only revealed the existence of mutant to the world, but also showed the miserable life of the mutant group through the autobiography of a tragic mutant. This is a 20-year-old black guy who lives in darkness, cannot see the light, but longs for hope. 02. He narrated a brief autobiography of tens of thousands of words called I Have a Dream. The whole article is full of gorgeous words, but full of affection, which is very contagious. It makes people feel the same after reading it, and it can easily arouse people's sympathy. You know, this black guy lost his parents when he was young and grew up alone in a dark alley full of maggots. His fate was very tragic, and the world did not give him the right to choose. He was raped at the age of 10, forced to take sex at the age of 11, fought for territory with a knife at the age of 12, and awakened a mutant ability that can secrete an aura that attracts people of the same sex at the age of 13. Later, his life became even more miserable and, being regarded as a monster by others, every time the other party is finished, he will be scolded and scolded during the sage time. But even so, he still longs for the light, and no matter how much suffering he goes through, he still reads eagerly, fills the emptiness with spiritual food, and dedicates himself to donate a little love PG. He hopes to be respected and get the rights that normal people should have. He longs for light and freedom. But people like William Stryker wanted to catch them, dissect them, and then directly execute them and throw their bodies into the wilderness after using them. In deep despair, he tearfully wrote this amazing autobiography, which shows his solid literary foundation. As soon as this autobiography was published, it attracted a lot of attention. They never thought that there were people living in such misery in this world. The mutant group, which seems to have special super abilities, has been treated inhumanely. As for William Stryker, he was highly regarded by the major media. Many people joined in and denounced the inhumane William Stryker. However, they don't know. These reports all come from X Daily. As for the black guy, most of the experience was, well, at least partly thick. The most fake thing is that this article was not written by him. After all, how could a mutant gangster who had been involved in gangs since childhood have the time and energy to read? Taking this into consideration, Nuo Lin asked people to study for the opponent early during this period, at least so that he could recognize the words and not directly reveal his flaws. And show love. How many people haven't shown love these days? There are many girls in the alleys everywhere who are wearing thin clothes in winter and need help. Don't mention it. As for pursuing the light, is being able to spend a large amount of money for free and eat, drink, and have sex as you please, does that count as pursuing the light? Definitely, these are not mentioned in detail, but the art of language sometimes requires the existence of these arts, and their existence is reasonable. As long as you can arouse the emotions of netizens and get them to act according to your guidance, everything will be fine. At this time, William Stryker was stationed above the ruins of Lake Alkali. His heart was bleeding as he watched the base he had worked so hard for so long burn to the ground. If the idea could come true, then Nuo Lin and others would have died thousands of times. After staying for a long time, Stryker was about to get on the plane and go back, thinking hard about how to make a comeback. "It's over, Colonel." As soon as Stryker left his seat, a reckless soldier rushed in while holding a computer and shouting, "What the hell? Believe it or not, I'm going to kill you." Stryker looked at the reckless soldier with a sullen face. Didn't this guy pay attention to the timing? He actually acted randomly at this time. But soon, his attention was attracted by the computer in the soldier's arms. His face became darker and darker, and his expression became more and more panicked. He grabbed the computer and with trembling hands struggled to control the mouse to click on other pages. When he saw the above videos one after another criticizing him, slandering him, and angrily criticizing him, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Finally, when he saw the most discussed video, not long after watching it, a wave of anger surged up above his head, and the ground instantly turned dark. "It's bad. Someone come quickly. The Colonel is dying." Puff. When the long-prepared X Daily showed its war of public opinion for the first time, the energy that exploded was astonishing. This is the age of the internet. Information about mutant is not restricted. For a long time, mutant was considered an urban legend. But when mutant really came into everyone's sight, the shock it brought was earth-shattering. X Daily holds a lot of money and frantically guides major media outlets to promote what they want to promote. Many well-known social figures were also hired to discuss mutants' human rights issues. Secretly, they also spent money to fund environmentalists, human rights defenders, Black communities, and transgender groups, allowing them to stand up and speak out for mutant. Then the criminal evidence stored in William Stryker's computer was released. When they saw the tragic situation of the mutants who were dissected alive, anyone who still had some sympathy in their hearts began to denounce Stryker. Under Nuo Lin's suggestion, mutant was built into a vulnerable group, with most people being discriminated against without enough food and clothing. They often feel low self-esteem and are looked down upon because of their appearance deformities caused by some uncontrollable abilities. Nuo Lin also transformed Professor X and Magneto into Martin Luther King and Malcolm X in order to guide the development of public opinion to a greater extent. If you don't fly, that's it. Just soar into the sky. Now that you have decided to take action, you must pin your opponent to death. If this had happened before, Charles decided to minimize the situation as much as possible. But Nuo Lin knows that although this can reduce the fear of mutants among ordinary people, it will also lose the commanding heights of public opinion. Once your opponent wants to sanction you from a righteous perspective, you can only sanction passively. Not even a voice to refute. People have a preconceived subconscious mind, especially in terms of public opinion. They must attack their opponents first and follow the opponent's path so that the opponent has no way to go. Even after that, it is necessary to refresh the sense of presence from time to time and control public opinion. In this era, your silence and concession will only allow the enemy to gain more ground. Even if the other party has no reason and no justice, they will create justice through public opinion. Kind people and cowards will be bullied to death. Therefore, to control the right to speak, the sooner the better. Originally, Charles was a little worried. But seeing the one-sided situation on the internet, he suddenly felt that it would be okay to expose the existence of mutant. At least now it seems that the more attention they get, the harder it will be for the enemy to attack them. Even if they want to discredit them, they have to invest far more money than the previous public relations expenses. Their enemy, William Stryker, has lost his banner of justice at this moment. Even though he is a colonel of the United States, the above evidence is solid, and because of his wrong behavior, the Lake Alkali Dam exploded, killing thousands of people. Threatened by flooding. His horrific behavior towards Jason also aroused the indignation of countless people. What he didn't expect even more was that the short story they created with everyone's wisdom actually received the most attention. Major organizations across the country have expressed sympathy and are willing to speak out to help the mutant group. Especially Black groups, there are many of them. After seeing what happened to the Black guy, They all expressed sympathy and launched demonstrations in many cities to express the prohibition of discrimination against Black people and mutants. He also said William Stryker must be severely punished. This day, under the operation of Nuo Lin, has almost become the Day of Mutant. It's just an afternoon. It alarmed the United Nations. The United Nations said that mutants should also enjoy international human rights law and severely condemned William Stryker's actions. For a time, William Stryker became a social scum that everyone wanted to beat. Internet public opinion has fermented to this extent. William Stryker was naturally helpless. He was sent to a military court that night and was revoked as a colonel. But on the mutant issue, there has been no real letdown. The power of mutant is really eye-catching. On the surface, they are forced to severely punish Stryker due to public opinion, but secretly they are spying on Stryker's experimental data. Who doesn't want to have extraordinary power? Moreover, William Stryker successfully created a controllable mutant weapon, which means that the idea of controlling mutant is completely feasible. But after questioning, I learned that the only source of the mind control agent, Jason, the master of illusion, had been fed to fish for a long time. All data is disappearing in the explosion. Perhaps the only remaining experimental backup was also taken away by Xavier's school. At this point, they had to give up taking over the Weapon X program and send Stryker to prison. Then he came to the media and sternly denounced William Stryker's evil behavior and put forward various absurd views, hoping to turn this wave of public opinion into his own supporters. At the same time, he also expressed his sympathy for the victim mutant and said that such phenomena will be strictly investigated in the future. Then, they began to use their own power to control the direction of public opinion propaganda and intentionally curb topics related to mutant. Nuo Lin also knows that this matter basically ends here. When it comes to social reform, it can never be resolved by a huge public opinion. You see, in order to seek benefits, Black people must have been fighting for hundreds of years before they could barely get some scraps from white people. After all, they are not in control of media publicity. Although they took the lead and exposed mutant hard, gaining a lot of sympathy and support, it was destined not to last long. Charles was also aware of this problem and approached Nuo Lin to discuss countermeasures. Nuo Lin said frankly, it is impossible to solve this problem peacefully. On the one hand, we continue the original plan to push John and Bobby out and create mutant mining. Harvest the brainless fans and let them act as our pawns and fire at the enemy. On the one hand, we must strengthen mutant strength. We must have strong enough force to be completely safe. The data I transmitted to you before needs to be realized and mass-produced as soon as possible. In this way, even those weak ability users among mutants can gain enough power to contribute to the mutant cause. I agree with Nuo Lin's idea. We should concentrate all our resources on this, build weapons as soon as possible, and then make them bigger and stronger to create greater glory. Eric slammed the table with excitement. Nuo Lin provided him with an unprecedented idea. Mutants obviously have extraordinary abilities, and their numbers are not very rare, but why are their living conditions so harsh? After all, more than 90% of the mutant abilities here are weak. It is impossible to defeat ordinary people one-on-one, and against humans armed with guns, they can be taken away one by one. Decades have passed. The fourth-level mutants are still only him and Charles, Jean is half of them, and Nuo Lin has just been promoted to the fourth level. How to spell? Moreover, Charles went against him and gave humans an opportunity. However, now, the emergence of X, P1 individual power armor, X, F1 fighter jets, virtual training bracelets, and X, A1 attack ships will reverse the strength levels of both sides. Moreover, mutants who cannot read a single word can be turned into battle-hardened warriors in batches. After wearing the X, P1 armor, their strength is equivalent to that of an ordinary level 3 mutant. The improvement in strength is not small. The strength of level 3 mutants is already considered a mainstay. Even the level 3 mutants in the entire world are no more powerful than Shinran. But now, they can create a level 3 mutant of 10,000, 100,000 or 1 million people at any time. As long as this army is built, mutant will have the power to stand out from the rest. At that time, they could have said to everyone, "Everyone here is rubbish. Whoever is in favor of it and who is against it." Eric was so excited that he even took out a world map from his bag, unfolded it, and drew with a pen. "Come and take a look. These are some of the more suitable places I have selected, which can fully accommodate our compatriots." Ahem, Eric, please calm down. Seeing that Eric was getting too excited, Charles quickly stopped him and glanced sideways, suddenly sweating profusely. "Good guy, according to your circle method, why don't you circle the whole world?" "Humph. Why calm down? Tell me, is there something wrong with what I said?" Eric's eyes widened and he glanced around everyone as if to say, "If you dare to have objections, don't blame the knife in front of you for suddenly losing control." Everyone remained silent. Look at your nose with your eyes, and look at your heart through your nose. It's not the right time yet. If we want to make these things, we still lack a lot of money and resources, and we also lack a venue that can hide it from others. Nuo Lin shook his head. Eric suddenly became anxious. "If you don't have money, just tell me. I'll go to JP Morgan Chase and Citibank. I'm not afraid of resources. What can I use? Tony Stark doesn't have so many military factories in his hands. Just get a few." "Eric, you look like you're in a hurry again. Let's hear what Nuo Lin has to say first." Charles pulled Eric, knowing that he meant what he said. But now Mutant's situation has just improved. If it faces the whole world again, it may be really difficult in the future. Nuo Lin also agrees with this idea. He can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The water in this world is very deep, so he must take his time to figure it out. Speaking of which, Awfuleye can definitely act in advance. If you ask me, you're too indecisive. This is war. A war between humans and mutants. If we don't act quickly and gain the initiative in the war, then we will always be passive. Eric salivated and held the table with both hands, giving Charles a shower of rain. Charles was helpless. This old guy was good at everything, but he was too excited. Sure enough, just like Malcolm X, the background created by Nuo Lin, he is extremely radical in dealing with the issue of mutants. How could he not know that this was a war? But there was really no rush now. The technology developed by Nuo Lin is very powerful, and the technology is only a little beyond the current level of the Earth. It can be digested with the current technological level. But that is for the technology of all mankind. They are now just a small collective of mutant, and their largest capital is just some companies under Charles's name, most of which are real estate, and the cash flow they can produce is up to several $100 million. Although there are many high technologies in the underground base below the college, it is not easy to mass-produce these things. In the United States, although you can buy almost anything with money, it is not without restrictions. Many sensitive resources are involved. If a Stark company comes to purchase it, if there is no problem, the military will just think that it is producing some new product. But if companies under Mutant's name are asked to purchase, do you think those people will agree? Even if it can be purchased, it will be strictly monitored. Charles knows that there is an organization called the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. They monitor Superman closely, and they may even have someone from outside the Academy monitoring them. In this case, even if they have money, it will be difficult for them to mass-produce these equipment in a short time. Magneto, Charles is right. We can't rush this matter yet. We still lack a chance, and we cannot be responsible for purchasing resources. I already have an idea about this matter. When the time comes, I will tell you. Nuo Lin and Charles had the same idea. Mutant's environment was much harsher than he imagined. Even if you have money, it will be of no use for the time being. Why did Nuo Lin want to pay attention to the Yashida group? It was because of their resources and geographical environment. Being far away from the center of the United States, coupled with the various resources at the disposal of the Yashida group, it is possible to do things that Mutant cannot do. Child couldn't notice it for a while. In addition, the island country is surrounded by sea areas, so they can obtain resources from the seabed. Relying on the vast ocean, as long as we stay on the right track, we don't have to worry about early resources. After further development, we will be able to look into space. This step still needs to be done slowly. because once he set foot in space, it may arouse the ideas of other civilizations. They will think that the Earth is ready for war and regard the Earth as a threat. Then the Earth may enter into cosmic disputes ahead of time. Hearing what Nuo Lin said, Eric calmed down, which made the corners of Charles's mouth twitch slightly. Well, Nuo Lin is indeed very compatible with Eric in this regard. He actually agreed with Nuo Lin more quickly and was even more willing to trust Nuo Lin. Somehow, he felt like he was being raped. By the way, Hank has been asked to work overtime recently to solve relevant technical difficulties as soon as possible. If you have any problems, tell me and I will think of ways to solve them. Charles nodded. I will always pay attention to the cracking progress. With Hank's wisdom, I believe it won't take long. Hank is the smartest person among the mutants. He is a genius. Even among billions of people, he is still a genius. He can definitely be compared with Tony Stark. Over the years, he has been busy easing the relationship between mutants and humans, causing Hank to invest too little in scientific research and wasting his ability. But genius being genius, with a little more time you can pick it all up and even more. Nuo Lin also likes this kind of genius. It's a pity that Hank is not the opposite sex. Jingle bell bell. Just as Charles was about to speak, the phone rang, which was particularly harsh in the serious conference room. It was a phone call from Nick Fury, who is the director of the Homeland Strategic Defense Offense and Logistics Support Agency. He got the phone from an agent at a previous hearing, and we have been in contact by phone since that day. Charles looked at him, and his expression turned serious. To be honest, he didn't have much favorable impressions of his limited-time job. But who calls them the Special Forces of the World International Security Council dedicated to dealing with various strange events? It is difficult for mutant to bypass them. So far, he knows very little about Nick Fury, except that he is a fox who is difficult to get along with. Push the button. Professor X, you are making a bit of a fuss this time. Nick Fury said meaningfully. We are just speaking out for ourselves through normal channels and methods, aren't we? This is the right of every citizen. Charles replied calmly. There is no problem in speaking out, but the impact this time is too bad, and some people above have criticized it. Compared to what William Stryker did to us, I don't see anything wrong with speaking out for myself. On the other end of the phone, Nick Fury gave Charles a particularly high look. He had dealt with him before, but he had never been so tough. This time, Charles changed from usual and became confident and calm. There are experts behind him to help. Nick Fury was on the phone and watching silent TV. He was particularly surprised by the public opinion war mutant used this time. This method was not like what Charles could do. That group of mutants actually enlightened themselves today, knowing how to blend in with ordinary people and use ordinary people's weapons of public opinion to defend themselves. This kind of mutant is very bad. When they combine powerful strength and enlightened brains, it will be much more difficult to deal with mutants in the future. Most importantly, Nick Fury needs to understand what mutant is doing these days. A series of recent abnormal phenomena have broken his inherent impression of mutants, and they have become dangerous. This is a premonition unique to his decades-long career as an agent. A moment of silence. Professor, report to us. Charles became serious. You know, these two are special operations. One of them is related to the Skrulls, and the other is related to a colonel. If they report first and then take action, they may know about it in advance and cause an accident to a famous senator. Are you questioning the confidentiality of our security? Nick Fury seized the opportunity and asked, did you know that everyone in our organization has been tested many times before they can be officially hired? There is no possibility of spies from other agencies. I have full confidence in their loyalty, but you are making it difficult for me to do this. Hard to do? Then don't do it. Eric's voice came over the phone. He was particularly disgusted with this so-called political game. It is those politicians who have made mutants' environment increasingly difficult. Charles, I don't know what you are worried about. You have to report every action in advance. God, you are so naive. Those guys are not trustworthy at all. I'm sorry, my old buddy has a bad temper. He even beats me when he gets reckless. Charles motioned for Eric to shut up, and I apologized to Nick Fury without sincerity. The implication is that Magneto is a difficult person to get along with. If he is made anxious, he will do anything. Even Charles himself would find it difficult to hold him back. Nick Fury raised his eyebrows. Good guy, he is threatening me. How dare he threaten me? Who gave Charles the courage? Does he not want humans and mutants to live in harmony? He subconsciously glanced at the phone number. Yes. I checked the time again. It was normal. Even though he died young, the licking dog actually has its day of awakening. No more licking from today on? Nick Fury vaguely felt that something was wrong. He paused and pretended not to care. Mr. Pierce, the president of the United Nations Security Council, had a long talk with me this afternoon and expressed his special concern about mutants issue. He also specifically said that I will pay more attention to the mutant issue and will promote the improvement of relevant plans. Oh, by the way, Mr. Pierce used to be my immediate boss, and the two of us have always had a good personal relationship. Isn't it good? There is still Pierce's office in SHIELD headquarters. Nick Fury's meaning is very simple. Just tell Charles that if you want to improve mutants' living environment, you'd better listen to me and follow my instructions. As long as I am satisfied, I will mention this to Pierce. Let the United Nations reach a unified consensus on mutant as soon as possible. Otherwise, the unified consensus they reached would be very detrimental to mutant. For example, improve the Mutant Registration Act. Charles also understood what Nick Fury meant and hesitated for a moment. This was the first time he knew that Pierce and Nick Fury had such a relationship. This is going to be difficult. Nick Fury is originally the person in charge of managing super-ability people, and he has close relations with the United Nations. If we have a good relationship with them, maybe? Ahem. Seeing that Charles was hesitant and seemed to have the idea of licking again, Nuo Lin quickly coughed twice as a reminder. Whoever believes Nick Fury's words is stupid. In this regard, the Skrulls have a say. They've been on Earth since at least 1991, when Nick Fury and Captain Marvel promised to help them find a new home. However, time flies and it is after 2020. More than 30 years have passed, and the promise has not yet been fulfilled. Talos worked loyally for Nick Fury, but was ostracized by the clan and even lost his position as leader. On the other hand, what about Nick Fury? He actually went to Sword Bureau to sunbathe. There is no news about Captain Marvel either. Besides, that SHIELD thing is a mess, leaking like a sieve. However, there is something to be said for the relationship between Pierce and Nick Fury. It is indeed very good. He helps others raise his subordinates for free, and the other person can enter and exit his own home at will, so he wears a cuckold. After being prompted by Nuo Lin, Charles gritted his teeth and said, "Then you must speak kindly to Mr. Pierce. The living environment in Mutant is really too difficult." Nick Fury was surprised that Charles had been fooled so quickly and became fearless again. Who was coughing just now? There is something wrong inside Mutant. However, Nick Fury did not continue to test. He changed the topic and asked about another concern. Charles, I have another question. I want to know how much you know about the Skrulls. For such dangerous aliens, we need to strictly monitor them. Charles shook his head. I'm sorry, but our current knowledge of the Skrulls is limited to what Senator Kelly knows. They are very cunning, as if there is a mysterious hand helping them conceal their traces. That black hand must be very powerful. We never knew anything about it. We have no further information on how many Skrulls have been replaced. Oh, can you even see through the Skrulls' thoughts? Nick Fury said without blushing. I haven't really met the Skrulls face to face, and they seem to have a device that blocks telepathy. I can't see clearly the thoughts of those pretenders. Charles was also very good at telling lies. If Nuo Lin hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have even known that the Skrulls existed. But it's true that their minds can't be probed. The Skrulls have a deep grasp of psychic technology, and it is not difficult to make an instrument for a psychic isolation helmet. As long as they consciously guard against Charles, it will be difficult to find them in the vast crowd and learn their thoughts. Nick Fury noticed that Charles was playing tricks on him, and his expression was quite ugly. Seeing that he couldn't get any important information out of the question, he hung up the phone after a few casual conversations. His fingers tapped on the table unconsciously, but his thoughts flew into the distance. Stayed for a long time. He called Hill. I want people to increase surveillance on Xavier's school. I need to know what's going on inside them. I have a hunch that they are doing something big. By the way, pay special attention to the unfamiliar faces among them. They should be in contact with a certain force. Understood, sir. Hill nodded, turned around, and gave the order. At the same time as the order is issued, Pierce, who is not in SHILD but knows everything about S.H.I.E.L.D., also knows that Nick Fury is tightening surveillance on Mutant. He thought for a moment and then took out his secret phone and called his own people. Mutant has been a little weird lately. Hydra doesn't allow such awesome forces to cause trouble. If Mutant Academy is dishonest, then they will help the right, Manuoheo, party to be honest. For a time, under the calm society, there was an undercurrent. After the meeting, Nuo Lin didn't stay at Xavier's school. Instead, he took out a new identity certificate from an express package. Nuo Lin transformed from a native of the Dragon Kingdom into a 25-year-old doctor of genetics. If Nick Fury and the others saw this identification, they would definitely feel very familiar. Yes, this thing is produced by Snake and S.H.I.E.L.D. again. Although Ophelia is only a middle-level manager, thanks to the Yashida Group's success, she has transformed into a more important role within HYDRA. She used her influence on Yashida Ichiro to cleverly transfer a lot of funds to HYDRA. From ancient times to the present, the god of wealth has always been a relatively important existence. No matter how big the company is, Hydra will not fight against money. And with the Yashida Group as cover, they can do more. Nuo Lin honestly took the international flight and came to Sakura country. As soon as he got off the plane, two men in black were waiting for him respectfully and took him to Ophelia's residence. Nuo Lin judged from the calluses on the palms of their hands that these two people should be good with guns and have undergone long-term military training. He walked with his head held high and his chest held high, quite like a soldier. Considering that Ophelia can make them come forward, it is obvious that these two people should be placed by Hydra under new Ophelia. Nuo Lin also smelled the smell of psychotropic drugs on them. These two people had been controlled and brainwashed by Ophelia using special drugs. A few minutes later, Nuo Lin met Ophelia in an apartment. The other party is currently wearing a white coat, gold-rimmed glasses, and bright red lips that attract people's imagination. Definitely, this doctor's uniform is naturally not that formal, and the broad chest is almost free of restraint. Honey, it's time for the injection. Ophelia pursed her lips and smiled. 2 hours later. Game over for doctor and patient. Ophelia only needs to take a moment to recover completely. Nuo Lin, who had done some warm-up exercises, opened the door and waved to the door under Ophelia's doubtful eyes. Soon a cold woman wearing a tight leather jacket walked into the room without any hesitation. Ophelia did not change her color when she saw this, but chuckled. My dear, you are too well prepared. Look at me. I am so stupid. I forgot to ask another nurse for help. Ophelia knew Nuo Lin's fighting power, but her small body was simply not big enough for Nuo Lin. Naturally, he would not be dissatisfied with Nuo Lin calling in another woman. After all, as a woman, if she cannot satisfy her man, she is obviously incompetent. And she was also scared, and she was really powerless. It's not what you think. This is Yuriko Koyama. She is a mutant I rescued from Stryker. She has lost many memories. I brought her here this time to see if I can help her regain some memories. 1. As soon as Nuo Lin finished speaking, Yuriko Koyama opened her collar and said, If it were you, I wouldn't mind doing this with you. I hope to kill Stryker with my own hands. As soon as she opened her mouth, Ophelia showed a gesture that was exactly what I expected. What woman can say no to Nuo Lin? Nuo Lin was also a little surprised. Yuriko Koyama usually spoke very little and did not deliberately use telepathy to read minds. This time she came to Ophelia, but she insisted on following her. Sensing Nuo Lin's doubtful gaze, Yuriko Koyama said without changing her expression, You are the most powerful man I have ever seen, and you are more handsome than other men, so I like you and am willing to be with you. This is really surprising. Could it be that this is the racial characteristic of the Sakura Kingdom that obeys the strong? Nuo Lin is not Lu Xiaohui. Yuriko Koyama has already spoken like this, so how can she refuse? Another battle. One thing to say. Self-healing ability brings a huge bonus, and Yuriko Koyama's combat effectiveness is second only to Kayla. Moreover, Nuo Lin is still the groom every night, and his self-healing ability is simply amazing. But the only drawback is that it costs blood. Every time you come out, you may have to open the city gate again. By the time the battle was over, it was late at night. You have been out for so long, wouldn't Yashida Ichiro worry that something might go wrong? Nuo Lin has changed his clothes, and even if he stands masturbating for a long time, he is still full of energy. Ophelia was convinced when she saw Nuo Lin, who was still very energetic. When she heard this, she smiled proudly. That guy cherishes his life very much. When he heard that you were an expert no less than me, he immediately asked me go out and convince you. He is responsible for all the expenses of our trip. When Nuo Lin heard this, he said thoughtfully, then we can't live up to his 903 kindness. Let's go shopping tomorrow. Although the Yashida group has become his possession, spending one's own money and spending other people's money are two different concepts. Day. Under the leadership of Ophelia, Nuo Lin took Yuriko Koyama directly to Akihabara. Nuo Lin is also very curious about this legendary holy land of otaku culture. However, after arriving here, Nuo Lin was quite disappointed. After looking at the whole street, the most beautiful girl was still beside him. This was completely different from what he had imagined. If we really want to talk about the advantages, the girls here are quite sunny when they smile. Definitely, even if there is a beautiful girl Nuo Lin, he will not have any contact with the other party. Isn't his first-hand girl delicious? He has to find a bus. Nuo Lin also went to experience a wave of maid coffee. The maids were surprised that Nuo Lin took two beautiful girls everywhere. They all felt ashamed in front of Ophelia and Yuriko Koyama. Finally, the female manager of the maid cafe came on stage to serve Nuo Lin and the three of them well. Feeling the restrained posture of the others, Nuo Lin immediately knew what the problem was. It was better to be alone in this kind of place. However, he has no intention of letting Ophelia and the others leave. The girls here are basically average, let alone a beautiful encounter. They are not even pleasing to the eye. In other words, the store manager is just okay. Definitely, their outfits add a lot of points. Ophelia looked thoughtful when she saw this, then turned around and quietly bought a maid outfit. He gave Nuo Lin a meaningful look. While the three of them were playing, Yashida Ichiro is staying in a secret base where ninjas are trained. Listen to the reports from your subordinates. Master, this is Nuo Lin's information. After confirmation by our partners in the United States, he is indeed a famous biogenetics expert in the United States. He has a very good personal relationship with the famous Professor Charles Francis Xavier. During this time, there are many organizations that have come forward to solicit. Yashida Ichiro's eyes flickered when he heard this. Charles? The one from Xavier's School for Gifted Talents, right? I heard that Logan also went to that place recently? Yes, master. Yashida Ichiro nodded slightly. He recalled the strong man who blocked the explosion for him when the nuclear bomb fell on Hiroshima. The other party has the regenerative healing factor that he envies extremely. Even in the past few decades, the other party still cannot see any signs of aging. And he is already old and may go to see Amaterasu at any time. Where are the three of them? The ninja was well prepared and took out a piece of information. They went directly to Akihabara this morning. Yashida Ichiro closed his eyes and listened motionlessly. With his current energy, even lying down and thinking would take a lot of energy. After the ninja finished his report, he opened his eyes after a long time and said, "Heroes are saddened by beauty. It seems that our Dr. Ophelia is really willing to bear it. Let Mariko go, it's time to invite our distinguished guest." Yashida Ichiro felt that he already knew Nuo Lin's weakness. It was obvious that although the opponent was very capable in medicine, he still did not get rid of his vulgar taste. Being obsessed with women is his biggest weakness. He is very optimistic about Nuo Lin because he knows Ophelia's ability. Although the Yashida group has recruited talents from all over the world, he can't find anyone half as good as Ophelia. And one can only imagine how powerful a person who is highly praised by such a genius is. The most important thing is that the other party is an expert in biogenetics. It is said that he has also participated in the research of mutant genes in a certain organization, which happens to be the talent he lacks the most. Such a talent is worthy of his courtesy and corporal. No matter how high the price is, he must recruit it. Near dusk, the three of them had a big meal in a luxurious restaurant. I also ordered a bottle of expensive wine. When I walked out of the restaurant, 2 luxury cars parked at the door. In front of the car in front, there were 2 women waiting. One of them is wearing a white kimono and is tall, but has a small capital. The other has long red hair and is wearing a smart outfit. When the woman in white kimono saw Nuo Lin coming out, she immediately came up to greet him and said with a gentle smile, "Are you Mr. Nuo Lin? This is Mariko, the granddaughter of Yashida Ichiro. He sincerely invites you to join the Yashida group," Ophelia said cooperatively from the side. Nuo Lin nodded and looked at Mariko carefully. She has a very good figure, a model figure, but her shortcomings are obvious. She had a sincere smile on her face and looked a little innocent, but through Ophelia's secret observation, Mariko was not as harmless as she seemed. She is very good at using her own capital and very good at pretending. This is also the reason why Yashida Shingen dislikes Mariko very much, because she is too similar to the Dr. Ichiro Shida. Yashida Ichiro probably also knew Mariko's temperament, so he decided to make Mariko his heir among the survivors, but he had no intention of actually doing so. Mariko did look a lot like him, but he believed from beginning to end that only he was the most suitable helmsman for Yashida. No matter how much Mariko is like him, she is just a woman. She currently does not have the resources to control the group, and is simply not enough to fight against him. Shingen has a powerful Yakuza organization with good abilities. He can press the button due to his long-term purchase of adamantium. Bills with large deficits may threaten his control once he is involved in the company group for too long. So on the surface, he supported Mariko, but in fact he was diverting Shingen's attention to make his plan more perfect. After he is reborn and has a mortal life, it doesn't make any sense whether Shingen and Mariko exist. However, what he didn't expect was that Mariko and Logan got rid of him together, and by the way, they also used their hands to get rid of Shingen. This is an ambitious woman. Nuo Lin was not worried at all. "I heard that Yashida Ichiro is looking for me, so let's go." When the red-haired woman on the side heard Nuo Lin calling her master's name directly, she frowned slightly, and a trace of anger appeared on her face. But Mariko smiled as if she didn't hear him. "Mr. Nuo Lin, please get in the car, we are leaving now." Nuo Lin nodded and took the lead towards the co-pilot. Ache. Seeing this, Yukio was about to remind him, but he saw Nuo Lin walking nonstop and said to Mariko, "You can drive." Mariko hesitated for a moment, and when Yukio was about to speak, she nodded. "I know how to do it, but I'm just not skilled at it." "It's okay, just click on it." Nuo Lin opened the passenger door and got in. Seeing this, Yukio said angrily, "That's too much. Even if he is very talented, he shouldn't be so arrogant." Mariko shook her head and said with a well-behaved look, "He is a distinguished guest of Grandpa's fancy, and he is also a distinguished guest of the group. Let me drive. You go to the car behind to see Dr. Ophelia and the others off." Yukio took a deep breath, saw that Mariko had already made a decision, glared at Nuo Lin, and walked towards the car behind. But in my heart, I didn't know how many times I scolded Nuo Lin. This is the first time she has seen such an unreasonable person, so arrogant. You know, even those high-ranking officials of Sakura Kingdom would not dare to let her drive when they saw Mariko. Don't look at the monk's face, but also the Buddha's face. The Yashida group is a giant in the Sakura country. Nuo Lin has no respect for Yashida Ichiro, and she also seems to have an unquestionable command tone towards Mariko. Whether she is a ninja of the Yashida family or a friend of Mariko, she has a sense of humiliation and humiliation. She didn't see it. His eyes were looking at her with murderous intent. Yes, Yukio is also a mutant, and she has the ability to predict fragments of the future. This ability is not under her control and occasionally appears automatically in her brain. I don't know the cause or the result. We can only speculate about the future through that fragment. Just now, when Yukio was still talking about Nuo Lin, her mutant ability suddenly triggered. She saw Nuo Lin standing high in the sky, the goddesses dancing in the audience, and the gods on the stage toasting in compliments. Next to Nuo Lin, she saw many people. Although it was blurry, she could still see one figure clearly, which was Mariko, who was smiling. Seeing this scene, Yukio didn't know what to say. She was sure that Mariko was not threatened, and she smiled happily and proudly. This means that there seems to be no need for her to hate Nuo Lin for her best friend and director Mariko. And she is not qualified to be Nuo Lin's opponent. I never miss it, things always go as predicted. Mariko, you will be his woman. Yukio's eyes were complicated. She couldn't understand why Nuo Lin became the king of the world when he was just a biogeneticist. Mariko's eyes flickered. Is there a possibility that your prediction was wrong? Absolutely impossible. Yukio said firmly. I understand. This is fate. Regardless of her image, Mariko trotted to catch up with Nuo Lin and said softly, I promised you, you will become my master in the future. What should we do next? If you use force to acquire the Yashida group, you will not be able to legitimately control the power. It may also attract the attention of outsiders, which will be very detrimental to you. Nuo Lin smiled and said, it's very simple. Just let them dog eat dog. If they all die, are you confident that you can fully control the group? Mariko nodded and said confidently, give me half a year, and I can make the group have only one voice, and that's you. Nuo Lin shook his head and frowned. Too slow. 1 week. I will give you some help, and you must completely control the group within 1 week. I'll try my best. Mariko didn't dare to vouch for it. If after a while, Yashida Ichiro made a will, even if it was an oral will, she would be confident that she could take over the power of the group in the shortest time. If you want to fully control the group, you need to eliminate several other shareholders and even political partners. But now Yashida Ichiro is just more inclined to her. Even if the 2 competitive people are dead, it will be difficult for her to convince the public immediately. This takes time. But considering Nuo Lin's power, it doesn't seem impossible. Nuo Lin said nothing and signaled her to return to normal and continue walking forward. At the same time, a trace of invisible spiritual power is activated, covering all nearby areas. Just when a few people walked to the gate and were about to be tested by the bodyguards to see if they were carrying unknown metals, suddenly gunshots were heard from inside the gate. This gunshot seemed to be just a signal, and soon more intense gunshots were heard, as well as wailing sounds after being shot. Listening to the sound of gunfire, there are not only pistols, but also more powerful submachine guns and even automatic rifles. The bodyguard at the door changed his face after hearing this, and immediately took out the pistol hidden in his waist and rushed into the door. Miss, please stay outside and don't come in. The bodyguard also knew the seriousness of the matter. After entering, he closed the door without waiting for Mariko and Yukio to take action, and rushed towards the place where the gunfire was the loudest, preparing to deal with the unknown intruders. However, when they arrived at the battlefield, they found that the intruder was none other than Dr. Shida Kaishin. With crazy eyes, he led a large group of black-clad men from the Yakuza organization and rushed towards Yashida Ichiro's location. Old man, how dare you plot against me and want me to die? In that case, don't blame me. Opposite them were a group of black-clad ninjas who were secretly sponsored and adopted by Yashida Ichiro. They were raised and trained as weapons since they were young, and each one of them was loyal to Yashida Ichiro. The leader is the ninja leader Kenichiro Harada. A licking dog who was sent to protect Mariko and had feelings for her would betray Ichiro Yashida for Mariko in the original time and space and die under the silver katana. Shingen, how dare you commit the following crime? This is a capital crime. Bah, it's just our family dog, who do you think you are? Yashida Shingen looked at the knives in their hands and the broken pistols in the hands of the bodyguards with disdain. We are in this age, and they are still playing the same old tricks. It is really something only an old guy can think of. Give it to me. Crush them. Who? Kill Ichiro Yashida and I will give him $10 million. After hearing this, the subordinates of the Yakuza organization acted like crazy bulls, breathing heavily and firing wildly at each other. This battle was sudden, and Yashida Shingen was not actually prepared, so he had far fewer men than his opponent. If he hadn't learned that the old guy was secretly training ninjas and preparing to kill him, he wouldn't have acted rashly if the time waited for no one. At the beginning of the operation, he immediately called people outside and asked them to bring some big guys to support him. As long as he can forcefully kill the old man, and with his control over the group, he can still control a large amount of property by just taking out some things to feed people outside. Now it is time to get rid of these obstructive ninjas and bodyguards. Inside the house, Yashida Ichiro heard the noisy noise outside and learned that Yashida Shingen suddenly rebelled and tried to rush in and kill himself. The old fox was so angry that he wanted to tear Shingen into pieces. He always thought that he had perfect control over Shingen's character and lifeline, but he didn't expect that the other party would have the courage to risk everything and make the following mistakes. It seems that he still underestimated this unsatisfactory son. At least he is ruthless and has a bit of a style. However, just with a few little kalo rice, you want to kill him? Do you think I don't know that you have trapped those people outside? Do you really think you are doing everything right? It's a pity that everything about you is in my calculations. Yashida Ichiro made a call, and the sounds of hey, hey, hey kept coming. Then he called another person, Nobuhiro Mori, who was Mariko's fiancé, Minister of Justice, and a rising star in politics. This marriage was mainly led by Yashida Shingen, who wanted to quickly marry Mariko, who was a great threat to him, so that Yashida Ichiro could only choose himself in the end. At the same time, he can also gain political support from the promising Mori Nobuhiro through marriage, allowing himself to gain more benefits. In this regard, Yashida Ichiro did not object too much. He did not care about these small tricks of Shingen because he was not prepared to hand over the group to anyone except himself. Nobuhiro Mori received the call. When he learned that Shingen and others were guilty and were preparing to use force to gain control of the Yashida group, he immediately promised to bring people to support as soon as possible. But in fact, after gathering people, he slowly rushed to the Yashida family residence. The reason is simple. He wants to reap the benefits. As long as Shingen and Ichiro fight to the death, preferably both die, then the group will fall to the sole heir Mariko, and as the other's fiancé, he will most likely get Yashida in the future. Everything about the group. Then use the group's resources and connections to push him to a higher level and even become the highest position. In this way, he would get money, power, and beauty. Wouldn't it be nice? You guys fight slowly. Yashida should change his name from now on, hahaha. Not long after I called Yashida Ichiro, Yashida Shingen then received the cry for help from his subordinates. Boss, we are surrounded by police. There are at least hundreds of people on the other side. It is difficult for us to break out. Damn it. Come on. Support is on the way, arriving soon. Yashida Shingen was not stupid. He knew that the situation was critical and could not shake the morale of the army. He simply picked up his submachine gun and charged in. Under his leadership, the members of the Yakuza organization relied on firepower to carve out a hole. Although there are many people on Yashida Ichiro's side, there are too few melee. Especially ninjas. Although there are many in number, they can carry out assassinations. Once they use ninja tools and bows and arrows head-on, they are completely targets. But thanks to their bravery and fearlessness of death, and the hard work of the bodyguards, after Yashida Shingen broke out of the siege, he was lucky enough to be left alone. Others were once again overwhelmed by numbers and surrounded. Yashida Shingen knew that he didn't have much time. Harada Kenichiro was leading people to chase him, and once his men ran out of bullets, they would definitely die. Therefore, the only way to break the situation is to kill the old man. Yashida Shingen ran over quickly without hesitation and killed the last few ninjas guarding the door with a few shots. When he arrived in the room, he also announced that he had run out of bullets. Yashida Shingen pulled out katana and walked towards the immobile Yashida Ichiro step by step. I'm sorry, old man. Who told you that you weren't prepared to give the group to me? You even sent people to get rid of me. If I hadn't called a few people in on a whim, I'm afraid you really succeeded. Now, the game is over and victory belongs to me. Shingen, you know, I'm very disappointed in you. As my son, you have not inherited any of my excellent qualities. As a person in power, you are not good enough. You are not qualified to shoulder the responsibility of leaving a huge group unmanaged and hanging around with people from the Yakuza organizations outside. The name of Yashida. Shut up. If you hadn't held on to power so tightly and never given me a chance to intervene, would I have gone looking for those bitches? At this time, Yashida Shingen had already heard the sound of running outside. Knowing that time waits for no one, he came to the other party in a few steps and said, "Don't worry, after you die, I will inherit everything from you and send Mariko out. In my hands, Yashida will truly flourish." Boom. Yashida Shingen stared blankly at the bullet hole in his abdomen and then looked at Yashida Ichiro, who was holding a gun. You me? Are you me after all? Do you really think I am so old that I can't move at all? Looking at Yashida Shingen's dead eyes, a smile appeared on the corner of Yashida Ichiro's mouth, but soon the smile solidified and turned into panic. Damn guy, how dare you do this? There was a bomb under the dead Yashida Shingen's coat. The time on it immediately returned to 0 the moment he landed. Boom. As the explosion sounded, Yashida Ichiro and his son died together. This sudden war was calmed down not long after the explosion. The living people stared at the fire blankly, and until now they still don't understand why this happened. Everything was sudden and unexpected. At this time, Mariko walked in at Nuo Lin's signal. 0. Please give me flowers, oh. Now everyone listen to my order. Put out the fire immediately, see people dead or see corpses. As long as there is 1/10,000th chance, my grandfather and father must be rescued. Harada Kenichiro. You go and gather the remaining people to guard the door. No one can enter without my order. You should contact the police immediately and let them be responsible for maintaining public order in the outside world. No one is allowed to privately report to the media what just happened. At this moment, Mariko changed her weak appearance and gave orders in an orderly manner. The rest did as she wished. Forgetting the living bodyguards, those ninjas who only obeyed Yashida Ichiro subconsciously acted according to the orders. After all, Mariko is the granddaughter of their master. When the master dies, Mariko naturally becomes the new master. After Mariko finished giving instructions on the main tasks, she took Nuo Lin and walked towards the back room. From now on, you're the master of the Yashida group, Nuo Lin said in her mind using telepathy. Mariko paused for a second, then walked forward as if nothing had happened, and glanced at Nuo Lin with a complicated expression. She became increasingly confused about Nuo Lin. While talking and laughing, the two biggest rivals came to blows and coincidentally died together. She didn't believe it at all if there was no handwriting from Nuo Lin in it. But she didn't mind, neither she was as kind to her grandfather nor her father as she seemed. Caught in the middle, she can be said to be walking on thin ice. Neither party is friendly and neither regards her as their relative. If necessary, they can send her out at any time or even execute her. Especially when she learned that Yashida Ichiro was secretly researching an experiment that could transfer the ability to heal and gain immortality, any family affection in her heart disappeared. 0. But she's so good at pretending. On the surface, she is still a delicate woman, looking exactly like a filial daughter and grandson who has lost a loved one. Unknowingly, Mariko and Nuo Lin came to a room. Ophelia, Yukio, and the others were fixed not long ago. After this happened, Yukio was in a very bad state at the moment, and he didn't think much about Mariko's reaction, thinking that the two were going to talk about some kind of secret. After Mariko invited Nuo Lin in, she respectfully poured a cup of tea and knelt down next to Nuo Lin obediently. Then he looked at Nuo Lin quietly, with a dazed look on his face. Sir Nuo Lin, what should I do next? What do I need to do for you? Unknowingly, Mariko used the honorific Sama. She was at a loss and also frightened. No matter how scheming she was, in the face of the mysterious and powerful power, she was no better than ordinary people. What a difference. Nuo Lin had already prepared a plan. Mariko took it carefully and looked at it seriously. When she saw the next task arrangement, her pupils shrank suddenly. Breathing also became rapid. Sir Nuo Lin, what are you? Follow the instructions above and don't ask why, do you understand? Nuo Lin slowly picked up the teacup from the coffee table, took a sip, smacked it in his mouth, and then swallowed it with a gurgle. Mariko nodded, still thinking about the plan he just saw. If what is said above is true, then the Yashida group will usher in a major turning point. Or be attacked by a group and fall into the abyss. Or just soar into the sky and reach a height never imagined. Neither Yashida Ichiro nor Yashida Shingen can look up to such heights. Nuo Lin's ambition is too great. But Mariko didn't feel crazy. On the contrary, because of women's strong-willed mentality, she was not so repelled by Nuo Lin. Even if the other party is likely to be the culprit who killed her relatives. Definitely, it is also possible that due to the evil nature deep in Sakura country and Yukio's prophecy, she had another strange emotion towards Nuo Lin. Coupled with the fact that the two of them were in the same space, the aura on Nuo Lin became stronger and stronger. As she looked at it, she felt hot all over. When the temperature is high, it's natural to take off your clothes. Mariko feels crazy. Even though her father and grandfather left tonight, she not only did not cry bitterly, but instead threw herself at the man who was suspected of being an enemy. Could it be that the blood flowing in her body was so low and dirty? Tonight, she was very proactive. There are white things happening outside, but happy events happening inside. And further outside, Nobuo Mori, who was dressed in formal attire, pointed at Kenichiro Harada and cursed with a ferocious expression. Let us go in. A shooting occurred inside. As Mariko's fiancé and the Minister of Justice, I have the right to know what happened inside. What, do you want to rebel? Do you care about the country and the judiciary? I am your future master, you all will get out of here. Inexplicably, both Mori Nobuo and Harada Kenichiro felt fleeting palpitations. It was as if something inexplicable was moving away from them, and at the same time, something seemed to hit their heads, which made them a little heavier. But neither of them paid attention to it. One firmly stopped his love rival from disturbing the heartbroken Mariko, and the other scolded her desperately and tried to break in. The two looked at each other, wishing to kill each other. I checked my eyes and found that it was my love rival 8. Finally, Mori Nobuuro broke in. Kenichiro Harada and others did not dare to actually attack Nobuuro Mori and the police behind him. And this matter cannot be hidden. The previous chairman and the current chairman were wiped out in a fierce battle. The impact of this incident is so bad that it is impossible to completely hide it. Led by Mori Nobuuro, or enemies or friends of the Yashida group, they all want to inquire about the specific situation and confirm the death of the two people, and are also thinking about how to profit from this matter. The remaining Yashida group has lost its two hardliners and has only one weak and obedient Mariko, who is like a little white rabbit in their eyes. With a little more effort, you can get all the women and wealth. Nobuuro Mori rushed to the scene, ignoring the glare of the bodyguard ninja, and wanted to find Mariko. But around the corner, Mariko's cold, high voice came. Nobuuro Mori, what do you want to do by leading people to break into the Tenshida family? Mariko. After hearing the familiar voice, Mori Nobuuro's expression suddenly changed. He raised his head and chest, pretending to be serious. I came here just to see if you were okay. After all, this happened. Your grandfather, Mr. Yashida, called me just now. When I heard it, I couldn't believe that this happened, but I still summoned people to help Mr. Yashida as soon as possible. But I didn't expect. I was still late, and that guy Shingen actually did such a treasonous thing. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you. It belongs to, who is he? When the haggard-looking Mariko came out, Nobuuro Mori saw another stranger beside her. And he's so handsome. The point is, it's too close. Where did you put your hooves? Don't be so close. Nobuuro Mori felt a little confused. He was obviously Mariko's fiancé, but he had never touched her until now. However, this man actually got there first. Damn it. 003 had known he would have arrived earlier. This time happened to be when Mariko was at her weakest. If she could take advantage of it. It doesn't matter who he is, what matters is what you are planning to do. Mariko didn't give the other party any good looks, while Nuo Lin stood aside and said nothing, drawing circles on Mariko's back with his other hand. Mariko pretended to be calm, with almost no change in her expression. Mariko, I am your fiancé, so naturally I care about you, and as the Minister of Justice, I have the right to obtain and determine the entire process of the shooting incident. No need. As a member of the Yashida family, I have decided to terminate my marriage with you. As for the entire process of this matter, we will hand over all evidence to the police, so we don't need your help here, Kue. Mariko didn't give the other party a look, and her attitude was cold and ruthless, fearing that Nuo Lin would misunderstand. Mariko, you. Kenichiro Harada. The latter subconsciously stood up and asked Mori Nobuuro to leave. The latter's face turned green and white, and finally turned around and left with a snort. Smelly cousin. You are really ungrateful. Since you are unwilling to accept the soft one, then don't blame me for being hard. When the time comes, I will let you kneel on the ground like a mother and beg for my forgiveness. You actually support a bad man. Huh. In front of me, I am like a white lotus, and in front of others, I get whatever I want. Mori Nobuuro secretly made up his mind to make that bitch and man pay the price. But just halfway. A dump truck, with its headlights flashing crazily and out of control, crashed into the luxury car driven by Nobuuro Mori. And without slowing down at all, it directly crushed the entire front of the car. Nobuuro Mori's driver died on the spot. His lower body was crushed directly, and by the time the ambulance arrived, he had already lost his breath. The next day, news about the internal strife among the Chables quickly grabbed all the headlines. The only survivor, Mariko, narrowly escaped death while receiving distinguished guests outside, and later became the sole heir of the Yashida group. This morning, other directors of the Yashida group recognized Mariko's identity. This means that Mariko directly controls the power of the entire group. Mariko will also become the youngest, richest man in Sakura country. Below the headline, another relatively large section published another report. Mr. Nobuuro Mori, the rising star of Sakura country, died in a car accident last night. The police successfully arrested the driver at 6 o'clock this morning. The driver admitted that he had been drinking before the accident and caused the dump truck to lose control and deviate from its original route, which led to the tragedy. It is reported that Mr. Nobuhiro Mori is Mariko Yashida's fiancé. On the panel next to Nobuhiro Mori, there is a picture of Mariko's upper body with a large upper body. It says next to it, "The Yashida family has inherited power and handed it over to the third generation." Ms. Yashida said that Yashida industry will better serve the entire society. As the protagonist of this incident, Nuo Lin and Mariko are discussing life. Afterwards, Mariko made a few calls and purchased a batch of special equipment and resources for industrial production from domestic and foreign countries. Nuo Lin also obtained all the adamantium that Yashida Ichiro had spent countless financial resources to collect from a place 500 kilometers away from the Yashida group. A copy of the Silver Samurai manufacturing blueprints was also obtained. "My dear, do you want to own this big guy? He is a piece of equipment specially built for Wolverine." According to experimental data analysis, holding it can absorb Logan's self-healing ability. As one of the important designers of the Silver Samurai, Ophelia is naturally familiar with the various abilities of the Silver Samurai. Can you modify it to absorb other super abilities? Nuo Lin is not very interested in the Silver Samurai. He has already obtained Yuriko Koyama's self-healing ability, which is enough for the time being. Wouldn't it be better to work a few more times and strengthen the ability than to absorb Logan's ability? Moreover, Nuo Lin discovered that every time the ability of the opposite sex is improved through body fluid exchange, the replication time will also be greatly increased. Like Katie's molecular mimicry, more than 10 days have passed since the last time, and he can still use it, far exceeding the one-day limit. This is a qualitative leap in improving Nuo Lin's strength. He just needs to work harder to strengthen the opposite sex from each ability source. Then even if he travels to other universes next time, he doesn't have to worry about the time being too long causing the ability to fail. Ophelia shook her head. This takes time. The original purpose of creating the Silver Warrior was to target Wolverine's self-healing ability. Other ability users cannot fully withstand the process of ability being stripped away and swallowed up. This process is extremely dangerous. Only super healers can persevere. Once it stops due to external factors or the object of absorption dies midway, the absorption process will also fail. Then there is no need to waste adamantium. Give me a copy of the design drawings later. As for adamantium, I will give it to other people for research. Although Ophelia is also a research genius, she has strong research abilities in biological genes. Things like adamantium should still be left to more professionals. For example, the Kryptonian scientist Bard. At that time, we will collect other special metals and pack them up to see if Bard can combine DC's special metals to create more powerful metals. Let Bard research on improving the Silver Samurai. It would be great if he could create a device that can absorb any ability person. At least this thing can create a small copy of ability. Not much use for Nuo Lin originally. If he was simply pursuing the number of ability, he would have found a naughty boy long ago. Moreover, Naughty's ability can later copy the opponent's ability without harming the opponent, and can also absorb the opponent's vitality. Much more practical than the Silver Samurai. Thinking of this, Nuo Lin suddenly had a wonderful idea. To a certain extent, Rugrat's ability can absorb any special energy, including life force and the power of Captain Marvel's infinite gems. If we continue to improve, can we artificially create a protege? Or even surpass protege? And, through this ability, you can also achieve an alternative form of immortality. You can try it. Take some free time and further improve the little naughty ability to a controllable stage. Nuo Lin doesn't want to be unable to contact other people because he cannot fully control it after copying the naughty ability. That's not good. That evening at 20:30. This is a very special time. The last time the space shuttle was refreshed was at this point in time. Nuo Lin pays special attention to this time every day. The familiar feeling is coming. It was 18 days since the last time, which has been shortened by nearly 12 days. The improvement in ability is really great. At the same time, it has been confirmed that the time between space travel and original strength is inversely related. The stronger the strength, the shorter the time. Perhaps when time increases to a certain level, you can travel to other universes as you wish. That's okay. If there is no time interval limit and the strength is not good enough, I am afraid that if you are not lucky enough to travel through a few more times, you will encounter a life and death crisis. None of the universes we travel through are simple. Nuo Lin has a smile on his face. Every time he travels through the universe, it is equivalent to opening a blind box. No one knows how many worthy abilities there will be in that universe. With his current strength, he can protect himself even if he goes to some dangerous places in the universe. Even if there is a crisis, his almost god-level reaction consciousness can react instantly and teleport back again. Before traveling through the universe, Nuo Lin first arranged the tasks properly. Let Ophelia and Yuriko Koyama assist Mariko in controlling the Yashida group during this period. If there is a danger that cannot be dealt with, contact the Gakuin immediately. With the strength of Charles and Eric, I believe there will be no major problems. At this stage, as long as those old guys like Ancient One don't come out, Magneto and Professor Nuo Lin also asked Charles to find wild mutants as much as possible and use Hydra's channels to bring people over and temporarily place them in Sakura country. As Ophelia, it is easy to get some mutants from the United States for experiments. She can even use the power of SHILD to do this. This means that in order to place mutant, Nuo Lin used the power of Hydra and SHILD, as well as the Mutant Brotherhood and Xavier's school. At present, these four forces are already the most powerful organizations outside the United Nations, and neither Hydra nor SHILD doubt it. Ophelia, if I push you to be the leader of HYDRA, are you sure you can use this organization for your own use? Yes, Nuo Lin has set his sights on Hydra again. During this time, Nuo Lin enjoyed the benefits of indirectly controlling HYDRA. Neither the official nor the dark forces will make it difficult for Hydra and SHILD to join forces. If only the Mutant Brotherhood and Xavier's school were used, the people to be transported might be informed and destroyed before they even get on the ship. Mutants' power is still too small, waiting for the castrated version of Krypton technology to be realized. After coming, the situation of mutant can be reversed to a great extent. In the future, you can be like Wakanda, not saying hello to you at all, and entering and exiting the United States airspace and see areas at will without being able to detect the other party. This is the benefit of technology crushing. The internal components of Hydra are complicated. I know of at least 3 Hydra branches. I am now partial to the United States HYDRA branch, and I still don't know who the leader is. Even if I become the leader of this branch, it will not be easy to truly control HYDRA. But I can try. As long as you want it, I will do it. Anyone who dares to stand in front of me will die, Ophelia assured her, patting her chest. For Nuo Lin, she is willing to risk herself. Don't do anything stupid. It's not difficult to control a Hydra as long as I'm here. Wait until I come back and create a plan. Nuo Lin shook his head and signaled Ophelia not to mess around. Time was on their side. Moreover, the enemy is clear and we are hidden. They are the real active party. After arranging things, Nuo Lin launches Space Shuttle. First, he explained some things to Fiona and the others, and then went to the Black Robe world. Come to the Umbrella Company, formerly Walter Company, headquarters. Nuo Lin discovered that the atmosphere in the Umbrella Company was very tense. Everyone walked in a hurry without saying a word. Even the young lady at the front desk rarely put down her mirror and looked distracted. Wait for Nuo Lin to walk into the building. After those people saw Nuo Lin's appearance clearly, their expressions changed and they immediately left quickly. There are a few people who can't hide. I can only say hello in a low voice and then pretend to leave without a group. Seeing this, Nuo Lin directly invaded their hearts. Suddenly I understood what happened. The crimes of the original Walter Company were exposed by the protagonist group. Not only that, but the anomalies of the Umbrella Company were also discovered. Although Nuo Lin disposed of all evidence that may be exposed. However, there was still one thing I didn't expect. There are too many super-able people in this world. Among them is a super-ability user who is not very strong but has a special ability, the Master of Hypnotic Ability. He can read minds through contact and can also read the memories of others through hypnotic ability. Originally, given his courage, even if he knew about the anomaly, he would not tell it. However, he was a coward, so after being intimidated by the protagonist group, he revealed some secrets he knew. Although he did not come into contact with the real core Super 7. But these little tidbits alone took things in a direction that didn't appear in the original work. After a series of operations by Butcher and his superiors, public opinion has set off a wave of questioning of umbrella companies. They are worried that someone with super abilities will use psychic abilities. 2.7 forcibly changes people's will and obtains the vote. Company, which becomes a tool for him to make money. As things ferment, some super ability people who are not under the jurisdiction of the Umbrella Company also jumped out. The most exciting thing among them is the extreme racist Storm that should appear later. She tries her best to win over those super abilities who are in a neutral state and are unaware of it. Later, even some politicians came forward to raise questions and asked the owner of the Umbrella Company, Nuo Lin, to come forward for testing. The person who charged the fastest among them was a woman. She was Newman, the righteous congressman who opposed the super ability people and was the adopted daughter of Stan Edgar. It turned out that Newman was a spy specially inserted into the anti-hero organization by Edgar. He even deceived the protagonists Butcher and Huey into getting around, and in the end he was promoted step by step. But in fact, Newman has always served Walter Company, or in other words, Edgar. But after this incident occurred, Newman realized that Edgar might have been mentally manipulated, so he immediately expressed his opposition to the Umbrella Company. In this situation, it is undoubtedly difficult for umbrella companies to get started. Newman even suggested that the military intervene to prevent super abilities from losing control and causing chaos. Although high-level officials have not yet agreed to this policy, it is rumored that they are already considering the necessity of this matter. They are determining whether Edgar and everyone at Umbrella Company really had their memories tampered with by super abilities. If it is true, then they will definitely take action. No one is willing to accept the emergence of such a super-able person. Today it is Edgar, will it be them tomorrow? Although the military has not yet taken action, New York police are patrolling Umbrella Company frequently. There is panic within the company. As for the group of 7, they were also caught in a storm of public opinion. After learning the ins and outs, Nuo Lin's expression was slightly condensed. He was not afraid, but thinking about how to control the situation. Or push the world away? In the conference room, the Super 7 and Medellin were having a meeting. The locomotive looked impatient and worried. What should we do? Recently, public opinion outside has become increasingly unfavorable to us. Our company's public relations cannot be suppressed at all. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid the military will really take coercive action against us. Damn Butcher and Master Hypnotic ability. They actually joined forces to expose this matter, which aroused the sensitive nerves of that group of people. Otherwise, it would not have had such an impact at all. Homelander also feels in trouble. If left unchecked, their heroic aura will be completely shattered. In this way, the personality they maintain, the wealth and attention they possess will all disappear. This is undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Homelander, who has longed for recognition from others since childhood. The same is true for locomotives. They want to stand in the spotlight, gain much attention, and also want to enjoy a prosperous aristocratic life. He didn't want to go back to the dirty slums and steal and play house with those dirty people. You still have the nerve to say that if you hadn't raped Butcher's wife, how could he have gone against us? Starlight rolled her eyes and complained to Homelander. It wasn't me who raped her, it was her who took a fancy to my halo and strength and took the initiative to get involved. We're in love with each other. Butcher is a waste. He can't satisfy his wife at all. Homelander was furious when he heard this, but when he saw it was Starlight, he suppressed his anger and explained. Starlight is not scary, he can crush him with one hand. The man behind her is the most terrifying. The battle that day left such a deep impression on his mind that he never thought that besides himself, there was another super ability person who could achieve such a level and almost crush him. If that's the case, why didn't you explain it in the first place? And where is Butcher's wife? Where is she? Starlight sneered, as if she was possessed by a messenger of justice at this moment, standing on the moral high ground and criticizing Homelander crazily. Next to her, Queen Maeve didn't mean to say anything, her eyes moving on Starlight and Homelander. To be honest, this situation can only be seen after Nuo Lin appears. Homelander is defeated. In the past, anyone who dared to contradict Homelander face-to-face would be killed later. Only Xingguang dared to do this, and no one else, including himself, could do it. This makes Queen Maeve feel very jealous. She really wants to be as fearless as Starlight. Even when facing Homelander, the other party can only tolerate it. Hearing this, Medellin's expression changed slightly. They had been hiding this from Homelander. At the beginning, they concealed the news that Butcher's wife was still alive. In fact, during the rape, Homelander hit the target with one hit and made the other party pregnant with the child of a super ability person. And that kid also has the same super abilities as Homelander. In the past few years, he has been hidden and raised somewhere by Walter Company. With Homelander's longing for his family, he would probably go crazy if he knew the news. At one time, Vought Corporation was prepared to study Homelander's son and also used it as a trump card to restrain the opponent. She is also worried that if Homelander knows the whereabouts of the child, it will be out of her control. However, as Vought became history and Nuo Lin came to power, this matter has been shelved until now. Medellin is still looking for opportunities to show down with Homelander. But now, as soon as she heard Butcher, she wondered whether hesitation was going to happen. Homelander looks ugly and wants to get angry but dare not. Although Nuo Lin is not in this universe right now, who knows when he will come out. The key is that he also has the telepathy ability to read minds. It is unrealistic to kill Starlight without telling him and blame others. So Homelander could only endure it. His facial muscles kept shaking, showing how hard he endured it. Let's not talk about this matter for now. How should we solve this notice? If we and the boss don't come forward, they will take forced measures. Shinhai looked at the paper in the center of the conference table and said with a headache, Xingguang, haven't you contacted the boss yet? If he doesn't come, we won't be able to hold on. The Invisible Man's expression flashed, and he was very confused. That is to say, the boss is Nuo Lin. If it were anyone else, they would have compromised under the strong public opinion. Even Homelander wouldn't dare act recklessly under such great pressure. His strength is not completely invincible, and he was trained by Walter Company into a giant baby. As long as there is enough public opinion and enough attention, he can only retreat. But what about Nuo Lin? He is a god from Otherworld. Do gods care about human public opinion? This is also the reason why they have not betrayed yet. It's not that they're loyal, but that the bargaining chip for betrayal is not big enough. The situation is not completely out of control yet. Once the military intervenes, they will naturally not stay here. Boss. Boss. Shanhai was looking at the table when he suddenly saw a figure from the corner of his eye. When he saw it clearly, he became excited. Others looked at him one after another, feeling relieved as if they saw the backbone. Homelander suddenly smiled, and there was a layer of sweat on his palms. Queen Maeve's eyes flashed, and she nodded towards Nuo Lin. Boss, you're finally here, I know it all. Nuo Lin came to the conference room and took a seat, stretched out his hand to summon the notice from the government, and opened it at will, but his expression did not change at all. Others hold their breath, waiting for Nuo Lin to bullshit. After a few minutes of hard waiting, Nuo Lin crossed her legs and said casually, "What do you think?" The others looked at each other. What do they think? Sit and watch. No one answered immediately because they couldn't figure out Nuo Lin's attitude. After all, what outsiders say is almost correct. Nuo Lin did change those people's memories and control their thinking. But no one is a fool. They cooperate with outsiders and let Nuo Lin come forward to be killed and accept the so-called investigation? What an international joke. How can a mortal be qualified to ask questions and judge a god? If you make the other party unhappy, start a new 10 rounds of destruction. Wait. It shouldn't be this serious, right? Several people's faces suddenly turned pale. They carefully observed Nuo Lin, and when they saw the disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth, they felt uneasy. No one says anything? Homelander, you say it. Homelander's scalp felt numb instantly. What should I say? Put yourself in his shoes. What would he do if someone dared to judge him? On the contrary, a heat vision passed over and killed all those who dared to interrogate him in front of the prescriber. Definitely, these are only illusions. Homelander knows that he will not do this. He will cooperate with the other party, find ways to deceive the other party, and then kill the person secretly. I think we can find a way to clarify it. As long as we word the idea so that they believe it, and then create a few super ability villains to divert their attention, we can win their support at this time. Definitely, for clarification, you need to look to Medellin. She is an expert in this field. Homelander calmly kicked the ball over. Medellin looked stunned. When he felt Nuo Lin's gaze, his heart sank. He bit the bullet and came up with a set of clarification plans that he had originally made. Nuo Lin just glanced at it and threw it aside. If anyone else has an idea, please speak out as much as possible and speak freely. There was silence. Nuo Lin was not surprised when he saw this. Except for fried chicken Uncle Edgar, The others were obviously not big enough in calculation. Okay, since you don't have any ideas, I'll do what I think. Boss, may I know what you would do? Locomotive asked cautiously. Just tell them to shut up. Nuo Lin smiled meaningfully. What will he do? Of course, he will go straight to Huanglong. Just like the literal meaning, just shut up the speaker. Without waiting for others to speak further, he stood up and walked through the building to the outside world. Super hearing and super brain work like crazy. The entire New York City is included in the mind, and the voices of everyone's conversations are presented in the brain as data. A few seconds later, Nuo Lin found those people and flew into the sky at speeds of several Mach. Only the people in the conference room were left, and they all felt bad. Nuo Lin is angry. Those stupid guys, do they know what terrible people they have provoked? New York streets. The famous anti-hero Victoria Newman is expressing her views on the Super 7 and the Umbrella Corporation under the watchful eye of the media. If before, Newman was just pretending to express his anti-hero stance and occasionally destroying a few Superman types that might affect the image of Vought Company. Well, now she has become the real anti-Super 7 politician. We all know that Superman possesses powers that ordinary humans do not possess. Some have indestructible bodies. They can ignore tanks and cannons. One person can destroy a luxuriously equipped army. Some can be invisible and can travel to various places without being noticed by outsiders. Just imagine, what can prevent him from entering some confidential areas or women's toilets? Perhaps these were not threats before, because the Vought Company was run by the respected wise man Mr. Edgar. But what about now? There is a powerful super ability person who can even enter our brains, control our thoughts, deprive us of the free will given by God, and use this despicable method to snatch the Vought Company from Mr. Edgar. And it has also changed the consciousness of many people on a large scale and turned Vought into an evil enterprise. So, can the Super 7, who were once superheroes, still maintain their original intentions? What will the Umbrella Company do? Newman spoke fluently, with a mellow voice and some gestures, which greatly aroused the emotions of the onlookers. I think the people of the United States have the right to ask Mr. Nuo Lin, the president of the Umbrella Company, to come forward to clarify to show that he is harmless, and provide enough evidence to show that the transaction between him and Mr. Edgar was a fair transaction that complied with the law. Otherwise, Newman was about to get down to business, channeling the anger towards Superman-like people in the audience and garnering support to put pressure on the White House. However, she suddenly discovered that the excited onlookers and the guide she had arranged in advance seemed to be pressed to pause time, motionless. Newman's pupils shrank suddenly. Newman looked around and finally saw the man in the sky wearing something similar to a special battle suit, with a cape swaying in the wind behind him. Newman could never forget his face, even though she had looked at the Nuo Lin photo dozens of times before. But at this moment, I was still amazed by Nuo Lin's handsome face, and even the hatred in my heart faded a lot. What did you do? Don't forget this is New York. But there are countless people watching here, and there are many surveillances. Your actions cannot be hidden from everyone. If I were you, I shouldn't be here. It would only confirm that you are a dangerous person. Didn't you think about this when I came to you? Nuo Lin slowly descended, came to Newman, and looked at her condescendingly. Just looking at each other gave Newman a huge sense of oppression. Newman was shocked. This couldn't be a lunatic. If what happened here spreads, Nuo Lin will face the entire world. It is true that Nuo Lin may be very powerful, but once a war breaks out, he will definitely die in the face of the bombardment of modern human technology. Is Homelander strong? According to statistics, he can even survive a nuclear bomb. But let him really try to resist a nuclear bomb? The power of nuclear bombs is also very different. If he really tried it, even Superman would have to kneel down, let alone Homelander. Don't be arrogant. I don't believe you can really ignore the laws of the world. Newman was betting that Nuo Lin would not dare to come. Nuo Lin's eyes gradually turned red. And he directly told her through actions whether he was really afraid of human laws. Suddenly, Nuo Lin felt some kind of compression inside and outside his brain. Why do you think your ability will work on me? He knew that this was Newman's special ability. Newman is commonly known as the headshot girl. As long as she sees the target with her eyes, she can use psychokinesis to shoot her head or other parts. In the original work, she can explode the heads of ordinary people with one glance. It can also destroy Shockwave, a person with super speed ability similar to that of a locomotive, in a short period of time. She is very strong, and when she first appeared, she was even thought to have the ability to become the strongest person. But 720 actually, Newman's ability can only kill ordinary people instantly. Once faced with someone with super defense like Homelander, it is impossible to kill the opponent in a short time. The stronger the opponent's defense, the longer it takes to charge up. She is a representative of high attack and low defense, and she can be killed face to face. As long as someone finds out her ability, ordinary people with ability can defeat and kill her. As for Nuo Lin's physical fitness, even Homelander can't compare to it. It's surprising that Newman can work. Newman's face became paler, not because he overused his ability, but because he was frightened. Why did she dare not try it when Homelander asked her to try it on him in the original book? Because she knows the shortcomings of her ability and cannot kill Homelander at once, then she will die. And Nuo Lin, able to silence the Super 7 and ignore her ability. The next moment, Newman sensed another force rushing into her brain. That's psychokinesis. She opened her eyes wide and said in horror, no. Boom. Her head exploded like a watermelon. After dealing with her, Nuo Lin flew into the sky and looked at the people who were still controlled by their consciousness. The figure disappeared and then reappeared with a bomb in his hand. Throw it casually and accurately into the crowd. 3 seconds later, an earth-shattering explosion shocked the entire New York City. This is a bomb obtained from Ophelia, said to be from a Middle Eastern organization. Hydra also has its own forces there and secretly funds the equipment of local anti-government organizations. These relatively primitive explosives are very popular there. Nuo Lin got some from her and turned the explosion into a terrorist attack. The next step is to create some scapegoats. Nuo Lin turned around and flew to the side. Find a KB element affiliated with a Middle Eastern organization from somewhere in New York City. This news was obtained from the brains of Homelander and Locomotive. In order to highlight his importance, Homelander asked Locomotive to secretly take a lot of number 5 compound to those organizations. Many super ability criminals have been created artificially. These people are undoubtedly the most suitable beings to be used as scapegoats. As for Nuo Lin, he combined flight and Katie's molecular mimicry, and as long as he wanted to, no one would notice that he was the mastermind behind it. However, he did not think that this matter could be hidden from the public. There is no shortage of smart people in this world. But he did it anyway. Because next, he will let those smart people know how shameless resistance is. Telepathy was used to change these Al-Qaeda spies, making them mistakenly believe that this was a terrorist attack caused by them. Then Nuo Lin came to a suburb. There is a military base here. He came here for only one purpose, and that was to discover that his memory had been changed and relied on the former president of Walt, Stan Edgar, to be protected by the army. This time Nuo Lin learned the importance of cutting off the roots. Man is dead, and the threatening Edgar must die too. A family should sit in rows. With the arrival of Nuo Lin, the piercing sirens resounded across the sky. As one of the most important states in the United States, New York State naturally has many troops stationed there. This army alone has an infantry division stationed with nearly 20,000 people. Throw in some training staff, and the number could be even higher. Although Edgar lost Walter Company, he had extensive contacts, and it was easy to obtain military protection. As the president of Vought Corporation, he is well aware of the power of those Superman-like beings. He tried to contact other branches and research bases of Vought Company, but without exception, those people refused to talk to him. Not even able to hide from it. Didn't take his orders seriously at all. He didn't know how Nuo Lin made all the hidden organizations betray him, but he knew very well that the environment he was in now was quite dangerous. The scene of the original transaction with Nuo Lin still existed in his memory, and this was a modified memory. After many confirmations, Edgar understood that this memory was unreliable, so he tried his best to restore the original memory, but so far it has been of no use. Regarding the theft of Walter Company, Edgar was naturally unwilling to let it go. There is his hard work. According to the original plan, he can use what company to become the richest man in the world. He has created provisional compound number 5, which will be the most powerful drug in the world. As long as you have it, you can create a Superman-like army. Think about it. When this scene occurs, what force in the world can stop it? However, with the arrival of Nuo Lin, he used his super ability to steal all his achievements, which undoubtedly cost him his life. So he secretly asked Newman to encourage politicians and people to denounce Nuo Lin, and colluded with his original enemies, those in the anti-hero camp. Use them to go against Umbrella and take out Nuo Lin. Then there was the storm of agitation related to the Nazis. Edgar's original plan was to activate this piece recently, but the appearance of Nuo Lin allowed him to release the storm in advance. Storm was an extremely racist person who stayed dormant for decades after the defeat of the Nazis. Storm's philosophy is that of white supremacy and that other people of color are sins that must be purged. And Nuo Lin is a yellow-skinned person who happens to be the target of the storm's hostility. As for Edgar himself, although he is also the target of the storm, he is confident that he can handle the opponent. However, today, when the piercing siren sounded, Edgar walked out of the base and saw the figure in the sky. Here he is after all. Edgar had known this day for a long time, but he had a full division here, and all kinds of heavy weapons were piled up. Even if Homelander came, he might not be able to bear it. And this one is just a dessert before the meal. The military and senior officials behind are the real tricks. If someone with super abilities breaks into the base without permission and kills a large number of soldiers, it will inevitably cause a backlash from the military, and today's umbrella companies cannot afford to just go around. What about Homelander? Just as dead. Edgar knows the strength of what company, so he believes that the other party will not mess around. But he was wrong. In the Marvel Universe, Nuo Lin still needs to worry about it, but in the Black Robe world, I am Homelander. Without waiting for the soldiers below to gather, Nuo Lin activated the Phoenix Force, and dark red light flashed past. His will covers an area of more than 10 kilometers. The whole body is surrounded by the fire of the Phoenix. As his consciousness takes control, all objects within a radius of more than 10 kilometers are decomposed by a Phoenix Force. The ability to control at the subatomic level is enough to make all matter on the Earth in the Black Robe world move according to Nuo Lin's wishes. Whether it's trees, flowers, grass, land, or metal buildings, in an instant, it turned into gravel and lifted into the sky. The soldiers in the military base gathered amid the sound of sirens and were listening to their commander's orders to prepare to fire on Nuo Lin. They were horrified to find that the world was disappearing. They themselves are also dissipating. Oh God, have you abandoned your faithful followers? No. Mom, save me. I don't want to die. He is the devil. I want to get out of here. Don't kill me. They wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to go. This decomposition is beyond their comprehension. They could only watch helplessly as they began to decompose from their thighs. They tried to move their legs to leave, but how could they walk without their legs? The strange thing is that although the legs disappeared, the upper body that lost its support did not fall, but was suspended steadily in the air. This time it made them feel that they were in an illusion. They are full of flukes. But the reality is cruel. It's not that they were caught in an illusion, it's that their entire bodies have been decomposed. When the wind blows, only Edgar is left at the Nuoda military base. Edgar is the only survivor. But the big boss of the black-robed world was confused and full of fear at this moment. He stared blankly at the military base that was full of life just now, but now it has become a piece of sand. Those people, those weapons, these sand. You are not human. Edgar's eyes like dead fish finally moved, and his whole body was trembling as he looked at Nuo Lin, who landed in front of him at some point. "You're a god." "No, you are a devil." "Devil? Are you qualified to call other people demons?" "People who try to create gods will not end well," Nuo Lin said calmly, and then in Edgar's horrified eyes, red energy poured into his body. "I spared you once, but it's a pity that you don't cherish it." Before Edgar died, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes, as well as doubts. He didn't know until his death where Nuo Lin came from. Why is it so powerful? After solving the enemy, Nuo Lin flew into the sky again. Looking down from the sky, it can be seen that an area of more than 10 kilometers in radius, that is, nearly 400 square kilometers, has become a gravel zone. This place has become a forbidden place for life, and will also become a nightmare for many people. You know, the area of New York State is only 1,200 square kilometers. Nuo Lin's one thought can directly wipe out a third of New York. And he hasn't used all his strength yet. After all, even Apocalypse can destroy a city in a short time. The Phoenix Force fragments inside the piano are even more powerful than Apocalypse. In the same way, the ability that Nuo Lin can exert is not difficult to destroy human civilization in the Black Robe world if he really wants to use it. The destruction of this military base. It was known to people as early as when it happened. New York State is so big. Nuo Lin only destroyed the area near the military base. But the coverage is so broad that it has reached the fringes of New York City. They saw with their own eyes that the land not far away suddenly turned into sand. Trees, grass, or animals were all wiped out by the mysterious force. That kind of shock made everyone feel suffocated. What follows is rejoicing if that force comes a little closer. Subsequently, major media outlets reported on this city-destroying disaster. They don't know the cause or the culprit of this disaster. They only know that this is big news that can ignite the whole world. It is USD. The New York City police mobilized in full force to stop everyone in the New York City area with zones as barriers. Later, troops from other regions and the National Guard controlled by the state were dispatched. As a world superpower, several divisions are stationed near New York alone. The infantry division that Nuo Lin destroyed was only the most remote area among them. Edgar also chose this military base far away from people as a protective umbrella for safety and privacy reasons. However, he did not expect that Nuo Lin directly learned his location using the super hearing covering the national level. This is a dimensionality reduction blow, which is not what Ed can imagine at all. In their opinion, the most powerful super abilities are none other than Soldier Boy and Homelander. Although Homelander also has super hearing and supervision, it is impossible to cover a city alone, let alone a country. Its supervision is only street level, and compared with the orthodox Superman, it can be called a miniature version. And in order to prevent Nuo Lin from assigning Homelander, the cunning Edgar also used zinc metal to build a safe house. However, little does he know that the only thing Nuo Lin can't see through is lead. If you know yourself and your enemy, you will never win 100 battles. Nuo Lin knows their trump card, but they know nothing about Nuo Lin. New York Post, at 9:30 today, unknown forces used a suicide bomb attack on 4th Avenue in New York. This was the most serious terrorist attack in the United States since 9/11. The number of casualties was as high as 300, including the famous Congressman Victoria. Congressman Newman, her bodyguard, and the New York sheriff said they will work hard to find the real culprits and let those heinous criminals be brought to justice as soon as possible. The New York Times, at 9:50 today, the United States 10th Mountain Division stationed at Fort Drum, New York, was attacked by unknown forces. The nearby 400 kilometers were decertified. The current number of casualties is suspected to exceed 30,000, and the losses are at least hundreds. Billion. The military is currently looking for the cause of the incident. Citizens are asked to refrain from walking around unless necessary recently. The XX Al-Qaeda organization in the Middle East stated that it was responsible for the New York incident. The person in charge of the Al-Qaeda said that their leader is the son of God and is definitely not a so-called criminal, so they planned this attack on Congressman Newman as a protest. Breaking news. The terrorist attack on New York was enough to alarm the whole country and even the whole world. The impact of the destruction of Fort Drum Base is even more difficult to predict. You know, the Fort Drum Base covers an area of about 400 square kilometers and is the largest military base in the Northeast. The 10th Division is the only rapid reaction mobile unit of the U.S. Army that performs mountain combat missions, so its importance can be imagined. However, without anyone noticing, the entire army was destroyed. There is no clue as to the cause of the destruction. Some people think it is a natural disaster, but they cannot tell which kind of natural disaster has such power. Some people think it is a man-made disaster. Perhaps a certain country has developed a super weapon that can turn an entire area into desert with one blow. But if such a weapon really exists, why has there been no movement at all? Some people think it was the work of a super ability person, but they also know that currently no known super ability person has such power. Even Homelander is far from this in the files they recorded. Some people believe that it is the work of aliens and that this is an alien civilization declaring war on the Earth. This kind of statement is the most widely circulated among the people, but for those at the top. But they discovered a coincidence. Edgar, the former president of Bot Corporation, was at the Fort Drum Base when the incident occurred. And Newman is the most active anti-hero MP. After continuing to delve deeper, they also discovered the relationship between Newman and Edgar. This made them think of a terrible possibility. All this was done by the mysterious umbrella company controller Nuo Lin. And according to their intelligence department's analysis, they couldn't find any information about Nuo Lin at all. It was as if he suddenly appeared one day, come to Earth, come to the United States, and kicked Edgar away on the first day. When the liaison is ready to put pressure on the umbrella company. These things happened to them, and they disappeared from the world. Thinking about it carefully, everyone's scalp feels numb. How to do? Summon troops for a crusade? But until now, they only have Nuo Lin's photo, and they know nothing about the opponent's specific strength and origin. And the opponent may have the super ability to instantly destroy the Fort Drum Base. Damn it. It's like a humanoid nuclear bomb. If instead of killing the other party, they anger them, they may be retaliated by a humanoid nuclear bomb. Under such circumstances, no matter how angry or suspicious the senior management was, they would not dare to act rashly. They sent a large number of manpower to try to sneak into the umbrella company and obtain all the enemy's intelligence. The other side. Umbrella Company headquarters. Nuo Lin was sitting in the front seat with his eyes closed and didn't know what he was thinking. The Super 7 and Medellin watched the scenes broadcast on TV. One or two expressions are very exciting. Looking at the deserted area covering hundreds of square kilometers from the sky, a series of swallowing sounds sounded. Homelander's facial muscles twisted, and his right hand touched his fist and kept shaking. He was so scared that he peed. Others don't know. They don't know who did this. All of this was caused by the man in front of them who was meditating with his eyes closed. Based on time calculation, it probably took a few minutes at most to complete the scene. Nuoda's military base turned directly into a desert. This is far beyond what humans can do. Only God can explain it. Boss, what should we do next? Deep Sea at the moment can be said to be kneeling and licking, with a flattering smile on his face and a soft tone that makes people's hair stand on end. Nuo Lin did not speak. He is still waiting for decisions from those at the top. Hearing Shanhai's inquiry, he finally opened his eyes and said, "What you did before is what you will do now. I have one more thing to deal with." After saying that, Nuo Lin left directly through time. The Super 7 didn't move, because they were still in shock and their legs were weak. A few minutes later, Nuo Lin traveled back through time again. He returned to the president's office without saying a word. Then take out a device. This is a semi-finished brainwave strengthening machine that can greatly increase mental ability. Since Nuo Lin's Phoenix is not weakened by Charles's mental ability, he can perfectly unleash the psychic power of Jean and Phoenix, combined with the semi-finished brainwave strengthening machine. With his consciousness, he can control some people to do certain things all over the world. For example, release a nuclear bomb. Simply destroying a military base is obviously not enough to make those people recognize the reality. Only by destroying all their support can they be completely frightened. Put on a helmet. Nuo Lin followed the method learned from Charles and became familiar with the function of the brainwave strengthening machine. He felt that his spiritual ability was at least 10 times stronger with the blessing of the brainwave strengthening machine. Places that were previously difficult for him to reach with telepathy can now be reached easily. Those bases hidden hundreds of meters underground were also found and controlled by him in minutes. After several minutes of searching, he obtained the location and password of the nuclear weapons base from all human high-level brains. Nuo Lin multitasked, directly bypassing those high-level officials, and controlled everyone related to the launch and maintenance of nuclear bombs. Let them reset the nuclear bomb launch coordinates. At the same moment, in countries such as the United States and Mao Zedong, the direct person in charge of all hidden nuclear bomb launching bases has dark pupils. They took out the nuclear bomb launch key and inserted it into the control console and set the launch target in New York. When the senior officials were not aware of it, hundreds of nuclear bombs passed through the launch pad and flew into the sky. By the time those at the top realized something was wrong, it was already too late. All military districts feel at a loss. The President of the United States even looked pale. What's going on? Who is the key? Here we are. Everyone who can control the buttons is here. Wait. Not only us, but De Mao and the others also launched. Where is the target? Where is the target? The target is, we will return here. Damn it. All the nuclear bombs are aimed at us, aimed at New York. Everyone present immediately collapsed after hearing this. Although they are not in New York, they are in Washington, D.C., near New York. At least thousands of nuclear bombs may not be able to destroy the Earth, nor the United States, but they can destroy New York and nearby Washington almost effortlessly. It's over. The time of death has come. Boss, it's over. Those guys don't follow martial ethics. They activated the nuclear bomb. Outside the door, Deep Sea knocked heavily on the door and shouted. The other people's faces were not good-looking and pale. Even if they are super-able people, they have power that is superior to humans. Even if Homelander can theoretically survive a nuclear bomb attack, he is known as the god on Earth, Shoulder. But the real situation is that they are clear on their own. Medellin has also seen Homelander's data. It is true that he can withstand nuclear bombs, but only with a small yield, and it does not say that he cannot escape. If you let him stand in the center of the explosion, see if he dies. The temperature at that moment was enough to decompose any known substance. There is no material in the objective world that can withstand it. Homelander dares to resist. When the explosion is over, not even ashes will be left. What's even more outrageous is that there is more than one nuclear bomb coming. Those people are just trying to wipe New York off the map. Crazy. All crazy. Nuo Lin dismantled a large military base, but the higher-ups used nuclear bombs to destroy New York. The property damage and casualties cannot be measured in money at all. Public opinion will flood the entire internet. The current political situation will be washed away by the crowd. How dare they? Don't panic, I did this. In the deep sea and in the desperate eyes of everyone, Nuo Lin is like a light that penetrates the dark clouds, bringing hope. Oh, it turns out you did it. You did it. No, why are you so hard-headed? Is there anything we can't discuss carefully? Why have nuclear bombs been used? Shanhai's mouth seemed to be closed by a zipper, and he couldn't open it for a long time. His face was full of confusion. Others weren't much better. Boss, did you make those nuclear bombs in the United States? Queen Maeve pointed to the barrage that was beating wildly on the internet and swallowed hard. Nuo Lin squinted. You are wrong, it is a nuclear bomb all over the world. Humanity's most powerful weapon will be destroyed. Next, you should understand what to do, right? Nuo Lin left a meaningful word, then passed through the floor-to-ceiling window like nothing and flew into the sky. The others looked at each other. You heard that right. B-137 OSS is preparing to destroy all human nuclear bombs? How did he do it? Is this really a joke? The locomotive looked dull. Unless he can control the people who control the nuclear launch buttons all over the world at the same time here. But is this possible? All over the world. That's not a place as big as New York. It's more than 400,000 times different. Even with all their brain cells, they couldn't imagine that level of power. If the boss can really destroy all strategic weapons in human hands, then the Umbrella Company. As he spoke, Shinhai's eyes shone. Why is the Superman class still under the control of ordinary people? It's not just because of the small number, but the power that ordinary people have is powerful. And now Nuo Lin has wiped out the most powerful means of those forces. Do those people still dare to clamor? As the veterans of the Umbrella Company, don't they have to take advantage of the wind and rain? Besides Nuo Lin, who dares to stand on their head and pull X? Starlight looked blank. She had had the desire to save the world since she was a child and was determined to get rid of all criminals. For this reason, she also dedicated herself and joined the just side. But now, after growing up, he has become the person he hated when he was a child, the biggest villain, and even the kind of villain organization that is likely to destroy the world. What should she do? Step in and stop Nuo Lin? Or turn a blind eye? Queen Maeve noticed her gaffe, gently put her shoulder on her shoulder, and shook her head. Starlight is silent. Just turn a blind eye. She can't do anything. Nuo Lin is not a human, he is a god. How can man resist God's will? New York streets. Many people looked up and could see the rapidly approaching missile loaded with nuclear bombs. These were once the pillars of the United States that shocked the world, but today they are about to fall into our own homeland. Everyone stood there motionless, still wondering what happened. It was obviously fine yesterday at CCC, and now the world is coming to an end? Is this punishment from God? Because they are unpardonable? No one ran because there was no way to escape. When you learn that your city is about to face the first wave of hundreds of nuclear bombs, and that the city will be bombarded by thousands or tens of thousands of nuclear bombs within a few dozen minutes, where can you run? Underwater? It will be steamed and evaporated directly for you. Tens of meters underground? The ground will be dented directly for you, and the whole of New York will be left in ruins. Leaving by plane? The speed of the plane is comparable to that of the missile? What else can you do besides waiting to die? I heard that if a nuclear bomb falls, death will be simple and painless at all, right? This was the thought of many people. Even though their faces were shrouded in despair, they did not escape and their legs became weak. Time is ticking. Death God's scythe fell immediately. But they didn't think of the explosion they imagined. They closed their eyes and their bodies didn't seem to have experienced the so-called impact. I heard that when a nuclear bomb falls, it will directly evaporate if it is close to it, and it will be burned by the high temperature if it is far away. But why don't you feel it? Is it because he died in an instant? Suddenly someone heard a cry of exclamation. Open your eyes and look. A scene that I had never imagined appeared in front of me. A man flew into the sky, with his right hand open. All the nuclear bombs flew towards this direction uncontrollably, and then were disintegrated hundreds of meters away. This scene only exists in the fantasy of being a king. When it appeared in front of you, you can imagine the sensation it caused. Under the dazzling sunlight, Nuo Lin's whole body seemed to be shrouded in golden light. He must be God. Is it an angel sent by God? Or is it God himself? No matter which God it was, at this moment, it became the only God they believed in. He ignored the most proud weapon of mankind. He suppressed the whole world by himself. In New York, outside New York, the voices gradually became unified. Nuo Lin is a god. He is the symbol of invincibility. Damn it. 666. Look at his appearance. He is our Eastern god, and he is so handsome. He can't be Erlingshin, the god of war, right? Axie. He is the god of our Dahanming clan. Erlingshin is our god. What the hell? Get out of here. Let's not talk about whether Erlingshin is Erlingshin. When did Erlingshin become yours again? Sorry everyone, I didn't zip up the zipper properly and let it out. Brahma is above. He is obviously the god that our nation believes in. It must be Lord Brahma who comes down to earth to save the common people. He is God. He is Jesus. This is clearly a reappearance of the Bible. What a contemporary miracle. 2 hours later. Nuo Lin watched the scrolling subtitles on the internet with great interest in the conference room. Occasionally, I would make some malicious comments. However, some people are of low quality and dare to send him private messages to scold him. Nuo Lin raised his eyebrows. Believe it or not, I'll trick you along the network cable? Come on. If you have the ability, come. I'm waiting for you. If you don't come, you're not a human being. I'm afraid I'll lose. Haha, I really don't behave like a human being today. Nuo Lin looked confused. He directly activated telepathy, combined with the address displayed above, and really followed the network cable to find it. In Seoul, the kingdom of Korea, a man in his 20s with a ferocious look on his face was furiously pressing the keyboard somewhere within an area of about 10 square meters. You're just a sick man, but you dare to be arrogant in front of me, the great Hanming clan. Let's see if I don't spray you to death. He was quickly typing a large paragraph of obscene words and was about to press enter, but a paragraph of bright red characters popped up on the display screen. I am coming. Axie. The guy downstairs lied to me. This piece of shit just watched the movie for a few days and got infected with the virus. Good luck to you. He didn't take it seriously and gave up the idea of continuing to output and unplugged the power supply. However, the bright red characters on the display still remain. This scene reminded him of a supernatural movie he had seen before. Then I remembered the person who just sprayed him wildly, and the other party wanted to mess with him along the network cable. No. I must have hallucinated after playing for too long. I have to go to the hospital. He turned around and ran away, but when he turned around, he saw a female ghost with disheveled hair and a ferocious look. And in New York? Nuo Lin smiled disdainfully. He was so courageous. He only implanted a little illusion into his brain and he became intimidated. His whole body became arrogant. Boss, this is our next plan. Please take a look. At this time, Medellin held a piece of information and handed it over to Please. Nuo Lin opened it casually and said, "That's it." Medellin nodded repeatedly. She had more than 99% confidence in this plan. Unless those people are really not afraid of death. But are there really people who are not afraid of death? Maybe, but they are definitely not those people. Those who are not afraid of death cannot sit in that position and have so much wealth. Not long after, the umbrella company's official website released an official notice. The person in the video is the sole controller of the umbrella company. He is not a person with super ability, he is the god who saves the world. Those with super abilities need to be controlled. In the past, under the leadership of Edgar, the Walter Company went astray. Super ability criminals continue to appear, all because of Edgar. Moreover, Edgar secretly plans to use the number 5 compound used to create super ability people as a biochemical weapon to make a fortune in war. The crimes he committed are countless. The gods saw the suffering in the world and personally came down to save the people. Yes, Medellin dug out Compound 5. Break the aura of those with super ability. But he created a god, a real god. As for the New York bombing, under the instructions of God, Queen Maeve, Homelander, and other Super 7 were dispatched to investigate, and the mastermind behind the scenes was bound to be brought to justice. Moreover, all super ability people in this world will be monitored, and compound number 5 will also be restricted and not allowed to circulate in the world. This series of sensations has made people all over the world feel extremely crazy. Although the halo of super ability people was broken by active thunder, as long as they are super ability people under the jurisdiction of the umbrella company, their status not only does not decrease, but becomes more popular. Because the person behind this company's god, It's not like no one has raised the question of whether God is a man-made counterfeit, or whether he was also produced by compound number 5. But soon, this statement was washed away. If compound number 5 is so powerful, why doesn't Homelander claim to be a god? And the power to destroy all human nuclear weapons at will is really something that a person with super ability can do? God's identity cannot be doubted. And there is another rumor coming out of the Umbrella Company. God is not from this universe, but from other worlds. It is said that they even drank and chatted with gods such as God and the Emperor of Heaven. This makes people wonder, is the world where gods come from a paradise? It is a place where gods live. As for the top leaders of various countries, after a series of emergency meetings, they all chose to shut up. The top management of the United States never mentioned any anti-hero plan and asked Nuo Lin to see. Out for interrogation. They all understood that the power Nuo Lin showed before was enough to kill them from thousands of miles away in an instant. No matter how many troops there are, it will not help. Fort Drum military base serves as a warning. Until now, they still haven't figured out how Nuoda's base was broken down into gravel. And those nuclear bombs. According to the on-site search, they found that all the materials in the nuclear bomb had been decomposed. In addition, the Umbrella Company did not show too much aggression, and they all chose to turn a blind eye. He even took the initiative to help promote the Umbrella Company. As for Edgar and Newman, losers never have a say. Some people disappear as soon as they open and close their eyes, while some people enter another universe as soon as they open and close their eyes. Looking at the dim sky, Nuo Lin looked around, and he discovered a strange phenomenon. Almost no one on the street was smiling. Although not everyone was frowning, they didn't have a good look either. There are also a few people leaning against the wall, looking slovenly and looking like homeless people, but they don't look like it. But not all homeless people have bulging waists, and they have no intention of begging. Nuo Lin could feel the indifference in their eyes, and it was obvious that these people were not simple. But this has nothing to do with Nuo Lin. Looking around at random, Nuo Lin learned about the situation in this world without being aware of it. Superman, Gotham, Batman Operator, Penguin. Is this the world of DC movies? I wonder if I will meet Barry Allen. But according to previous experiences, Ari Allen does not recognize him, which is obviously not normal. So Nuo Lin guessed that this may not be a simple DC movie universe. At this time, several gang members there noticed that Nuo Lin was an obviously different person. Several people whispered, looked around, and rushed towards Nuo Lin, vaguely surrounding Nuo Lin in the middle. Seeing this, other people passing by were still walking numbly, but they just walked away consciously and had no intention of helping. Not even one called the police. Yellow-skinned monkey, are you new here? A white man at the head pulled out a short knife from his sleeve and said threateningly. Looking at several people, Nuo Lin's expression did not change at all. Nuo Lin's silence made the man seem to feel that his majesty was being challenged. He even vaguely felt the ridicule on the lips of several other partners and couldn't help but said angrily, "Damn it. Do you know who we are? We are penguins." "Nat, shut up. How dare you say that name? Don't get involved with us if you want." His accomplice subconsciously took a step away from him. The person who was scolded looked uneasy, but he quickly changed his words. "We are from the Kobit family, the one from the Iceberg restaurant, do you understand? Do you know the rules here? Anyone who wants to live here needs to pay with enough protection money. If anything happens in the future, you can even report Nat's name to me. If you don't pay." The man faintly brought the knife closer, and his meaning was self-evident. "Is the penguin due to Bruce's growth period?" "No. The Penguin is no longer the real underground overlord of Gotham. His power has shrunk a lot after the rise of other villains. It seems that Gotham City is now full of talented people. Batman has also had enough experience packs." Hearing Nuo Lin's murmur, several people's expressions changed wildly. This man actually called him Penguin. The master never allowed anyone to call him that. Even though Penguin's previous power had been greatly affected, and he no longer had the majesty he once had, he was still one of Gotham's big brothers, and he was simply not comparable to gangsters like them. This guy, does he know the seriousness of the problem? Huh? You came to trouble me, but you just thought I was smiling just now? You simply don't like my expression? It is indeed a Gotham where dogs have to limp out when they come in. The sun never shines down. How does he know what we are thinking? Damn it, stop pretending. I'm from the Potter family. Nat's expression changed. He gave up the knife, took out a gun from his waist, pointed the dark hole at Nuo Lin. His face was ferocious and angry. Several others also pulled out guns. Hand over the money and don't try any tricks. Batman, why don't you come out? Once I take action, there is no way I can hold back. Nuo Lin did not use the cold pistol at all, but remained calm and composed. Nat was still looking around in panic, guarding against vigilantes who might appear, but when he thought that it was not completely dark yet, it was not the main time for Batman to appear, so they wouldn't be so lucky to catch him, right? Then he realized and stared at Nuo Lin. This guy was lying to him. He hoped to use Batman's name to make him quit. He's pretending to be a ghost. Kill him. Throw him into the stinking ditch. Late. Just when Nat was about to take action, Nuo Lin suddenly spoke, and at the same time his eyes glowed red. Before the latter had any time to react, Nuo Lin made several people stuck. Just when Nuo Lin withdrew his heat vision, several flying darts that looked like bats passed by. They originally flew towards the hands of a few gangsters, but at the moment they flew away. The separated people never thought until their death that they simply couldn't bear the smile and were ready to humiliate a stranger, but they suddenly hit the iron plate. I hope they will be smarter in the rest of their lives. No need to call a doctor, just a priest. Nuo Lin shouted towards the place where the flying darts were flying. The air was silent for 2 seconds. Who are you? What's your connection to Superman? As the sound rang out, a man with an opening like a bat cut through the sky and landed. Batman looked at Nuo Lin with his vigilant eyes, and then glanced at the gangster who was still staring blankly. He thought of the person who made him resentful. With almost the same heat vision, he had reason to believe that this guy was related to that man. Don't talk yet. I suggest you look at something first. Nuo Lin took out his cell phone from his pocket and shook it. Batman frowned, and the muscles all over his body trembled faintly. You want to threaten me? What are you going to do? You should read it first, and then talk about it. Nuo Lin is too lazy to re-explain to gain the other party's trust. If he wants to further understand the universe, he must deal with the other party. Only by contacting this kind of DC protagonist can he learn about the situation of the world as soon as possible. Looking at the mobile phone that was controlled by the mysterious force and flying towards him, Batman remained vigilant and was ready to take action at any time. He took the phone with his left hand and used only one hand to control it skillfully. He seemed to be playing with the phone, but in fact he kept staring at Nuo Lin from the corner of his eye. The phone was not unlocked. When he opened it, he saw an old man. Who is this? How ugly. Batman once again confirmed that Nuo Lin was not playing tricks, but was still observing the surroundings, as if admiring the scenery. He clicked on the video. Hello, Bruce Wayne. Gotham's Dark Knight Batman. You must be wondering now why I can call out your name directly. Do you still want to kill the man in front of you who knows your identity? Before you do it, you'd better listen to my advice first. Although that man has a face that makes all men want to punch him in the face out of jealousy, but one thing is that he is very strong, so strong that neither you nor I can defeat him. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Bruce Wayne. I'm also a Batman. Haha, you must be suspicious, right? Let's take a look at our Batcave and our Bat battlesuit. Although we are Batman from different universes, I think we always have a lot in common, such as these battle suits. The suit is a battle suit that I modified according to different situations. I think you should have made similar modifications. 0. Please give me flowers. Let's take a look at my trophies again. This is Joker's smile bag. My Joker here is dead, completely dead. Oh, there is also Penguin and Riddler. After many years of transformation by me, Gotham City has become one of the cities with the highest happiness system in the world, and everyone is smiling. I definitely don't mean to show off. Isn't this something you can do with your eyes closed? Looking at the old face in the video, Bruce had the urge to punch him. Old thief, what a shame. You're so big, why don't you lie down in it? I'll definitely give you a few more flowers when the time comes. Bruce's face was expressionless, as if you keep pretending, I'm envious and I lose. Wait, he must be tired from walking and sweating a little. I'm definitely not crying out of envy. The person opposite is definitely not the other him. This doesn't fit with his personality. Is he such a bad-tempered person? Absolutely not. I suddenly remembered something. I heard Nuo Lin say that I have done something that more than 99% of other blues have not done. How can I put it? I never thought that I am so inferior. I definitely didn't say anything about you, don't care. Are you still laughing? You're laughing your ass off. I'll kill you. Bruce continued to be silent and looked up at Nuo Lin and found that the other person was also watching the video and was watching it with gusto. At this time, their eyes met and he felt that he couldn't bear that look. Is that pity? Ridicule? Oh, it's just to cleanse Gotham, just sprinkle water on it. That means I'm not serious. Even if I take it seriously, I still can't do it. Bruce has to admit this, it is too difficult to transform Gotham, it is almost impossible. As Nuo Lin said, there will never be sunshine in this city. How did old Bruce do it? He was curious. Bruce's authenticity is still open to question, and he is still half convinced. The main reason is that the other party did tell many secrets that only he and Afyu knew, and also told many past events that only he knew. There are some differences, but generally the same. Some living habits and movement habits are very similar. There are also the Batmobile, Batfighter, and Wayne Group's business, etc. Even the Batcave is very similar. If this is all disguised and fake, then the other party must have spent a lot of effort to obtain the information from him or Afu. The progress bar is still moving. It took me 10 minutes to watch the entire video. Bruce had a general understanding of the situation of elderly Bruce and also some information about Nuo Lin. What do you think? Nuo Lin is really curious. Who is not a fun person? No, if you want to gain my trust based on this, it's impossible. Although Bruce said this, he took off his hood directly. However, Nuo Lin showed a look of realization. Ruth was jealous. It turns out that this rich boy also has this day. What are you doing? I feel like you're thinking of something bad. Bruce was very wary, feeling like he was being looked at. Don't worry, although I have the ability of telepathy, I definitely haven't peeked into your heart. You know, I am a good person who saves the world. Definitely, I will be a bad guy occasionally, but the bottom line is to be flexible and flexible. Wayne Manor. Coming to this place again, Nuo Lin compared it carefully and found that there was almost no difference. After entering the manor, the internal structure is almost the same. Is my estate bigger than his? Bruce, who was walking in front, suddenly spoke. Nuo Lin smiled. It seemed that Bruce was not that calm after all. After being bragged by Keaton, he also had thoughts of comparison. To be honest, the manor is pretty much the same, but it has one more building than yours. Bruce frowned, and he also saw the sunroom made of special glass. Don't worry, I haven't finished yet. Your manor is cleaner than his. You don't know how dirty his manor is. It hasn't been cleaned for at least half a year. I'm not in a hurry, Bruce said harshly, but his mood was obviously much better. Master, is this your new friend? A neatly dressed and kind-hearted old man stood at the door and said hello respectfully. Friends? Not yet, but we have something to talk about. Understood. I wish you a pleasant conversation. Alfred glanced at Nuo Lin curiously. None of the people who Bruce could bring back to the manor in person were ordinary. It's been a long time since Bruce brought a stranger 160 here. What's going on with Afu over there? Bruce looked hesitant. Nuo Lin shrugged, and the meaning was self-evident. Keaton Bad is so old, how could Alfred still be alive? Before the lightning arrived and changed the timeline, it was an ordinary universe, without super abilities. The atmosphere suddenly solidified a lot. Alfred was his mentor and friend, and the person closest to him. He could not imagine how decadent he would be after Alfred died. How did the other self come over? The two came to a living room. Ah Fu has already prepared red wine. If you need something to eat, just ring the butler's bell and Ah Fu will prepare it for you immediately. Nuo Lin shook his head. Food is just a dispensable thing to me, and I can barely get used to the food here. Bruce heard this and said thoughtfully, in other words, Superman doesn't need to eat? You want to get something out of me? Do you still want to attack Superman? Nuo Lin raised his eyebrows. Why not? He is very strong and arrogant. His existence will pose a threat to mankind. Even if there is only 1% chance, corresponding sanctions must be made in advance. Some things can be used without them, but they cannot be lived without. It seems that because of old Bruce, this bat has more trust in Nuo Lin. Definitely, the trust here is limited. He even doubted whether the video was a trick created by the other party to intercept his memory and use it to deceive him. Before determining its true purpose, Bruce preferred to keep Nuo Lin within his surveillance range. Let's get some news by the way. If I were you, I wouldn't go to trouble Superman. If he wanted to destroy the Earth and destroy mankind, he could destroy a very large city in half an hour and destroy the United States in less than 3 days. And for your universe, Superman is an indispensable existence. There are some enemies that only he can barely defeat. Why? Nuo Lin means something. You mean Zod. In just 10 minutes of the video, half of the elderly Bruce talks about his glorious achievements, and the other half is to dispel Bruce's doubts about Nuo Lin. Only Bruce knows him best. With his previous friendship, Keaton Bat will naturally help. Part of the reason is that he knows that going against Nuo Lin is really not a good thing. Because for Nuo Lin, whether Bruce trusts him or not is optional. Nuo Lin nodded. There is one thing he didn't tell you. In that world, the Flash reversed time for decades to fight against Zod, but failed in the end. You should know what this means. Bruce frowned. If this is the case, then Superman's existence is indeed important to some extent. But this alone is not enough to make him change his mind. He will continue to observe Superman, and if he has any anti-human tendencies, he will take action immediately. As for the means to check and balance Superman, he will also keep it. He hopes to never use it, but he will always be ready. At the same time, there is Nuo Lin, who has the same power as Superman and can use the means to check and balance Superman. Presumably, he can also check and balance Nuo Lin. However, he didn't know that Nuo Lin was not afraid of kryptonite at all. Even if the power brought by the Kryptonians will be weakened, with the Phoenix Force providing energy, there is no so-called weakness at all. By the way, after the world engine was destroyed, Nuo Lin immediately recovered all the kryptonite inside to ensure that nothing was missing from the outside world. Although he is not afraid of kryptonite, Kayla is not yet. After further improving Kayla's potential, she may be able to eat kryptonite like jelly beans. Even without telepathy, Nuo Lin could see that Bruce was still suspicious of Superman. But he didn't try to persuade him again. He had nothing to do with Bruce, and it had nothing to do with him whether he would listen or not. Nuo Lin picked up the wine glass and took a sip of wine. His strong taste bud memory reminded him of old Bruce. He could only say that it was indeed Bruce. Even the taste was exactly the same. You don't drink. Nuo Lin pointed to the wine glass in front of Bruce. I drink this. Bruce grabbed a cup of black coffee. Why, are you afraid that drinking will cause trouble? Nuo Lin was not surprised. Except for old Bruce, the other Bruces did not have the habit of drinking. I'm afraid I'll beat those trash to death after drinking. Bruce nodded and then said, the people you killed today are Penguin's men. Although they are just his peripheral subordinates, they may also attract his revenge. Are you afraid something will happen to me? Nuo Lin asked curiously. No, I'm telling you not to be too harsh when you take action in the future. Forget it, just leave it to me. Although this bat does not have the principle of not killing people, he advocates using violence to fight violence, but this does not mean that he is willing to kill people as a means of punishing darkness. If there is no need, killing is the last resort. He also wants to reform Gotham and let everyone change their evil ways. After the two of them drank to a certain extent, Bruce finally asked one of his biggest concerns. Did you come to our universe because we're about to face a crisis? You can say that. Nuo Lin nodded. The other party had already made excuses for him and was too lazy to explain. Don't ask me specific questions. My prophecy is not omniscient or omnipotent. I only saw a hideous and terrifying monster and a terrifying man sitting on a throne with countless bones under his feet. Prophecy is just a temporary method used by Nuo Lin to gain trust. If it is true that everything can be predicted, there will be a lot of trouble. Moreover, he has no idea of becoming a superhero. Every time you save the world, you have to fight a bloody battle. You want him to take action? Yes, you have to pay more. Old Bruce's bargaining chip is Kayla. What about this? Money? This thing is really just the number 0 to him. Is there any strong person who is still short of money? Wait, it seems there is really one? There isn't even a Mora. It seems that I am the same now. Bruce fell into silence. When he learned that his universe would face enemies at the level of a cosmic crisis, he began to consider plans. However, the overview of the enemy is too simple, and it is difficult to prepare countermeasures based on the characteristics of the enemy. It would be great if he could know the identity and power of Zod like old Bruce. He couldn't help but ask Nuo Lin, wanting to get more information. Nuo Lin's explanation for this is that someone in this universe is monitoring his observations of the future, and the foreseeable future is not the real future. The universe where old Bruce lives is an example. Hearing this, Bruce was shocked again. Just listening to Nuo Lin's casual words, he thought of a darkness, and there seemed to be a pair of big hands controlling the universe in the darkness. Another new enemy. Is it even stronger than the one predicted? Nuo Lin noticed what Bruce was thinking and was speechless. You have strengthened your brain. Why don't you write a novel? With your imagination, ability will definitely be a big seller. Bruce looked so preoccupied that he even forgot to ask another question about how to improve Gotham. The situation in Gotham in the universe, where old Bruce lives, is the ideal city that Bruce dreams of. There is nothing fake about the smiles of those people. They are smiles from the heart. In this world of Gotham, almost no one smiles, and even if they do smile, it's just a fake smile. But Nuo Lin had no intention of sitting face to face with a grown man and having a candlelight dinner or something like that. It was disgusting. Ahem, you got the news you wanted, then it's time to talk about my conditions. Bruce's spirit suddenly rose. Eyes are shining. I have only one request, information sharing. Nuo Lin drank the red wine in one gulp, and Bruce quickly stood up and filled Nuo Lin's glass. It's quite interesting without the bad temper of the nobles. He definitely knew that Bruce did this because he wanted to know his true purpose. At the same time as 4.7, It was also to bring the two of them closer, so that Nuo Lin could subconsciously get along with him like he did with old Bruce. As long as they can become friends on the surface, there will naturally be ways to get more things out of them. If anything happens in the future, Bruce will immediately take action regardless of his status as a friend. I need your intelligence network. First of all, you need to help me find someone. Well, by the way, I can also find all the information about her past. Say, Bruce said solemnly. Wonder Woman Diana. After an hour, Nuo Lin's expression changed slightly. Are you sure this is the result of searching the whole world? I'm sure. Including all the secret places in the United States, especially the Las Vegas you mentioned, there is no woman named Diana. Unless she changes her name. In addition, I also checked all the information about the World War II period. No one has seen any trace of Diana, and there are no photos. As for the pilot you mentioned named Steve Trevor, he was discovered by the Nazis during World War II and shot dead on the spot. So, is this a world without Wonder Woman? No, he probably hasn't left Paradise Island yet. According to Nuo Lin's memory, it was after Diana rescued the pilot that she decided to leave the island in order to deal with Ares, the culprit who started the war. However, according to Bruce's investigation, the flight attendant was killed on the spot, so naturally Diana would not leave the island. Although it's a pity, Nuo Lin is even more excited. Isn't the goddess in her hand even more fragrant? But in this case, Ares, the god of war, is not dead. After the wave of World War II, Ares' strength will definitely recover a lot. Maybe he can't return to the level before fighting Zeus and other gods, but he can still be considered a boss. You know, during the War of the Ancients, Ares was the werewolf who was almost chopped down by Darkseid with an axe. Darkseid's subordinate Steppenwolf can fight Diana, Cyborg, Batman, The Flash, and Aquaman alone without falling behind. Only Black Chow, who has returned from Hell and has improved his strength, can stabilize Steppenwolf. From this, we can imagine how powerful Darkseid was originally. As long as he fights against Ares, the strength of the Katanga will be determined to a certain extent. However, it is just a reference. Darkseid was defeated by the Alliance of Gods, and according to the setting, he was only 8 years old. Now that thousands of years have passed, Darkseid's strength must have made a qualitative leap, while Ares has lost a lot of strength in the Civil War. Not to mention being stronger than in the War of the Ancients, it would be good if he is not weaker than in the War of the Ancients. What's wrong? Are you in trouble again? Bruce has transformed into a master of micro-expression observation. His years of practical experience in catching criminals and interrogating them have made him very good at observing micro, 0-2 expressions. This is even stronger than the old Bruce. After all, the latter said that he has not been Batman for many years. You are looking for a man, Sir Patrick Morgan, who should have been a British officer during World War II. Nuo Lin is not sure about the real direction of this world, but since the other Justice League veterans are here, there is no reason why Diana is not here. As long as the traces of Ares are confirmed, I will have peace of mind. The only question is whether Ares is still disguised as Patrick. In the setting, he has multiple disguised identities. Maybe another identity is walking around. Patrick Morgan, let's see. Intuition told Bruce that this name might have a great origin. Even if it was for the sake of the agreement, it was also for his own sake, and no effort was spared in the investigation. In order to speed up the investigation, he secretly asked Dafu to search together. Yes, Sir Patrick, a high-level British military officer, served as the spokesman of the Imperial War Cabinet. He advocated using force to suppress the Nazis and actively promoted World War II to lead the Allies to the final victory in the war. But not long after, he died in a murder. Some people believed that this was revenge from the remnants of the Nazis. After that, Sir Patrick's son Antonio joined the United States Army as a son of a hero. He is now a hawkish general. He has published the theory of Eastern threats and actively promoted force sanctions. Hearing this, Nuo Lin already had a guess in his mind. Patrick must be Ares. So is his son Antonio. After instigating World War II, he began to instigate World War III with a new identity, and secretly manipulated the United States to continuously launch battles large and small. He is the god of war. The more intense and large the war, the stronger his strength will be. Once the world is at peace, his power will continue to weaken. This is why in the ancient war, Ares was able to injure Darkseid with an axe. That was a battle that affected the entire Earth and the Apocalypse planet, and his strength reached its peak. Having tasted the sweetness of war, he must continue to fight for war. However, Britain at that time had lost its eldest brother throne after the war and was declining rapidly. The keen Ares immediately abandoned his old identity and transformed into the general of the United States. Damn it, don't say there's something wrong with Antonio. Bruce looked at the information, his face slightly condensed. Just by casually reading the information, one can confirm that both Antonio and Patrick are fanatical war elements. The latter started World War II. According to the data, there was also a vague shadow of the opponent in the first battle. And now his son Antonio is active everywhere again, provoking many wars, and now he is beginning to instigate force to attack Damao and the ancient Eastern Kingdom. He even said many times in public that he would use nuclear bombs to eliminate all potential enemies in one fell swoop. If this plan hadn't been so crazy, he might have succeeded. You spread the news that Ares, the god of war, has come out. It's best not to reveal that you are the one who spread it. Otherwise, when I come next time, I will see you in the cemetery. Bruce's mouth twitched. Good guy, it's so dangerous to spread a piece of news. Tell me you're kidding. Ares, the god of war. Is the enemy this time a god? Antonio is Ares. Bruce turned around to confirm his identity, but when he looked around, Nuo Lin was nowhere to be seen. Is he leaving now? Damn it, get the Riddler out of Gotham. Nuo Lin walked slowly on the streets of Gotham City, experiencing the real customs of Gotham City. Mom, fuck. That bastard Jack dared to have sex with my woman. Just wait for me, I will have sex with you too. Ouchette. That handsome guy is so handsome. If you can catch him and bring him into the alley, the sisters will be able to enjoy it. After they have tasted enough, they can sell it to Sister Fish and maybe they can gain the friendship of the Fallneck family. Damn it, Batman, you sabotaged another operation and lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you continue like this, you won't be able to deal with the Penguin. What a Gotham with simple folk customs. The people here are so qualified. Nuo Lin couldn't help but sigh, and raised his hand to take away several women dressed in coquettish clothes. Unknowingly, we arrived at the landmark building in Gotham City, Arkham Asylum funded by the Wayne family. When you come to Gotham, if you don't enter Arkham Asylum once, you won't have the confidence to apply for jobs in other cities in the future. No matter what, I have to give a qualified self-introduction. I graduated from Arkham, where there are many talented people. I am located in Gotham City, a city with simple folk customs. I have no sense of existence or significance there, so I hope to change to a city where I can become a qualified talent. Look, doesn't the portion come out? I have never been to Arkham. How dare I say that I came from Gotham? Nuo Lin was still looking at Arkham, and when he was about to enter and take a look, a gust of wind appeared next to him. Hello, do you need any help? Nuo Lin looked over, and what caught his eye was a beauty wearing a white coat, black-rimmed glasses, and long curly blonde hair hanging casually around her waist. Without looking at the ID card on her chest, Nuo Lin called out her name. Harley Quinn. You are wrong, my name is Harley Quinzel. I am also a doctor at Arkham Asylum. If you have anything to ask, you can ask me. Seeing the smile on the corner of Nuo Lin's mouth, Harley Quinzel also gradually smiled. After graduating from Gotham University in psychology some time ago, she hadn't seen such a confident smile for a long time. This is simply unbelievable in Gotham. Here, all the smiles are fake, and everyone is wearing a mask, like a bad joker, like the mental patient she is about to take over. But that patient was the biggest joker, and the others were actors. However, Nuo Lin is different. He exudes a special aura and feels incompatible with Gotham. The combination of these qualities is particularly curious. There are no questions. You have answered all my questions for me. Being accustomed to telepathy, Nuo Lin subconsciously fell in love with this simple and straightforward method of obtaining information. Really? What did I answer you? Harley Quinzel frowned slightly. All of you. Your way of striking up a conversation is very strange. Are you going to perform a magic 330 next? Harley Quinzel crossed his arms to indicate that you should continue. What about mind reading? Are you thinking that I will prepare a playing card and use psychology to show magic in front of you, and you are also going to use the psychological magic you have learned to expose my magic? Oh, you are not going to expose it, you want to cooperate. Did I complete the magic? You are quite a weird person. Don't think about it. I'm reading minds right now, try it? Then let's go have a cup of coffee? How about that place? Nuo Lin pointed to a cafe, and Harley Quill had already fallen into a daze. Reading minds, he really knows magic. However, is this thing really magic? Neither psychological hints nor any auxiliary props are used. She can be sure that she has not been affected by hypnotic ability. How could she accurately say everything she was thinking? Huh? Your measurements are. Wait. Stop talking. I believe you. Let's go and drink coffee. Harley Quinzel quickly pulled Nuo Lin and ran away. If he went down further, he would really be killed. While passing by a cafe, Harley Quinzel's hand accidentally knocked off an ornamental green plant next to it. However, the sharp-eyed Nuo Lin noticed that there were special hormones in the plants. This is not something that the plant can secrete, it is more like some kind of synthesis secretion, and its function is more of a marker. Once it sticks, it can last for several days without being completely cleansable. Ophelia told him this. It can't be such a coincidence, Poison Ivy? A green figure appeared in Nuo Lin's mind. He looked at Harley, who was unaware of it. He raised his hand to erase the mark on Harley's body, and then put the green plant back in its place. At the same time, following the meridians at the bottom of the green plants, in a flower shop somewhere in Gotham, a woman seemed to notice something and frowned slightly. Air stretched again. There was even a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. Then he continued humming and watered each plate of plants carefully. What are you looking at me for? In the coffee shop, Harley Quinzel finally couldn't help but said awkwardly after being stared at by Nuo Lin for a long time. Nuo Lin did not answer, but asked, as an excellent psychiatrist, I have a question to ask you. Say it. Harley Quinzel looked like she was listening. This was her area of expertise, and it was time to give the other party a shock. I'm very curious, if there is a very outstanding and beautiful woman with a bright future, why can she quickly change from a just person to 10 criminal heroines? And she enjoys it, has no discomfort at all, and is much crazier than the average person. Nuo Lin means something. Harley Quinzel was not unaware, and after a brief thought, she confidently said, then she must have suffered some unimaginable experience, such as the tragic death of her parents, injustice in the world, and even herself being treated inhumanely. Does one electric shock count? Huh. Harley Quinzel was a little dumbfounded. It shouldn't count, right? Is it possible that she originally had a devil hidden in her heart, a crazy heart? Is there really such a person? From a professional point of view, no one is born with this kind of person, and there is no such person. Harley Quinzel shook his head. There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, those who are close to vermilion will be red, and those who are close to ink will be black. It means that people will be affected by the environment, and people in bad environments will also become bad. Do you think she will completely change when she leaves this place? Nuo Lin looked at her seriously. Harley Quinzel looked at Nuo Lin strangely. She finally felt that there was something in the other person's words. Gotham. Nuo Lin nodded. Hey, you're not talking about me, are you? Not again. Haha, how is that possible? I am determined to save more patients, and Gotham needs my help. Harley Quinzel took it as a cold joke and smiled, her face looking weird. Why do I think you need help? Are you really in good condition? Like this. Nuo Lin snapped his fingers, and an ice flower burning with flames appeared in their sight. Do you think this is fire or ice? Harley Quinzel was firmly attracted by the flame ice flower. She could feel the temperature of the flame and the coldness of the ice. These two mutually exclusive substances were intertwined, revealing unparalleled beauty at this moment, and she subconsciously stretched out her hand. Can I touch it? Definitely, it belongs to you. Harley Quinzel, encouraged by Nuo Lin, finally had the courage to hold the only flower of ice and fire in the world. It's not as hot or cold as expected, the temperature is just right. His face turned to confusion and surprise. Isn't it strange? Nothing is impossible in the world. Just like this flower, ice and fire, light and darkness, can sometimes be perfectly integrated. It breaks when it comes, and you can put it in your bag and maybe it will keep you out of some trouble. After saying that, Nuo Lin stood up and left. By the way, Harley Quinn sounds more suitable for you than Harley Quinzel. Harley Quinn. Harley Quinzel muttered silently, and when she raised her head again, Nuo Lin was no longer there. She immediately rushed out of the cafe, looked around, and the figure completely disappeared. Harley Quinzel felt a sense of loss and reluctance. This is the most special, strangest, and most handsome person she has ever seen, even more special than the Joker she just met. Harley Quinzel put the fire and ice into her bag and started today's official work. She also knew her brother Oda. She was very unconvinced. As smart as she was, she naturally guessed that the black guy Nuo Lin was talking about was Joker. As a patient, he would drag her into the abyss of darkness and become the queen of crime. As an excellent psychology expert, how could she lose to criminals? I will use facts to prove that Joker is nothing more than that. Another street in Gotham. Meeting Harley Quinn by chance is a brief encounter for him, and he won't spend too much time on Harley Quinn. The next time is for Jiang Taigong to fish, and those who wish to take the bait will take the bait. It's time for Wonder Woman to take the bait. The bloodline of DC's new gods is also a good improvement for Nuo Lin. If the power of the new god can be explored to its original limit, it will also have multi-level potential. Coupled with the fact that he can continue to improve his strengthening genes, it is not impossible for him to be better than his master. In one day, Nuo Lin visited the entire Gaudu. As expected of Gotham City, there are dozens of crime incidents visible to the naked eye in a day, including 5 shooting incidents, ranging from gang wars to elementary school students learning to use knives to rob. The co-author has regarded crime as a family business, a legacy inherited from father to son. At night, Nuo Lin moved directly into Wayne Manor and enjoyed the decadent life of a nobleman. Bruce was silent for a while as he watched Nuo Lin, who didn't regard him as an outsider at all, enjoying Ah Fu's various delicacies. Ah Fu had obviously made a lot of preparations, specially flying in the ingredients from the East, and even the chef was looking for chefs from various departments. It is absolutely authentic and a lot of effort has been put into it. Even Nuo Lin can't fault it. Bruce, go ahead and do your work. I'll keep an eye on you here. Nuo Lin waved his hand, and Bruce had the illusion that he was an outsider. I have already asked people to do what you told me, not in the name of Wayne Group. After Bruce finished speaking, he put on his mask and left the Batcave to start another day of fighting criminals. Afu, come and eat together. This spicy taste is so good. Alfred glanced at this piece of vegetables full of green peppers and millet peppers, and then looked at them, which made him lose his appetite. Although the taste was fragrant. Master Nuo Lin, you better eat it, I've already eaten it. Alfred shook his head quickly. He was old, and he was really worried that after eating this, he would no longer be able to watch Bruce grow up, marry a wife, and have children. Seeing this, Nuo Lin was not polite and ate his own food. His stomach could be said to be a bottomless pit now. No matter how much he ate, he could digest it instantly. After traveling for so long, this is the first time I've had a good time eating it. The taste of my hometown is pretty good. Hosted by Alfred. Nuo Lin spent a week of pleasant life. The life of a nobleman is so simple and unremarkable. He eats delicacies shipped across the country in the manor. When he is outside, he goes shopping with Harley Quinn, watches movies, and experiences the ordinary life of ordinary people. Harley Quinn became more and more curious about Nuo Lin's identity. It was obviously the first time for a dragon countryman to come to Gotham. He could not afford a single USD, but he was able to thrive in Gotham City. Bruce Wayne's butler reimbursed him for all his food and drink, and even had someone take him there in a special car when he went out. The movie I watched was free at a cinema affiliated with Wayne Group. To buy high-end clothing, I go to the luxury store acquired by Wayne Group. As long as you're in Gotham, eating, drinking, and having fun are all free. Moreover, he treated Nuo Lin like an uncle and waited on him carefully with a smile the whole time. Is Bruce Wayne a fool? Obviously not. He is the uncrowned king of Gotham City. What are the identities of Nuo Lin and Bruce Wayne? The latter deserves to be so polite to each other. Even his butler seemed to regard Nuo Lin as his real master. If it weren't for the obvious difference in skin color between the two parties, she even doubted whether Nuo Lin might be Bruce's half-brother or half-brother. Coupled with the magical magic, Harley Quinn became more and more curious about Nuo Lin. When a woman becomes curious about a man, she is not far from falling. During this time, she didn't even have the intention to treat Joker. As for Joker, he has long seen the madness hidden under Harley Quinn's appearance. He even thought of a series of plans to make this beautiful doctor his loyal follower and help him escape from Arkham. However, when he once again looked at the Harley Quinn in front of him, who was obviously getting along with him and whose thoughts were obviously focused on another man, Joker became angry. Dr. Quinzel, don't you think you're insulting your profession? Huh? Harley Quinn raised her head in confusion. I applied to change my doctor. Your ability and professional ethics are not in line with your status at all. Joker was very unhappy. Oh. Harley Quinn looked down at her phone. An invitation text message came from Nuo Lin, asking her to go to the amusement park together and even plan to go to a haunted house. I heard that it was Nuo Lin who suggested that Wayne Group set up a real-life NPC haunted house, which is an incredible experience. She was even imagining that something interesting would happen in the enclosure later. Should she cooperate? Enough. Joker slammed the table. You're insulting me. Insulting you? No. Oh, by the way, let's start today's treatment. No need. I'm not sick. You're the one who's sick. A crazy person is fantasizing about so-called love. I'm really sad for you. Joker felt insulted and decided to find another way to escape Arkham and make Harley Quinn and her men pay the price. Harley Quinn was his only failure. According to the plan, the other party had already lost himself and became his fanatical admirer. Just like so many poor people, they will tear off the superficial disguise, let their true selves appear, and surrender to him. But what about Harley Quinn? She actually became another person's love brain. Damn it. This is a shame. This is a denial of his business ability. Only by destroying them humanely can the shame be washed away. Doctor, you will pay for what you have done, I promise. After speaking, Joker completely refused the so-called treatment. Faced with Harley Quinn's problems, choose to remain silent and resist. Neuropathy. Harley Quinn wasn't angry either. She picked up her bag and walked out. She wanted to prove to Nuo Lin that she was successful and was nothing more than a joker. Joker looked at the bag Harley Quinn was holding. He could feel something inside that seemed to be protecting Harley Quinn. Several times when he started to make key sexual suggestions, he was distorted and affected by some kind of force. Interesting. A great person has appeared in Gotham City. Unfortunately, you underestimate me too much. That night, Joker successfully escaped from jail. Definitely, this is nothing to Harley Quinn and Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin was hanging out with Harley Quinn as usual, and the latter had accepted the new name and adapted quickly. Just when the two of them were holding the ice cream, one licking it at a time, a piece of news from Bruce broke the sweet date time. Maybe we are in trouble, but Antonio is still here. What happened? Harley Quinn couldn't help but feel worried when she looked at Nuo Lin, whose expression changed slightly. Nuo Lin hung up the phone, took a big bite of the ice cream, and said relaxedly, "A good thing. It seems that I can't continue eating ice cream with you today. I'll treat you to a popsicle next time, milk-colored and milk-flavored." Milk-colored and milk-flavored? Is there such a popsicle? Harley Quinn was confused. Definitely authentic, you will like it. Nuo Lin did not explain too much. It is still too early for Harley Quinn to remove Aries from level 1 now. He hired a dedicated driver arranged by Alfred to send this lady home. Okay, boss. With a reluctant look on her face, Harley Quinn promised to return to Wayne Manor. Bruce was waiting in the conference room early. He handed over a newspaper and a photo. The former is a picture of Antonio speaking at a conference. He was an old man with gray hair and mental illness. The latter is Sir Patrick's rare World War II image. The former and the latter cannot be said to be exactly the same. They can only be said to be the same person. The one in front is Antonio, and the latter is Patrick. Thanks to your reminder, after several comparisons, I found that they are the same person. Whether it's the look or the facial expression, it's like it was carved out of the same mold. According to my information, Antonio suddenly traveled from the metropolis to other cities recently, and finally came straight to Gotham. I have determined that he has no recent itinerary and has not notified others of his visit to Gotham. In addition, some of the core figures who promoted Ares' return have completely lost contact, and the time happened to be at several points when he was traveling to other cities. Bruce looked ugly. He had always thought that his behavior was a cover-up, and everyone contacted at the next level didn't even know who their golden hand was. However, in this case, the other party accurately found the true source of the information in less than a week. He raised his head and said solemnly, "Now it's time to answer the question. Is this Antonio the Ares, the god of war you call him?" Nuo Lin nodded. "Patrick is also Antonio? What do you think?" Bruce's face turned even more ugly. "In other words, our enemy this time is a real god? Ares, the legendary god of war, one of the 12 main gods of Greece. The king of gods, son of Zeus. Those gods actually allowed Ares to cause waves on the earth again and again? Are they still gods?" Although there have been speculations, even when Nuo Lin said those words, Bruce had the consciousness to collect information about Ares. And through the analysis of Ares in the myth, some countermeasures were made. However, those materials are all mythical records and cannot be taken completely seriously. There is also very little information for reference, and the preparation is quite insufficient. Another worldly god, Superman, is only a star. But Ares is a real god that has been passed down from ancient times to this day. You can imagine what a dangerous battle this will be. Bruce didn't take any chances. At that time, he was thinking that if Ares had incarnated as a human and started many world wars, and was still preaching war at this moment, then he could not be the righteous party. Fighting is also inevitable. Who knows? Maybe he has chased Zeus away. Nuo Lin shook his head and ignored the struggle between the two sides in ancient times. Although Zeus had severely injured Ares, it was true that he was now allowed to continue to do evil. The Greek gods have become history. They have withdrawn from the current era. If Darkseid invades again, they probably won't take action. There is still no news about the Diana you asked me to pay attention to. Are you sure she will come? Bruce frowned. Ares had already appeared, but the other person still had no clue. Nuo Lin said firmly, "When Ares appears, she will naturally appear. After all, she is the God-Eater." God-Eater, Diana. Someone who specializes in killing gods. Bruce's eyes flickered, but he didn't know what he was thinking. Nuo Lin ruthlessly interrupted his fantasy. "Don't think too much. Diana just beat Ares reluctantly. As for Superman, don't count on her." "Why? Superman is stronger than Ares." Bruce was surprised. Nuo Lin nodded, then shook his head. Diana was left by Zeus to deal with the god of war's chess piece. She can kill the god, but Superman is not a god. Well, you're right. Bruce thought for a moment and realized that Superman was indeed not a god, just an alien from Krypton. He was indeed not a god. The God Eater can kill gods but not aliens, which makes sense. What about Ares? You found him, so you can't jump. Bruce stared intently at Nuo Lin. He misjudged the situation, and the god's methods were even more magical than he expected. And what about Gotham? He hasn't made all the preparations yet, and he hasn't found out all the opponent's methods. I'm afraid there will be some trouble in dealing with Ares, the god of war. Unless you use a trick to get that guy to come. But Gotham is his territory. Superman will never be allowed to mess around here. This place must be purified by him. The success of the old Bruce gave him hope, and he even wondered whether he would be ruthless in his future actions. Those damn lunatics managed to escape from prison shortly after being arrested in Arkham. Then he continued to do evil without any intention of changing. In the past, he thought there was nothing he couldn't fight. This was the rule he set, and the bottom line he set for himself. Bruce knows his situation. He seems to be the Dark Knight and the light of Gotham, but in fact, he is on the edge of justice and darkness. Once he privately executes his enemies, how is he different from the original sin? He will fall into the darkness, and may even fulfill the wishes of those criminals. Joker is ecstatic, so he sometimes enforces the law violently, but he always tries to hold back as much as possible. However, the old man Bruce stimulated him too much. Every time he saw his great achievements, he gritted his teeth in envy. To kill or not to kill? This has become Bruce's most entangled question. Don't worry, he will hand it over to me. But he won't be killed, at least not this time. Nuo Lin added in his mind. Ares' ability is also pretty good. He also wants to do an experiment. He will go back to find a little naughty boy first and practice it. Then copy Ares' power. Wouldn't it be nice to drain Ares' potential and then deal with it casually? Lin, I have another question. Bruce suddenly became nervous. Nuo Lin's face changed wildly, and he took a few steps back. We are not that familiar. Why do you call him Lin? Wait, is there any parallel universe where Bruce is gay? How scary. Bruce had a dark face. Thinking of what old Bruce said, he resisted the desire to punch the other person and said quickly, "Don't think so damn nonsense. I just want to ask you for a favor. Ask the other Bruce who he is. How to make Gotham the happiest city. You told me earlier." Nuo Lin looked happy, which made Bruce's face darker. Prepare your questions and give me a video. Then I will throw it to him and let him answer you. Does it have to be like this? You can't ask directly? Oh, by the way, don't say it was me who asked. Bruce couldn't help but ask his other self. He knew without even thinking how the other party would laugh at him. He doesn't think that he is weaker than his other self, not to mention that he is in his prime, and the other person is already old. At this point, he loses. What do you think? If you want to ask him something, then prepare to record it. I don't have so much time to ask you these nonsense. Nuo Lin rolled his eyes. Isn't it good to pick up girls? What's the point of these big men? Mean. If it hadn't been for Antonio, Nuo Lin would have even wanted to send Harley Quinn directly to Wayne Manor to live a happy life. It's not a good thing to face Bruce's face every day. Oh, I would beg him? Impossible. Bruce walked away without looking back, but before he could walk out the door, Alfred walked up and handed over the cell phone from before. Nuo Lin clicked on it directly, and at the beginning it was my voice, and then he saw Bruce going out faster and disappearing after a few steps. Master prepared this 5 days ago. I will trouble you this time, Master Nuo Lin. Oh, he still has a Tsundere attribute. Unfortunately, he no longer has this set of attributes, and he is also a grown man. Negative points warning. Nuo Lin casually put the phone into his trouser pocket. When Alfred saw this, he kindly reminded, "Do you need me to save it temporarily?" Ares will. It's okay, it's just Ares. He can be destroyed with a flip of his hand. Nuo Lin said it was trivial. If he couldn't defeat Ares, how could he convince Diana? Well, it's all about face, not strength, so that's fine. At the same time, an old man with a tall figure and golden eyes stepped into Gotham City. On the side, someone had already noticed this unique old man. This is Gotham. Who can come in without paying some protection money? Not to mention a little old man. Even cats and dogs have to be shaved if they don't have money. Old guy, it's you. Borrow some money to spend. Several gangsters came up and surrounded the old man. But the old man who was surrounded in the middle did not panic at all. Instead, he was in a mood to smile. This is Gotham City? It's a really unique place. It has great potential. Maybe I can settle here. Old man, did you hear clearly what I said? Could it be that he is deaf? The man wanted to get closer, but the old man's eyes widened, and a thunderbolt suddenly fell from the clear sky, killing the gangster on the spot. Fake. Are you struck by lightning now? I told you last night that you would be struck by lightning sooner or later, and it has come true now. The other person spat, not intending to mourn the death of his companion, and then continued to want to blackmail, but another bolt of lightning fell. Devil. He is the devil. When other people saw the scene, they didn't know it was the old man in front of them, and they immediately ran away. The old man had no intention of stopping them. Gotham City needed such talents. The more chaotic the place, the better. The moment he stepped here, he felt that his strength was faintly improving. Gotham is awesome. He likes. Next, which old guy is missing me? Is it you? Bruce Wayne. Who is behind you? This old man is Antonio, and his true identity is Ares, the god of war. Recently, he has continued to stir up the desire for war among the top management and people of the United States, and he wants to start a third world war. This war will far surpass World War I and World War II, second only to the ancient war. As a result, his strength will rise to a peak, and he can easily regain his once invincible power. But just after attending a meeting, he heard a rumor that Ares, the god of war, had come to the world and was about to bring a new crisis to mankind and the earth. When he heard the news, Ares was quite surprised. Even though those senior officials would not believe the ridiculous rumors, he knew that someone was looking for him and targeting him. This is a signal from the other party. Relying on his powerful force, Ares seemed not to be afraid of his successor, and even took the initiative to meet this god who was suspected of being an old friend. He kept going back through the sources of rumors and soon found the Wayne Group, who was suspected to be behind the scenes through a complex network. After learning about Wayne Group and Gotham, Ares became even more curious. How dare a mere mortal dare to look for him? If there is someone behind him who is looking for information about him. To satisfy his curiosity, he came. When you step into Gotham City for the first time, you can feel that this city is different. There are wars and battles everywhere. Although there are few, the victory is to add up to a small amount. There is no doubt that this is the Tion Ben camp he hopes for most. After the interlude, Ares continued to walk forward. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer people around him, and the traffic flow completely disappeared. No human beings can be detected within a few hundred meters nearby. Ares said angrily, "I'm here. Why don't you show up yet?" The next moment, Bruce transformed into Batman and glided down from the building. And Nuo Lin flew down from high altitude. "That's you? I don't know you. Where's your master?" Ares glanced at him and said casually. The unfamiliar face, without any fluctuations in divine power, is obviously the enemy who disappears when he raises his hand. "Ares, no need to wait. I am the person you are looking for." Nuo Lin looked at Ares and perceived the opponent's strength, but unfortunately, this is the Marvel Universe, not a fantasy world, and he does not have the ability to perceive the strength of the energy. Through X-rays, it can be seen that Ares' body is particularly strong. Not as weak as it appears. "You? A mortal? How did you know about my existence?" "Forget it. It doesn't matter. You two just go die." Ares is as casual as swatting away flies. He does not allow anyone to live leisurely after knowing his identity or even knowing his plan. He didn't even bother to ask the source of the information. It was just that a certain operation in the past had leaked traces, or it was a backup plan left by Zeus and the others. "Stop struggling. Now that you know that I am a god, you must be ready to wake up." Ares was covered in lightning, and with a finger in the distance, the arm-thick thunder snake split into two and shot towards the two of them. Bruce had already expected it and turned to the side to hide. But Nuo Lin can't block it, lightning? Isn't this just right? Starlight's ability is to absorb lightning. After several efforts, Starlight's mutation ability was probably too weak. After a few times, it was improved, increasing the absorption rate and upper limit, and also adding other energy absorption for short-term strengthening one's own body, or it can be released instantly to fight against the enemy. Nuo Lin not only did not hide, but also attracted the razor that was charging towards Bruce, and received the attack with his body without any injuries. Thanks to his Kryptonian physique, he gained Starlight abilities that were stronger than himself. The latter has an upper limit for absorption by the body, so if there is too much energy absorbing, it will be unbearable. However, Nuo Lin can absorb more energy without worrying about overflow. Just like sunlight, it will be absorbed by countless cells after being absorbed and circulated throughout the body. To strengthen oneself. Compared to the ordinary Superman, his physical strength undoubtedly increases faster. Ares' thunder became his own energy source, which made Ares sigh. And Bruce rolled his eyes. I said, "Can you tell me in advance next time?" Compared to Nuo Lin, who was Foam Kinjiundin and blocked the attack with the most handsome posture, his evasive movements were simply redundant, and he was completely destroyed. I thought you could tell, and it's a normal attack. Do you need to dodge? Nuo Lin was very surprised. He couldn't tell that it was a disguise at all. You are the great savior, so there is no need to hide. Bruce quit the group chat directly. He didn't understand the Superman-like world. Interesting. Is he from an alien planet like Superman? Or is he a gift from a certain god? But it doesn't matter. Before God, all living beings are equal. Ares is still not serious. There is no need to use all his strength to deal with an opponent who is not even a god. He was about to attack with another bigger thunder, but as soon as his eyes blurred, he saw Nuo Lin coming to him. His expression finally changed, and he secretly thought, so fast. He subconsciously made a defensive move, but when he moved his hand halfway, a terrifying force hit his chest, like a train traveling at full speed. His body was broken, and the sound of ribs cracking could be vaguely heard. Ares spat out a mouthful of golden blood, and his chest sank slightly. This kind of power is enough to beat ordinary people into scum, but it only caused him a small injury. Under the nourishment of divine power, the injury quickly recovered completely. Ares also understood that Nuo Lin, who looked inconspicuous, was worthy of his serious attention. As a god of war, he immediately made a counterattack that could be recorded in textbooks. First, he summoned the armor of God, and a one-handed axe appeared in his hand. The sky was surrounded by thunder, cutting through the dark clouds, covering the sun, just like Thor descending, bringing divine punishment to the chaotic Gotham. Mortal, you have succeeded in irritating me. In the name of Ares, the son of Zeus and the god of war, I grant you death. Although Nuo Lin is powerful, he is still not a god, and the glory of God makes Ares despise everything. It has to be said that Ares is worthy of the name of the god of war. All preparations were completed in an instant. Now, except that his appearance is the same as before, his temperament and aggressiveness have undergone a 180-degree change. But Nuo Lin remained calm. Punched directly at Ares. Too slow. Too weak. I said, all living beings are equal before God. Ares laughed wildly. If it hadn't been for the dent in his chest from being held up just now, Bruce would have thought that he was truly invincible. This bee pretends to have at least 82 points, and the remaining 18 points are given in the form of more than 666. To Nuo Lin. Bruce stared with wide eyes, watching Nuo Lin absorb countless thunderbolts, and then passed through Ares' giant axe. 0. Please give me flowers. Ares also had his eyes widened, and the moment he was hit on the right side of his face was full of shock. Puff. Divine blood flew out, thunder exploded, and even a tooth flew out. Ares did not expect such a scene at all. Nuo Lin's next attacks fell like raindrops, hitting both cheeks again and again, breaking Ares' self-esteem as the god of war. You deserve to die. Ares held the axe in front of him, but it was of no use. Molecular mimicry is enough to ignore Ares' divine power and armor, and every blow can hit Ares. That is to say, Ares has experienced World War II and has recovered a lot of strength. Otherwise, half of his life would have been lost with just this round of attacks. Realizing that ordinary means are useless against Nuo Lin, Ares urged thunder again, trying to create buffer time. Thunder and lightning fell all over the sky, shattering an area hundreds of meters in radius. But Nuo Lin ignored the thunder and lightning, and instead absorbed the thunder and turned it into his own power. Just when Ares was thinking about counterattack, tens of meters of vines suddenly grew out of the ground and entangled Ares's limbs. 0-0. At some point, another figure appeared on the ground. None other than poison ivy. Ares's lightning attacks indiscriminately destroyed nearby vegetation. This behavior undoubtedly offended poison ivy. After rushing to the battlefield, she immediately took action to help Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin nodded to poison ivy. A red light appeared all over his body, blessed the Kryptonian physique, and bowled Ares into the ground in one fell swoop. This Greek god of war was completely stunned by a series of blows. He was very high-spirited from the beginning, but now he has no room to fight back. At the end, Ares turned into lightning and left the battlefield, escaped to the city. Nuo Lin did not pursue him and let him go. Just when Ares burst out with divine power, located somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean, an isolated island. A girl seemed to notice something and suddenly raised her head and looked to the west. "What's wrong, Diana?" "I feel some kind of special power fluctuation. Could it be Ares, the god of war?" Diana already knew her responsibilities at the moment, but there had been no news from Ares, so she had been training on Paradise Island. Although her mother Hippolyte did not support her seeking Ares, but Diana understood that this was her duty. If Ares is allowed to do evil, the world will be shrouded in the fear of war. Moreover, when Ares regains his divine power, he may bring the war to Paradise Island. By then, it will be too late. Diana approached the sister who was responsible for contacting the outside world. After repeated questioning by her, the other party finally told the rumors that were circulating in the outside world. Ares, the god of war, is here. Hearing this, combined with the throbbing feeling from before, Diana turned around and went back to put on the long-sealed artifact. Without saying goodbye to Hippolyte, he directly got a boat and rowed in the direction of the throbbing feeling. When Hippolyte learned that Diana had left, it was too late to stop her. P.S. There is really nothing I can do today. I am drunk, my brain is slow to react, and I don't have a computer. This chapter of the mobile phone code will be added later.